The hero's morning began not with coffee, but with a wild surprise. The young man was literally stunned by what he saw. He stood on the doorstep of the university where, on the usually crowded staircase, there wasn't a soul in sight today. The first thing he did was to go to his classroom, which was in complete disarray. At first glance, it would seem that people had left the classroom in a hurry, leaving their belongings behind. The dining room looked the same. It had been left in a hurry, having never finished lunch. It was very strange for the hero to wander through the empty corridors of his institution, where there was usually a bunch of students. There was only one question in the young man's mind. Am I the only one who showed up for the pairings today? After leaving the educational institution, the hero came to the bus stop, but he did not wait for the bus, so he had to walk home. It was very quiet outside. The guy decided that as soon as he got home, he would get some sleep, in case it all turned out to be just a nightmare. After crossing the path to his house on foot, the young man climbed up to the right floor. Opening the apartment door, the hero shouted, "I'm home!" Mom didn't respond, which surprised the kid even more. Now he was not frightened at the horror, for at this time his mother was always at home. His gaze stopped on the clock. The hands showed 14:45. This fact further puzzled the hero. It struck him that he had left the university at about the same time. The young man decided to check himself and took out his smartphone from his pocket to compare the time. It was the same on my phone, 2:45 p.m., Monday the 6th of October. The hero tried to calculate in his head how long it should really be. His journey home took 2 hours and the sun is still in the same place. A sudden thought suddenly visited the young man's head. It's as if time has stopped. The hero stood at the window without taking his backpack off his shoulder. He looked out at the street, trying to understand what had happened. Suddenly the lad heard strange sounds that in the absolute silence startled him. It resembled the flapping of a bird's wings, but judging from the sound, the bird was gigantic. And in the next instant, that sound was replaced by the clatter of a woman's heels against the floor. Behind the back of the hero appeared a beautiful woman. Her appearance resembled an angel. She informed the hero that Earth time had stopped for everyone but him. The young man's eyes almost popped out of his orbits at what he saw. He asked fearfully who she was. Belle laughed and replied, "I'm exactly who you think I am." The guy didn't get her joke. It was like he hovered. At last he ventured to utter his suggestion. "Are you a burglar?" The girl was amazed that he could think such a thing about her. She pointed to her wings and white dress and asked irritably, "Isn't it obvious?" The hero wondered again who this uninvited guest might be. His next guess was, "Maybe you're a cosplayer." The beauty began to lose patience, for he was wrong again. She coughed, trying to regain her composure. At last the girl solemnly announced, "I am a messenger of God, an angel. My name is Lida. She shows up here to explain to the hero what's going on. He is a straggler." The hero was unable to answer anything. He was simply dumbfounded by the events of the day. That word, straggler, brought back unpleasant memories for the young man. It started with a field trip to an elementary school. He was forgotten and left. In middle school and high school, things repeated themselves. This became the young man's trigger for life. He was afraid of being abandoned. He wasn't even called to student meetings at the university. He was always forgotten. Note: an event held among university students in South Korea. It lasts approximately 2 days and is considered a free-form study session, where students spend time socializing with peers of the same major. The angel's news now literally crushed the boy. He fell to his knees and whimpered, "Why does this keep happening to me?" Lida smiled and explained that everyone had gone to the other world except him. The young man looked up at her. He wanted to know why he had stayed on Earth. The angel replied, "Because a great catastrophe is about to hit the Earth. Let me explain what it is first, and then we'll talk about you. This planet is moving to a new level as it has gained maximum experience. Mana will now be available to humans," Lida continued. "You will now have access to the Akasha Chronicles. Humanity will be able to utilize this data. We call this kind of thing status." The hero decided that this explanation was pretty simple, like in computer games. Angel smiled and said she was a good teacher. She continued her explanation. "Along with mana, monsters will also appear. You can't destroy them with ordinary weapons." After saying that, the hero decided that she was definitely a cosplayer. If we were to leave humanity in its current state, the risk of total annihilation would be enormous. God has stopped time and sent everyone to another world. There, people will have the opportunity and time to train in the use of mana. To be precise, their bodies are in a safe place, and the avatars have been sent to another dimension. Through this, people will be able to learn how to resist monsters with energy. That's how they get the basic skills to fight monsters. The hero raised his hand like he was in class. "I have a question. Monsters can't be destroyed with firearms or explosions?" Lida explained. "They are made of high-rank energy. Even a nuclear bomb won't be enough." The young man finally realized what it was all for. The angel asked, Well, isn't God merciful to organize a training of this magnitude? The guy decided it was time to talk about him. What is God's plan for him? Lita's answer infuriated the young man, for she considered it a mistake she could not undo. Belle explained. The portal is already closed, so that's not an option. Your stealth is astounding. Even God didn't notice. The hero's face turned red and he shouted in rage, "How can a superior being be so stupid?" The next moment he fell to the floor, and like a child he started kicking her legs and arms. "I can't believe it. Send me to another world and teach me how to use mana." The angel waved her hands. The merciful God is sorry for your problem and decided to give you a bonus. But the young man didn't want to hear anything. He wished to be in a parallel reality with everyone else. Lita explained in a calm tone, "We won't make it before the catastrophe. The others will be back in 10 years. I'll organize some food. Wait here." The hero was startled by this news, how he would wait alone for so long. He asked the angel, "What am I going to do here alone with myself?" Lita suggested that the boy train to prepare for the monster's arrival. The young man asked, confused, "What's the point if I don't know how to use mana?" The beauty smiled welcomingly and replied, "Just make you stronger physically." The guy wasn't very happy about this prospect. He looked disappointed. He decided to try to insist that he be sent to others, but it was impossible. Then the hero was seized by real despair. The young man screamed loudly, tears streaming down his face. This is how his lonely life on Earth began. The hero's hometown was indeed as if it had died out. There was not a single soul on the streets. The same deserted streets could be seen usually in crowded China. The Champs-Élysées and the Eiffel Tower were completely free of tourists. 5 years have passed since the disappearance of all humans on Earth. Only the lone young man left here by chance continued his existence, waiting for the others to return. He decided to waste no time and took the angel's advice, all these years improving his physical fitness. For 5 years he faithfully attended the gym and worked on his muscles. Meanwhile, others in the parallel universe were perfecting their own mastery of mana. People from different continents became stronger to face the monsters that would soon appear on Earth. The hero wasn't completely alone. Lita could at least entertain him once in a while. Angel watched the boy's actions carefully. She asked, "And how do you not get sick of it? How can you do the same thing for 5 years?" Lita wanted to know. The young man replied a little irritated, "Like I have a choice." The beauty watched the guy carefully, drawing certain conclusions. She thought while looking at the muscles of the young man's arm. "Yu Ilhan has gotten pretty good and stronger. What a stamina he has." People usually have a hard time focusing on one activity, Angel thought. Lita said, "I knew you were an unusual person. It was already clear by the fact that you were able to hide from God's eyes." The hero exclaimed irritably, "As if I did it on purpose." Right now the angel was his only interlocutor. She visited him once a week, keeping him from getting completely bored. Lita didn't just visit Ilhan, she took care of him, cooked his meals. When it was time for breakfast, lunch, or dinner, the table in the hero's apartment was automatically furnished with delicious dishes. The young man thought it was even tastier than his mom used to cook. And when the hero finished his meal, the dishes automatically disappeared. It was incredibly convenient. Ilhan informed Lita that the physical training was over. It was time to take on martial arts and weaponry. Angel asked how he was going to learn all this without a teacher. The hero replied that he would find a guide on the internet. "Electricity and the internet works, so I decided to study from videos I've put off in the past," explained the young man. It was strange to the guy. How these 5 years of the internet working, Lita explained it by saying that time had stopped. Yu Ilhan wanted a clearer explanation. Now it was always daytime on Earth, the bright sun shining. The hero decided to train outdoors, perfecting his new knowledge of martial arts. The young man decided to use a stick, for it was a weapon that could be found anywhere. The guy had watched a dozen videos on the internet, and was now trying to repeat the moves he had memorized. He was doing pretty well, like he had been practicing martial arts for a long time. Angel watched every movement carefully. She said, "The basic elements also need to be given time, although you still have 5 years ahead of you." Ilhan decided not to comment on Lita's words, and silently continued his training. The beauty watched the guy with a smile. He's been doing this for 4 years now. Suddenly she suggested, "Would you like me to be your sparring partner? You'll develop faster with an opponent." The hero interjected in surprise. "Are you suggesting I fight you?" Lita nodded, telling the guy not to bother attacking. Yu Ilhan replied, "Although you allowed it, but how can I hit my new angel?" But the next moment his demeanor changed abruptly. The boy rushed to the attack, exclaiming, "Of course I can! Feel 9 years of loneliness and frustration." But his attack was in vain. Lita was born for battles. She threw the hero to another corner of the courtyard with a single blow. Lita inquired, "Got it now? Don't worry and train with me. Injuries are a free bonus." The hero was not thrilled with this offer. Time passed. 10 years flew by. Angel thought that with this level of training, The young man would have no problem overcoming a low-level monster. And when he raises his level, he'll be able to use mana. Lita personally trained him, so there won't be any problems. Ilhan replied, "Taught him. I'd say got it into my head." Belle decided to ignore the whining. She thought the guy did a good job. A lot of things will change once disaster strikes. The hero shook the angel's hand and asked, "Lita, will I see you again?" She replied that it was up to him. After Lita flew into the sky, Ilhan couldn't wait for the X moment. There is nothing left until the return of the people. The hero even put on a costume for this solemn moment. The young man thought, "It's been so long since I've seen anyone but Lita. I'm even a little nervous." He was sorry to say goodbye to God's helper, but the time had come. He closed his eyes, expecting that soon his life would be what it used to be. After standing like that for a bit longer, he felt that nothing was happening around him. The hero dared to open one eye to see why he couldn't hear anything as Lita had already managed to fly high into the air. She decided to look back and see how Ilhan was doing. Suddenly, the angel froze in place. What she saw on the ground surprised her. The hero was still a lone figure in the soccer stadium. The young man looked angry. He wants an explanation as to why no one showed up. Angel returned and said with a sweet smile, "It seems there was a mistake again." Ilhan folded his arms on his chest. He was very furious. The hero no longer held back his own emotions. He shouted, "I hate you. How long do I have to wait?" Tears streamed down his face. "I realize I have no other choice. I'll have to wait again. But it really annoys me." After that day, time continued to flow at breakneck speed. 10 years? 20 years of total loneliness. You could go crazy that way. 50 years passed and no one ever returned. All this time the land remained almost deserted. Nature without the hands of men looked quite wild. Ilhan had no choice but to continue his grueling training. Now the young man's blow scattered the stones. The hero looked at his own hands in which he held the hammer. The next moment, Lita appeared in that clearing. "You're so strong now. I never doubted you." The young man thought about the fact that after 50 years of being single, he had stopped keeping track of time. Angel was concerned about the guy's morale. She asked, "Is something wrong?" Without turning to look at her, Ilhan replied, "I don't remember what my mom looks like anymore." Belle faded her gaze. She was truly sorry. The next moment, the hero began to lose his self-control. He shouted angrily, "How long do I have to wait?" The young man said he was tired of martial arts. Lita shouted, "But disaster could strike at any moment. We can't stop practicing." Angel suddenly realized that the hero was gripped by despair. The young man understood that. The books he had read were enough at his level. Belle didn't want to believe that the young man had given up. She wanted to cheer the guy up by all means. He should wait for the other humans to return to Earth. Ilhan recalled what he had been doing lately. He read all day long. He started with modern literature, then business books. Then came the basic sciences, history, geography, physics, chemistry, art. Time passed, and the literature in the library, which he had not yet read, ran out. It was then that it occurred to the hero to learn other languages. He was going to travel. He started with neighboring China. There was a lot of interesting stuff there. Lita sometimes kept him company. Then Russia, America, and all the countries along the way. He learned several languages. During this time, the guy read most of the books in the whole world. Europe, Middle East, Africa. He visited a bunch of countries and continents. It's been a long time. He read everything. One day, the hero told his girlfriend that this was his last book. He didn't know what else to do. Lita asked, "Don't know what to do, aren't you tired?" Ilhan replied, "Never get tired. There are many things to do before disaster strikes." After several hundred years of loneliness, the hero even continued to believe that people would return at some point. Everything was a preparation for disaster. Lita prayed to God, "Our Father, please bring the men back while Ilhan is still holding on." The rays of the bright sun were breaking through the forest thickets. The boar ran through the bushes on his own. Suddenly a sharp pain pierced his side. The animal collapsed and wheezed. After Ilhan read all the books, he started to try his hand at leatherworking and blacksmithing. The young man said to the angel, "Nothing complicated so far. Let's start with wild boar. By the way, if I kill all the animals, there won't be any monsters to come from where?" the hero asked Lita. Beauty replied, "You may hunt those I have authorized. If you destroy all the animals, the balance of this world will be disturbed." The goddess wanted to add something more about the monsters, but stopped talking halfway through. The young man noticed this. He asked, "Why did you stop talking? You're not teasing me, are you?" Angel advised him to pretend he hadn't heard anything. The hero decided not to argue and continued to deal with the body of the shot boar. Lita thought, "What a strange man. How can he handle everything he takes on?" This has been going on for 274 years. That's a long time even for an angel. It's amazing that someone who normally has no more than 100 years to live can spend so long just preparing for the future. The Celestial was distracted from her thoughts by the guy's words, "Cool, it's done. Not bad for the first time. I definitely have talent, Lita said in shock. You, Ilhan, you are an incredible person. Time passed, but the people did not show up. The waves were crashing against the sandy shore. It was cold outside, and the hero stood by the water in a warm jacket. He had learned to gut not only animals but also sea creatures. Another of his prey was a giant sperm whale. Lita shouted angrily, "It's an endangered species. It's illegal to hunt them." The hero asked if she could close her eyes at least this time. Ilhan laughed and said, "Call me Ishmael." The young man was referring to a character from Moby Dick. Angel exclaimed, "Stop joking, there's no one here to laugh." After 3 years, the young man had learned to be a master leather worker. It took a little longer for him to learn blacksmithing. When you read, everything seems simple and clear, but in practice and without a teacher, it is much more complicated. Sometimes all it takes is one mistake, and the labor you spent a lot of time on will be destroyed. An inaccurate sledgehammer blow, and the sword broke. The young man exclaimed in heart, "I have hands for my buttocks." At first, the hero's swords were constantly breaking. He spent 5 years to create a very simple sword. Lita was nearby at that moment. She wanted to look at this piece of gun art. Smiling, she commented, "You can't even slice radishes with that." The young man replied, "I didn't ask you to cut anything. Give it back." But the angel was against it. She wanted to keep this sword as a memento. She said, "God sent me to help you. Be thankful." Belle affectionately hugged the trophy she had received. Lita was blown away by this talented guy's skills. Over time, Ilhan attempted to create all kinds of weapons. Long swords, spears, axes, hammers, and so on. Another 50 years passed unnoticed during this activity. The perseverance of the hero knew no bounds. He tried to improve in any case for which he took up. He repeated again and again until he was satisfied with the result of his labor. He had a whole lot of time in his arsenal and patience, cultivated over centuries. After working with a hammer for hundreds of years, he finally became a true master blacksmith. He finally succeeded in creating the perfect spear. After 100 years of trying, he had finally created a masterpiece. Lita said, "Your tenacity is really impressive. This is the best spear I've ever seen. But with the advent of Mani, there will be other materials, much stronger steels," Angel added. The young man replied that in that case he would just make a new one. The Celestial never tired of admiring the hero, for he never gives up. After cutting meat and blacksmithing, the lad went back to perfecting his fighting skills. He practiced over and over again on a special simulator and completely lost his sense of time. Lita watched him and thought, Ilhan is constantly improving. Several generations of development in one man. But 1,000 years have passed. Sooner or later, it will reach its endurance limit. Angel dreaded to think what would happen then. Belle thought it would be wonderful to find some new and interesting thing for him to do. It had to be something completely new, something he'd never done before. Relationships with the opposite sex came to mind. She even had time to imagine herself in Ilhan's arms. But then the celestial woman came to her senses. She had no right to think such a thing. Such dreams threw the beauty off balance. She's an angel. How can you think of such vulgarity? But her mission is to help the hero. That's an order from higher authority, not her wish, so it's all right. Lita thought, if he needs help, I'll do my best. At this time, the young man noticed her strange behavior and asked what she was doing. Angel was airborne when she heard Ilhan's voice. Hey, Lita, what's wrong? She decided to pretend that nothing strange was going on. The Celestial was not feeling any. She hesitated to ask what she had just been thinking about. Their faces were so close that they could feel each other's breath on their own skin. The young man wanted to ask something. The angel thought, has he figured it all out? But that wasn't what Ilhan meant to say. He noticed that Lita's sword began to move and glow blue. Belle looked at her weapon. She was stunned, for she herself did not understand what it meant. Suddenly the angel's weapon took on a life of its own. The sword flew out of its sheath and into the air. Lita couldn't believe her own eyes. She had never seen anything like this before. She didn't seem to remember right away what kind of sword it was. When she did, she was completely amazed. It was Ilhan's first sword. She couldn't lose it and spread her wings and took to the sky. The hero tried to stop her, but the angel was unresponsive. Suddenly the young man noticed a definite change around him. The guy looked at his own hands and realized that he was now wearing the clothes he was wearing back then when time stopped. The martial skills simulator began to disappear right before his eyes. The hero immediately realized what was happening. Everything was going back to the original state. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Lita was begging the god not to take that sword away from her. She only took her eyes off her target for a second and glanced at the ground. Angel couldn't believe her own eyes. Had the disaster begun? Meanwhile, Ilhan lost his balance, his body flying. The hero found himself in the air. He couldn't believe he was flying. Lita shouted, Ilhan, wait, this can't be... Belle thought, gosh, this is too fast. We haven't even had time to say goodbye. But the angel was pleased by the fact that the young man's first sword had been left to her. She had managed to get attached to the guy during that time. but she didn't know if they would meet again. Lita was a celestial. First and foremost, she was a girl who fell in love with the person she was helping. They hadn't even kissed. Meanwhile, the hero watched his assistant swiftly withdraw. Would they really break up like this? They have spent so much time together, and now they don't even get a chance to say goodbye. It's a very sudden breakup. Lita thought, I'm an angel, a creature of the highest level. A thought crossed Ilhan's mind. If I reach her level, will we meet again? These two parted with heavy hearts in the hope of being together again someday. The time is finally here. The streets of the cities will soon be filled with people again. Strange lights suddenly appeared at the deserted bus stop, and in another second they turned into people going about their business quietly. A magical light also appeared in the still empty university auditorium. The next moment, the students and the instructor took their seats as if they had never disappeared. People also began to show up at the university's dining hall. The students looked somewhat puzzled. They looked at each other in surprise. The university courtyard was filled with people. Everything was exactly as it had been on that day several centuries ago. Ilhan stood in the middle of the courtyard with his eyes closed. He couldn't believe that this long-awaited day had finally arrived. He was no longer alone. When the hero finally opened his eyes, he saw something strange besides people. A screen with his personal information appeared right in front of the guy's face. Ilhan, human, unemployed, level 1. Title, Titan of Solitude, passive stealth. Strength 72, health 78, dexterity 81, mana 1. When the hero saw this status window, he realized that a major disaster had begun. He heard other students talking. Wow, you can also open a status window here, and it's only been 10 years, Ilhan thought confusedly. So for the rest of humanity, it's only been 10 years. It seems that only for me it lasted that long. The young men were disappointed as their performance from the parallel world rolled back. Everything returned to its original characteristics. The hero couldn't believe his own ears. He carefully eavesdropped on the conversations of others. He felt kind of strange being surrounded by so many people. After all, he had grown accustomed to solitude over the centuries. There was one strange moment. No one noticed Ilhan, as if he was invisible. Active hero skill, stealth, maximum level. Evolution is available. Need materials for evolution. The skill is passive, which cannot be evaluated. The guy didn't understand what was wrong with this skill, why he couldn't manage to turn it off. The hero began to feel panic. He wanted to turn off this skill of his. Ilhan grabbed his head. Was it really his destiny to always be alone? These centuries he had waited so long for people to return, but it was all in vain. Was he to be alone from birth to death? After calming down a bit, the hero decided, I don't care, I'll just go home. Walking past the guys who were chatting with each other, Ilhan felt sad. But he was still excited, because it was wonderful to see people in the streets after spending so much time alone with himself. Time had finally moved on. The sky went from blue to the colors of the setting sun. As the young man closed the apartment door behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief, finally home. The next moment, Ilhan heard his mother's voice calling his name. The woman ran out into the hallway, all the while missing her son dearly. The hero could not look at the woman because during this time he managed to forget the features of her face. The next moment, the guy rushed to hug his mom. They really missed each other. All the memories were revived the moment Ilhan hugged the mom he hadn't seen in 1,000 years. The sunset, which was visible through the window of their apartment, also pleased the hero very much. In the kitchen, the guy could smell the aroma of dinner cooking, the churning of butter in the pan. My father sat at the table and read the newspaper. Everything was back to normal. The man said, God, no news about Haizia. His wife asked him in surprise, You were in Haizia, and I was in Yamen with my neighbors. Their son thought, Still, some things have changed. Dad said Haizia was perfect, but he never found the trait. And my mother said that she couldn't learn to control mana. It was very difficult. The hero already thought that he would not even be able to get a word in, as his mother asked where he was. Ilhan decided it was better not to tell his parents that he had been left on the ground. They would only worry in vain. The young man lied that he was in a town with no name. The boy's father agreed with his wife that controlling mana is really difficult. The woman added, Why was it necessary to take newborns, old and even pregnant women to force them to undergo these 10 years of training? It would have been better to take the young and strong. Ilhan replied to his mom, You can't upset the balance. There was no choice, even though it's not very effective. Suddenly, the young man noticed the surprised looks of his parents on him. He realized that he had said unnecessary things. The mother asked, What do you mean? Efficiency? Balance? The young man replied that he was just guessing. He decided that he should think about what he was saying, or he would arouse suspicion. The woman asked her son how he had done. I heard you can make a lot of money if you learn to control mana well. Monster bodies sell well, Mother informed. And my father said, People like that are rare. but they can definitely get rich. It was strange for the hero to hear all kinds of gamer terms from his parents. Having managed his dinner, he put his chopsticks on the table. Ilhan turned to his parents. "Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you." He dared to admit that he didn't know how to use mana. Upon hearing this news, the parents looked surprised. But the mother quickly mastered her own emotions. She said with a smile, "Okay, then focus on your studies." My father thought it was his genes that were to blame, because he wasn't doing so well himself. The hero was glad that his parents took the news so easily. He decided that it didn't matter now. After the evening, the guy walked to his room. What he saw literally stunned the hero. On the floor, leaning against the wall, stood a spear of the hero's own making. "Why is it here? I thought the weapon disappeared with everything else." Lita put so much effort into making sure that sword wasn't taken away. Could it really be her handiwork too? The young man thought at a loss. Taking the spear in his hands, the hero decided that it was flawless. Now you won't have to look for something else to fight monsters. At the same moment, a status window appeared in front of the hero's face. "You Ilhan's steel spear. A weapon of a unique class. It has an attack power of 800 and a strength of 500 and 500. A miracle created by man without the use of mana. Its durability is equal to that of a medium-level monster bone weapon." The young man was surprised by the performance of his weapon, but he didn't realize if the performance was good. He decided not to get frustrated and start by gathering information. Diving into the web, the hero noted that there were many new posts. Ilhan was surprised to see something new. After returning from the other world, people immediately rushed to post all the information they received on the internet. First, he needs information on how to level up and how strong you need to be to defeat monsters. It seems like an ordinary person could handle a level 5 monster. In the other world, you had to rise at least to level 7 to become a low-ranked fighter. From level 10, you could get the classes, archer, swordsman, and so on. From level 50 onwards, strong fighters start to be able to get a second class, and the third class of fighters is at the 100th level. From that point on, a person is considered a national treasure. Because of the hellish conditions of getting third class, no one ever reaches fourth class. Most people think that 4th and 5th grade is the level of a dragon or Bahamut. Ilhan decided that this was the only way to find out anything else useful. It would be worth asking around at the university. The hero looked out the window and tried to remember how many years ago he had last been in a couple classes. Somehow the present hasn't changed much, unlike the rest of the world. Suddenly, the young man realized that he already missed Lita a lot. Suddenly, the guy's eyes went to his forehead. He heard someone's voice. She'd be happy to hear about that. Ilhan looked around nervously. He wanted to realize who it was that was talking. The voice explained, "I was sent by the heavens to help you, to teach you how to use mana." The young man looked furious at this intrusion. But in the next instant, he finally saw the intruder. The sight was overwhelming. The stranger replied that he was no intruder. This time, the hero was visited by another angel. The celestial decided to introduce herself. Her name is Erta. The hero was disappointed by this visit. Was it really again? A messenger from a god has burst into his life again. Erta said that mana was difficult to control, so God sent her to help Ilhan. The angel was very small in size. She added, "That's why God creates avatars, to send them to another world for 10 years of training." The young man replied, "It's clear, but it didn't do it for me." Erta reiterated once again that that was why she was here. "Someone wanted me to help the lagging Ilhan," Angel explained. "She said it's not fair to leave you to your own devices, when you've put so much effort into training. Lita asked me to send an angel to help you, to teach you mana control as quickly as possible." The image of the beauty appeared in the hero's mind. She had not forgotten about him. Ilhan asked his new acquaintance why Lita hadn't come herself. The Celestial explained, "The management was concerned about the close relationship between a high-level angel and a human. That's why they sent me." The young man replied that he understood, and thought to himself that he would like to see Lita at least one more time. Erta said that the young man looked nothing like the one her friend had told her about. Suddenly, the guy noticed the Celestial's eyes turn bright blue. She scanned him, surprised at his even fitness and appearance. Erta thought that the hero didn't need the angel's help. He could destroy the weak monster with his bare hands. Angel remembered Lita's words. "Ilhan needs to be taken care of. He's been alone for 1,000 years. He's the only one who can't use mana. Don't you feel sorry for him?" Then my friend's face resembled that of a kitten trying to beg for food. Erta decided that Lita was just pretending to be an innocent angel. The Celestial then sighed, accepting the fact that there was no choice, since the mission had already been assigned to her. She told the boy that he had done a good job of training his own body. She's here to teach him how to use mana. The guy looked confused. He didn't understand how to get started with this kind of training. The miniature angel flew up to the young man and stepped on his head. Erda said. I only need to be near you to activate it, for I am a supreme creature. All mana-related stats will increase 10 times faster from my presence. Even 1,000 years spent with Lita didn't accomplish anything, since the two catastrophes didn't exist. Celestia added, I estimate it will last about a year. The hero was annoyed that an angel was sitting on his head. He asked, Are you going to sit there all this time? Belle explained, I'm enchanted. The lower creatures won't notice me, so don't worry. But that wasn't what bothered the guy at all. How am I going to shower? What about my love life? Angel replied that there was nothing to hide. The hero wanted to at least be alone in the bathroom. Yu Ilhan saw the problem as more than that. Due to Eartha's constant presence by his side, the young man would not be able to view 2 terabytes of his treasures. The Celestial replied, I am not concerned about the affairs of lower beings. Don't worry. The hero was stunned because it turns out she can read minds. She didn't care. Let the young man breakdance or rumba dance, and he could play his games all he wanted. Ilhan shouted, Wait, what did you say at the end? How do you even know about that? Angel replied, The higher creatures are not interested in how the lower ones have fun. The guy didn't believe her, for she was smiling. Now the hero wished that Leda would come back to him. But that wish was unfulfilled. He and Arita would spend a whole year together. The next morning the young man went to the university. It was the first training hike in 1,000 years. Erda nestled comfortably on the guy's head. The people around her couldn't see her. Ilhan asked the celestial woman, Are you really going to sit there 24 hours a day? The angel replied, The others can't see me, and you're not paying attention. The hero replied in despair, As if I could. Stop dangling your feet in front of my eyes. The young man exclaimed, Is it just me, or is the angel mocking me? Suddenly, the guy noticed people in military uniforms walking past him. Ilhan thought, Life hasn't fully returned to normal yet. It's unlikely to come back. The state is preparing the army for the appearance of the army. The young man wasn't sure how effective it was. Lita had said that only mana would work against strong monsters. Here was the university. How long it had been since he had been in its classrooms. Once on the notions, Yu Ilhan felt invisible. None of the students paid any attention to him. The guy activated the system window, again trying to turn off the stealth skill. The character looked frustrated, as there was no way to turn it off. Erda thought this skill was not a bad acquisition, a nice bonus. The two communicated without words. Ilhan thought irritably, More like a loser's foray. Suddenly, the hero heard a conversation between 2 students. Did you get the skill? One asked. The other replied, One, but barely. The young man inquired of the angel what it was they were talking about. Erda explained that they combined a small amount of mana and negligible combat experience. Students are trying to get something that can be used against monsters in this way. The hero thought that the angel especially was very dismissive of humans. Erda replied, From the perspective of me, the supreme creature, even the combined skills of all the humans here can't compare to your disguise. That's why she said his skill wasn't bad. But the young man still thought he was for losers. Ilhan looked sadly at the other students who already knew how to use mana. Suddenly he realized that he could easily eavesdrop on conversations with his own skill. Not even his gaze is noticed by anyone. Now the hero no longer looked so frustrated, as he could easily get information. The next moment, the young man sensed a conversation that caught his attention. The speech passed a girl who had once studied at their university. She was called the Empress. Nobody knows exactly who she is. One of the guys said, We'll all know when the monsters show up. The hero concluded, Some female student showed outstanding talent in the other world. That's why she got such a name. The students were wondering when the dungeon would appear. They were sure that with their peers, there was no way to get there anyway. Yu Ilhan thought, Oh yes, there are dungeons that have restrictions. The young man immediately inquired of the angel, What is a dungeon? Erda explained that it was a real trap. Her answer surprised the hero. It was a trap that God himself created. There are real monsters in the dungeon. First, God sends food to the dungeon to lure the monsters there. When enough of them gather, he closes them inside. Unlike monsters, humans are free to enter and exit as long as they meet certain requirements. A dungeon is a place where people can hunt relatively safely. Ilhan was stunned by this information. He asked the Celestial, Then why not just lock all the monsters in there permanently? It's not like they won't be able to get out. Belle explained that dungeons have a lifespan, so people should clean them up in time. Then there are the overly smart monsters that don't fall into these traps, the monsters that can break them. And some are so clever that they have learned to create their own traps for humans. That's why Erda recommended always being on guard. At that moment, the instructor walked into the classroom. All the students went silent. The man walked to his podium and decided to start the lecture by checking attendance. The teacher started calling one name after another. The professor gave you a long lecture that doesn't fit the subject matter. You need to adapt to a changed world. The organization united on these has already banned the free use of manam. Controls have also been put in place on the raising of rovens. China and other powerful nations have focused on monsters and how the world will change under the influence of mana. Depending on Korea's action, many firms will go bankrupt, but at the same time others will enrich themselves. The professor continued to narrate. At this time, Ilhan thought, so much water. I came here to study. Is it even worth paying that much money for such an education? What will a bachelor's degree mean in the new world? That's when mana usage will become much more relevant than some paperwork. Until there are mana-related items in the program, Angel said, the best way to train is to hunt monsters. Ilhan replied that he didn't want to do anything dangerous. We're at the initial stage of the disaster. The monsters are still weak. It's better to kill as many of the weak ones as possible while we have the chance to raise the level in mana. Celestial added. The character reminded him that he was at level 1 and couldn't use mana at all yet. Erda wanted to say something, but was silent for half a word. After thinking for a bit, she finally reported, you have excellent physical strength. It'll be enough for monsters below the 25th. The young man was not frightened, but rather startled by this information. He acted like he didn't know he had great physical strength, much to the angel's surprise. Suddenly the beauty noticed something and decided it was great luck. She informed her ward that he would now have a chance to practice. All the students across the room were looking at something through the window. The young man, along with the other students, went to the window to get a good look at what was going on outside. It turned out that the university's courtyard was infested with giant insects. The people as well as the hero himself looked scared. The disaster had begun. Ilhan had been waiting for this for so long and dreading it at the same time. Time X is finally upon us. Monsters are flooding the earth. Even Erta, who had seen monsters before, looked stunned. The goddess said the training was complete. Now humanity will have to survive on its own. Questions were heard in the crowd of students. What should we do? Where should we run to? Why haven't the army and the authorities reacted yet? Someone suggested teaming up for a hunt, but all the students were scared. They saw through the window as someone became the first victim of the monsters. That was the last point. The crowd panicked. Everyone rushed to escape. Only Ilhan, who had an angel sitting on his head, stunnedly froze in place. Tears appeared in the young man's eyes, wondering if he had been left alone again. Heavenly Lady commented on the hero's condition. I didn't expect anything else from you. But the boy quickly pulled himself together. He began to trot his gaze around. Erda inquired, do you want to fight them? The young man replied, yes, they look weaker than a sperm whale. Belle decided to explain that monsters are different from normal animals, and the skin is incredibly tough, and they are stronger. Then she added that these are damaged below level 20, so they shouldn't make any problems for the hero. Ilhan at this time tore off a wooden leg from a chair. This would be his weapon. The young man waved the wood around a bit and decided it would suffice. Erda thought, he has a strong spirit and strong muscles. There won't be any problems until level 25. Meanwhile, the hero continued to swing his temporary weapon in a concentrated manner. His movements were so active that the angel could barely keep his head up. Ilhan decided that the makeshift stick needed to be improved. Having done so with improvised materials, he was satisfied. Erda asked, you made a suitable weapon on your knee. Have you been trained in the crafts? The young man replied with a smile. Is it really that noticeable? I've had plenty of free time. The Celestial remembered Lita's words. It's not like he can't do anything at all. He can't be abandoned again. Angel thought her friend was exaggerating. It was the result of extreme training. The hero had only one regret now. He should have brought his spear with him. For a low-level person to reach such heights is a sign of talent and skill. Ilhan asked Erda, my disguise skill won't work if I start attracting attention? I would like to hide my identity somehow. The beauty replied that a mask would be enough. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the university, monsters were destroying everything around them. The professor's monument was cut in half. These creatures resembled mantises, but were much larger and much stronger. The hero didn't hesitate any longer. He went out to hunt and attack the first monster from the air. A mask hid his face, and in one hand he held 4 makeshift wooden spears. The guy's attack was precise. His jump on the monster's neck made it fall to the ground. Then it was a matter of technique. After the first kill, Ilhan gained 800 experience points and reached the 3rd level of stamina. His mana increased by 2, and his strength and agility by 3. The system reported, Taijutsu has reached the maximum level. Evolution is available if materials are available. A level 13 Greater Mantis entry was obtained. The hero couldn't believe that this was what a promotion looked like. He was pleased with his achievement. Levels are Akasha's Chronicle record system, in which you can bet stronger when defeating monsters. By taking an opponent's life, you gain not only a record in the Chronicles and experience, but also his future potential. Ilhan immediately noticed that his mana had gotten a little bigger. This fact could not help but make him happy as well. Erta inquired, "What's wrong with you? Did you feel the pleasure of violence?" The young man agreed, promising that someday she would as well. The next moment, the hero found himself surrounded by monsters of a different kind. The boy didn't hesitate and took up another spear. He managed to exclaim that there were no skills to fight a group of monsters. Angel advised him to rely on his reflexes. It would work itself out. Ilhan decided to heed the advice and rushed to the attack. He managed to cut the insect monster's protective armor in half. After another victory, the system reported 700 experience points gained. Spear mastery has reached the maximum level. Evolution is available if materials are available. Level 11, Big Fly entry received. 850 experience points gained. You have reached level 4. Strength, dexterity, stamina, and mana have been increased by 1 level. Erta shouted a warning for the hero not to relax, attacking from above. The young man looked up and saw a bunch of flying insects that were rapidly approaching. There was no time for Ilhan to think now. He snapped out of his seat with lightning speed. Another monster was defeated. The young man received 400 experience points and a note about a level 7 big mosquito. But as soon as the hero overcame one monster, as another appeared behind him. This time the mosquito drove the guy into a dead end. There seemed to be no chance of escape. The sting of the giant insect was aimed straight at the young man's chest, but instead of piercing him, it bent. Erta was amazed at what she saw. He is so trained that his body has become invulnerable to the proboscis of a mosquito. The hero didn't look scared. He was quick to deal with the danger. Angel believed that Ilhan had crossed the limit of the human body as well. After destroying this monster, the young man continued his first monster hunt. Time, after destroying another monster, he received messages from the systems to increase his own experience. In the next moment, a giant mantis appeared in front of the hero as if out of nowhere. The creature was faster than the guy. It swung to strike. The guy barely had time to dodge. An ant had fallen under the mantis's sharp blade. The celestial warned that more monsters were approaching. The next moment, Ilhan found himself surrounded by a variety of insects. The young man caught himself thinking that he was disgusted to even look at it. The hero exclaimed, "For bug extermination, call Sesko. It is one of Korea's famous pest control companies." As he flew up into the air, he worked both hands simultaneously with the wooden spears clutched in them. The system didn't have time to add experience to him. He had reached level 6. His stamina, strength, and mana increased by 1, and his dexterity by 2. Suddenly something incomprehensible happened, as if a bolt of lightning had struck somewhere behind the guy. It was as if someone invisible was destroying the monsters, helping the hero survive. Ilhan stopped, trying to figure out what the hell was going on here. Looking around, the young man saw a girl with powerful mana behind him. Her clothes resembled those of an ordinary student, but there was a strange piece of jewelry on her forehead. The young man realized that the mage in front of him, he wondered who she was. But Erta advised him not to get distracted and to kill the monsters. The stranger continued to destroy the monsters around her by applying her own energy. Angel said that the girl had incredible mana stats. Otherwise, how could one continuously use lightning strikes? Ilhan speculated. Perhaps she was just raising her level. I'm also increasing my stats. Finally, the young man exclaimed, "The last one left." He gained 1250 experience points and reached the 7th level. The other students had been watching the incredible battle with their mouths open the entire time. Now the hero could catch his breath. He had finally dealt with a whole bunch of low-level monsters. It was an impressive debut. It was at that moment that an entire army ran into the university courtyard. One of the soldiers exclaimed, "Sorry, our car couldn't go up." But the next moment the squad leader froze in place, stunned by what he saw. He couldn't imagine that their help was no longer needed. The military had received information that several insect-like monsters had appeared. What the hell happened here? Meanwhile, Ilhan was examining the remains of the insects. He hoped to find something like the Stone of 4 Souls, which according to legend gave great power to demons. Erta inquired, "You know how to cut up carcasses, don't you? You can find a mana stone inside the body." This information really interested the boy. The angel added that it was in the hardest part of the skeleton. That's where mana accumulates. She could point out the location. The young man took her advice. The military was shocked at this guy's level of training, how he managed to overcome these monsters on his own. The girl who arrived in time to help smiled and remained silent. Meanwhile, Ilhan, with Arita's help, got the mana stone. The angel explained that it was the basic material for all items. For a while, the hero paid no attention to what was going on around him, and when he looked around, he froze in place. A crowd of students gathered around him, all filming what was happening on their phones. The Sky Woman reassured the guy that no one would recognize him, so there was no need to worry. But he was embarrassed. Such a crowd had never paid attention to him. Suddenly, a mage girl approached the hero. She wanted to say something. The hero looked at her and thought she was some kind of alien. She had very large eyes that glowed with witch fire. The beauty tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked if the boy could help her with the cutting. It was Ilhan's first meeting with the Empress. The young man didn't immediately find something to say in response to the request for help. And there was not a single thought in his brain, a complete void. But the boy quickly pulled himself together and inquired how much he would get for his cooperation. The Empress replied, 30 nor 40% is yours for your help. Ilhan agreed to her offer without hesitation and got down to business. The students in the crowd began to murmur, is it really the Empress? How did she become so strong in one day? Someone advised others not to get close, as the mage could strike with lightning. The hero, dissecting insect carcasses, thought, it turns out this is the girl from the rumors. She's really strong. Suddenly, Ilhan heard a conversation. Who's that guy? From his palm and rays were shooting out. The young man countered to himself that there was no such thing. The students gossiped that he had killed a monster with a lightsaber. In fact, he wished he had. But that was a lie. Erda inquired, how was it? Good stealth skill. It was enough of a mask that no one could remember what you were doing here. That made the hero feel a little sad. He began dissecting the monsters' bodies with even greater persistence, looking for mana stones. The Empress was pleased with the find. The stone did look magical. It had a purple color. Ilhan told his angel that he was done with this. It was time to get out of here. But the road was blocked by the military. They had something they needed to find out. The head of this squad wanted something from the hero, but he didn't have time to finish the sentence. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck him directly in the back. The Empress decided to intervene to help Ilhan get rid of the army's attention. The beauty's face was hidden under a mask that was constantly smiling. It was hard to understand what emotions she was feeling right now. The students thought the beauty was cool. Some of the young men in love also wanted to get a charge of the Empress. The hero felt that they needed to get out as quickly as possible before more chaos ensued. But Erda thought he didn't need to worry. The next moment the young man heard the crowd's murmur. Where did that masked guy go? The young man waved his hand, but no one noticed him. The students immediately invented a new legend that he had escaped at the speed of light. The hero looked upset, but the Celestial thought it had ended beautifully. Ilhan thought, how strange, everything is fine, but then why am I so sad? In the evening, the young man returned to his house. He stopped at the playground. Placing the insect body parts in front of him, he scrutinized it all. Erta wanted to know what he was going to do. The boy explained, I want to make some armor. A full kit is hard to do. He hoped to be able to protect at least his arms and legs. The Celestial said, handling monster materials is incredibly difficult. You'd better wait for a chance to meet a real master. Ask him to make something. The hero smiled cheekily. What is she talking about? After all, he is the best craftsman on Earth. Erda remembered again her friend's words about pitying a guy who couldn't do anything. How wrong Lita had been. Angel covered her face with her hand. The young man realized what she was thinking and smiled. In fact, the Celestial woman thought the girlfriend was a fraud who had dastardly deceived her. Erda thought about the fact that in some ways this young man was like a cheater. She asked Ilhan if he knew anything about manacraft. The hero replied that it was the first time he'd heard it, but it sounded cool. Angel smiled. It's understandable since you didn't have any before. The young man grasped the beauty. He decided it was a new skill he already wished to learn. Erda promised to teach him if he stopped shaking her. Ilhan dismissed the winger and apologized for his behavior. Angel figured she hadn't gotten used to him yet, and she began her story. Mina crafting uses mana crystals that look like gems. You can use them to create certain items. For example, weapons or armor with special powers. This craft evolved from blacksmithing, but with the use of mana. The heroes grabbed Erda by the waist again, begging him to teach him the skill. Angel couldn't help herself and let go of his slap, reminding him that she'd already promised to teach him. She said, I must remember to say a few affectionate words to Lita when I'm in heaven again. The young man wanted to know what she meant. The enraged Sky Girl thought about the fact that the girlfriend should watch her boyfriend on her own, but she had the good sense not to say that to Ilhan. She continued her story. Before starting the armor cravat, you need to prepare materials and magic stones or mana crystals with special properties. For example, something that resembles a dragon's heart, the angel explained. The young man looked puzzled, but he quickly pulled himself together and decided that a dragon's heart sounded cool, like he'd gotten into some kind of game. You need to place the magic stone next to you, synchronize, and begin the forging process. After you finish the piece, you need to grind the stone and apply it to the surface. The sand that forms from the artifact will become the base form. At this point, the work of the craftsman is completed. Thus, the forged item becomes magical. Such armor or weapons will add plus 30 points to your attack and plus 50 to your defense. Erta finished her explanation. The hero rejoiced that it was that simple, but the angel pointed out that the base form just increases stats. But there is another kind of crafting. It is the one that can bestow new skills. It is an advanced form. The Celestial thought that this level was much more difficult. With the amount of mana Ilhan currently possesses, it can't be achieved. The young man thought for only a moment, and then with a smile asked to tell anyway. For if you don't try, you won't know, Erta said. To enrich an item with abilities, the craftsman must put mana into the magic stone. If the mana runs out quickly, it won't work, Celestial added. If you put it into magic stones properly, you can create a dream weapon. It will be able to spit ice or flame. In addition, such armor will be able to restore its master's stamina during battle. While choosing the ability and the will of the wizard is important, and one should not forget about the amount of mana and the quality of magic stones. The hero thought about it. He realized that it took a strong will to get what he wanted. He decided to try. Ilhan wasted no time and went straight to work. Irita watched the boy carefully. She thought he had very dexterous hands. It wasn't long before the arm and leg armor was ready. The system reported that the mana craft had been learned. Angel was amazed that he was able to do it even without skill. The hero smiled and said, "Theory mastered, practice left." Erta thought it would have been better if he hadn't said anything. It would have looked cooler. The Celestial thought, but he's right. Grasping the concept so quickly, he really has a talent for adapting. If Ilhan can understand everything else so quickly, he can gain incredible power. She said to the young man, "You've already created protective armor. What do you want to do with everything else?" The hero advised her to just watch. He explained that he wasn't done yet. There was still some magic stone left in the palm of his hand. The hero mentally instructed himself to use it and mana at the same time. He closed his eyes and got to work. The remnants of the magic stone shone in his hand. It was truly incredible. Erta thought in astonishment. He's not going to make an advanced form right away, is he? You don't even know how to control mana. It's useless. Looking at the young man's face, she could see that he was having a hard time. This kind of exercise is very exhausting. But a moment later, some kind of weapon appeared in the air, which looked like a mantis scythe. There were still bits and pieces of the magic stone in Ilhan's palm. The Celestial thought, he can't fail when he's gotten this far. Angel looked at the hero's open palm. She realized it wasn't enough. Deciding to disregard all the rules, Erta added a drop of her mana to the guy. The remnants of the magic stone turned into a whole incredible color with sparkling facets. The young man looked at his own hand and couldn't believe his own eyes. Ilhan looked confused. He couldn't take his eyes off the magic stone. Looking somewhere ahead, he didn't realize what was happening now. A powerful energy stream was swirling around him. The armor that the young man had made with his own hands began to change its appearance. Erta thought confusedly, this is a failure. Her mana didn't help. But the hero's face lit up with a smile. He realized that everything had worked out. Ilhan received a message from the system that his mana craft had reached level 2. The armor took its place on the young man's arm. Now on the playground outside the student's house, the truest magic was happening. The hero decided to test the strength of his invention. The modernized mantis scythe easily cut metal chains. The young man looked at his own hand with delight. He had managed to create exactly what he wanted. Erta was stunned, she realized. The guy wanted to add the mantis skill to his armband. Her thoughts were interrupted by Ilhan's voice. "Now we must hurry," the Celestial said. "That's right. I helped a bit with the mana. But it's unbelievable that you created such an item on the first try. We need to raise your mana and make new items." But the young man said he didn't mean that at all. He broke the swing, so they have to run away from the playground quickly. Angel reported that she could apply restorative magic. She demanded that her apprentice stop now. In the meantime, the news has been reporting on 2 unidentified men who destroyed the monsters and disappeared. Authorities are still searching for the citizens who defeated the monsters. The 2 Song University students quickly destroyed the monsters and disappeared without a trace. The hero heard all this. He told his parents that he had to go to his studies. The kid's mom looked scared. She offered to skip school today. Meanwhile, the TV continued to broadcast. Authorities have labeled people with extraordinary abilities as superpower users. Their level of mana proficiency is believed to be just as high. The woman gained the skill of a mom. Maternal instinct gets a 10-year bonus. Now you can track your son's every move while he's at home. The mother thought it was dangerous outside. There are a lot of monsters out there. The young man thought, Mom's attentiveness is so strong now that I can't do anything quietly in my room at all. He said, "Don't worry. If I see a monster, I'll run away quickly." Meanwhile, the announcer continued to narrate. The government is planning to create a division of advanced mana users. It will be headed by people with superpowered abilities. The mother asked her son to be careful. He promised and advised her not to go out anywhere. The hero decided to go for a walk, so he went to the university on foot. He complained to Artie that he could barely get out of the house. The young man couldn't believe his mom had such a skill, why it was even needed. Angel suggested, maybe to keep an eye on her son? Ilhan didn't understand what the point was here. Belle explained, they say that even in a large group of penguins, a mother will always hear her chick crying. It's the same here, a useful skill for survival. The hero was a teenager. Of course, he was not very happy to be under the close supervision of his mother. Erda noticed the look on his face and wondered what had happened. The boy honestly admitted that it would be a shock to him if his mother didn't notice him, considering the fact that even God hadn't noticed him. This trigger never let go of the student. Celestia decided to turn the conversation to another topic. What do you think about the news? About the government's squad of strong fighters? The young man calmly replied that he was not interested. He doesn't want to work for the government. He puts himself and his family first. Erta agreed. It was indeed better to act on your own. Unnecessary restrictions were unnecessary. Heading towards the university, the young man decided to confess something to the angel. I would like to meet the Empress again, the boy said, dimming his gaze. The Sky Woman looked disappointed. Had he managed to fall in love? A real man? But Ilan exclaimed, that's not the point at all. I have no interest in such things at all since the disaster. I don't even have time to watch Treasure. When he said it out loud, he was afraid he was impotent. Erda added fuel to the fire. She explained, there are times when libido drops after too much physical training. The young man's face turned red and he shouted in rage that he was not impotent. From the outside, it could seem quite strange, because the interlocutor of the hero could not be seen by passers-by. He could have gotten into an embarrassing situation if it weren't for his superpower. Erda said, even if you shout impotent in the middle of the street, no one will notice it. The young man angrily thought, I don't even know if this is a blessing or a curse. Taking a deep exhale, the hero said he had an idea why this happened. The girl who had helped him through the loneliness of 1,000 years appeared in the young man's mind. It's because of Lita. The celestial woman said, well, yes, enjoyed angelic beauty for 1,000 years and lost interest in ordinary women, impotent. Ilhan coughed in anger but quickly pulled himself together. He wanted to know how the Empress had learned to control her mana so well. He has already raised his own level, but he doesn't understand how to use it. But the Empress's capabilities are really impressive. Erta replied, there's nothing surprising about that. God sent people to the other world for training, all but the hero, for his existence was hidden from the universe itself. You, Ilhan, who can destroy monsters with his bare hands, is much more unique than everyone else. Suddenly the angel hesitated half a word, as if she had some kind of hunch. The hero noticed the celestial's strange behavior and asked what was wrong. She explained that she sensed the presence of monsters nearby. A pack of 70 wolves and wild dogs. They are led by a level 35 diamond wolf. The student opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't expect such news at all. He shouted at the Sky Woman, for she had promised that there would be no high-ranking monsters anytime soon. Erda folded her arms across her chest and replied, something strange I noticed even yesterday. I'm not sure why such swarms of level 10 monsters have already appeared on the second day after the disaster. The young man looked puzzled as to why she hadn't said anything to him yesterday. The angel condescendingly replied that she didn't want to share her worries with lower creatures. The hero thought confusedly, Erda really is quite different from Lita. She acts like an understood rich girl, always drawing a line between the high and the low. Lita was different. Sometimes she seemed a little silly to the guy, but kind, like an older sister. Tears appeared in the student's eyes. He really missed her. Erda coughed to draw attention to herself. She wanted to be honest. Ilhan raised his eyes and looked at her questioningly. Erda looked serious now. I believe the earth is out of order. Something strange is happening here. I need your help. The hero stood as if flushed with the news. He did not know what to say. His mind was completely blank. It was scary to imagine what was behind it. Erda said, we have to hurry. I'll explain everything to you on the way. The young man asked to be shown the way to those monsters. The angel told him to move forward. The god teleported people through a disaster approaching another world. There they could learn how to use mana. But the animals have been left here alone for so many years. God thought nothing would happen to them in decades. But unfortunately, even God can be wrong sometimes. Due to an unknown error, the flow of time on Earth has been drastically altered. 10 years on other worlds turned into 1,000 years on Earth. The hero remembered how he waited for the first decade to end, and for people to return. For those 1,000 years, Lita had always been by his side, so he hadn't even noticed how much time had passed. The boy was pulled out of his memories by Erda. They needed to turn right. Ilhan obediently turned, but asked not to pull his hair. Meanwhile, Erda continued her story. Even considering the catastrophe, the animals lived for 1,000 years instead of their normal lifespan. The changes were unavoidable. The hero just ran out from around the corner and saw a pack of wolves right in front of him. Angel was just finishing her explanation. Right now, Earth's monsters are much stronger than those in other worlds. Seeing wolves with bloody mouths, the student decided that the Earth and all its inhabitants were doomed. Erda said that's why she needs Yuilhan's help. She was sure the heavens were trying to restore balance, but it would take time. Until that happens, we are responsible for destroying the monsters. Everything will be compensated according to the achievements. The Celestial Woman summarized her story. The two monsters didn't wait for them to finish their conversation and rushed to attack. The hero had time to put on his armor and retrieve his spear, but he found the task quite difficult. Erda looked silently at the wolves, who kept their eyes on their prey. She finally agreed that it was hard to argue with that, but there was still no other option. The young man took a step forward and began to fall downward, right onto the heads of the ravenous wolves. The monsters flew, whoever was where. This was a really powerful hero attack. It was incredible for him to wipe out a dozen wolves with one blow. Ilhan has gained 12904 experience and a level 35 Brown Diamond Wolf entry. He has reached level 9. Guy's strength has been increased by 4, agility, health, and mana by 2. Erda was stunned by her ward's accomplishments. Each day he amazed her more. Angel thought, maybe he's a masochist. Why does he like new challenges so much? Turns out she said it out loud. Of course the hero denied the allegation. It was at that moment that he heard a ferocious growl behind his back. The guy's reactions were great. As soon as he turned around, the dogs flew in different directions. The system immediately reported a level 18 no shelter dog entry was received. The student had a few seconds to catch his breath, but the battle was in full swing. Monsters on the streets of the city were hunting people. Cries for help could be heard from everywhere. Some of the bystanders tried to use the fire layer, but nothing worked. The guy didn't have enough mana to attack. He was paralyzed with terror. The monster slowly approached its victim. Yuilhan immediately saw where his help was needed and rushed to save the man from the wolves. The monsters were gigantic. They roared loudly and glared their red eyes at the hero. The boy flew into the air, holding his list in his hands. He was the first to attack the wolves. Meanwhile, one of the monsters managed to attack another peaceful passerby. The man closed his eyes in the face of danger and said goodbye to his life. He waited for a few seconds, but nothing happened. Then he ventured to open his eyelids. The wolf that had attacked him lay slain. On his body stood the hero with a spear in his hand. The young man received a message from the system. You must select a class to overcome the 10th level. Captured entries affect the list of available classes. The system added that entries could turn into opportunities. Meanwhile, the passers-by had time to get a glimpse of their hero. They recognized the mask at once. One man exclaimed, "That's the guy who saved people near the university." Others agreed that this was the young man who instantly disappeared as soon as the military showed up. The hero was a little disappointed that the crowd recognized him. Ilhan didn't like the name Sunbolt. He irritatedly said to Earthy, "Combining the name of a university and the name of an athlete?" Angel replied, "You've gained some fans. Congratulations." The young man continued to destroy the wolves and quarrel with his assistant. Such fame was not to the hero's liking. "Fans? What the hell are you talking about?" The boy exclaimed, "I don't need such a statement. Let him leave me alone." Erda thought with a smile, "Look how ashamed he is." Meanwhile, the young man was distracted by the system's message. He was surprised that after so many monsters destroyed, his level hadn't increased. The next moment he got the answer to his question. You must select a class to advance to the next level. Ilhan scratched the back of his head when he saw the wolf that raised its muzzle to the sky and howled. He didn't understand what was going on here. The hero himself didn't realize where the other monsters came from. In a second, he was surrounded by a dozen monsters. Erda warned her ward. "It seems to have been some kind of order. Be careful." The young man asked in surprise, "Are they smart?" In his head, he said, "If I retreat, I'll lose the initiative. And if I defend myself, I'll get bit." After a little thought, he decided that in that case it was better to attack. After this decision, he received several notifications from the system at once. His experience increased by 2,500 points. It wasn't until Ilhan had destroyed several of the monsters that one of the wolves attacked him from behind. The hero had a great reaction, so he managed to get back in time and meet the danger with dignity. Swinging his spear, he struck the wolf, its blood splattering in different directions. After destroying one monster, the guy realized that they weren't getting any smaller. It could seem as if the wolves were constantly calling for reinforcements, like a real military unit. But the hero was determined. A few more strokes of the spear and the two monsters lay at his feet. The people who were importantly watching this fight were stunned. It was really incredible. How could 5 ravenous wolves be put down in one instant? But suddenly the crowd heard a predatory growl behind their backs. The humans looked around and saw an even larger wolf that didn't mind eating human meat for dinner. Those present saw that under the monster's paw, a man was lying face down on the ground. Ilhan asked Erta, "Did he take a hostage?" The angel replied, "Looks like it. This doesn't seem to be the first time he's done it." The hero smiled resolutely. He didn't think it made any difference anyway. The young man realized that no one else could handle these wolves but him. He had to do everything himself. The man who was held hostage by the monster looked terrified. The crowd began to shout, "Now we're going to find out what Sunbolt is going to do." The flashes of the phones were blinding. Erta told her ward, "Your decision will determine whether you become a universal hero or a criminal." The boy replied to the angel that he was not at all interested in such things, nor was he interested in public opinion of his actions. The hero had no time to talk. He rushed forward and attacked the wolf. The monster had lost its head. Now its hostage was free. At the same instant, Ilhan received a message from the system. Gained 6,700 experience. Level 32 Big Cunning Wolf entry received. After the death of their leader, the other monsters didn't look so determined anymore, but they continued to bared their fangs. "If a man is in danger, I can save him. I will definitely do it," said the hero. "But I'm not omnipotent, so I only do what I can, so I don't consider myself a hero. I'm just a normal person." Erta doesn't understand what this speech is about at a time like this. The young man explained, "I said something really cool the first time. Don't get in the way." After analyzing the situation, the young man concluded that the wolves were going to attack at the same time. They decided that he had lost his weapon. Ilhan crunched his fingers. Going to deal with these bad guys as well. The huge wolf opened its mouth as if about to swallow the hero whole. "Don't let the monsters think a guy can only fight with a spear," the young man exclaimed. "I'll show you the result of royal martial arts training." Getting into a fighting stance, the guy was ready for any crowd. Erta thought, Ilhan is not going to sacrifice himself to save others. This guy makes decisions more calmly and quickly than others, so he shows more efficiency that way. Angel mentally turned to her friend. "Lita, you've raised an impressive monster." The beauty looked confused and truly amazed as she watched the hero's battle technique. She realized that the guy's prowess was his personal achievement. The crowd was not silent. How strong. "That's just amazing. Sunbolt, go for it. Even your body is a weapon." At that moment, the heroes hit one of the wolves right between the eyes with the edge of their palm. The young man was only able to breathe a full breath when the monsters around him lay motionless. He couldn't believe if this was it, but something else awaited the hero ahead. A military man with a gun in his hands pointed the barrel of an automatic rifle at Ilhan's head and ordered him not to move. This turn of events was in no way expected by the young man. He cautiously turned and looked at the military man. The hero was surrounded by a whole unit. At the same time, many machine guns were aimed at him. The crowd was outraged by this behavior of people in uniform. Voices were heard. "What the hell are you doing? He defeated all the monsters and even saved a hostage." The squad leader looked confused by this talk. She couldn't believe that one man could destroy so many wolves. "How could he alone defeat all those monsters? It's simply impossible," a confused woman in a military uniform whispered to herself. A little later, the scene was fenced off from passers-by with yellow tape that read, "Police working." The squad leader apologized to Sunbolt for what happened. She asked not to be misunderstood. The woman added, "We weren't going to shoot. We were just worried because there must be a lot of monsters around. It's great that everything ended well." "You know, there's a whole army unit looking for you," reported the lieutenant. Suddenly, one of the subordinates informed the woman that no one was listening to her anymore. The elusive hero had escaped again. The lieutenant stamped her feet and yelled that the guy was running away too fast. But in fact, the guy was quite close. They just couldn't see him anymore. Stepping a little farther away from the squad of military men, he thrust his spear into the body of one of the wolves. Ilhan thought he should carry a knife to cut the carcass, but first he should find a place to do that. It turned out that at that moment, the hero became visible again. He heard a military man shout, "Sunbolt, you're still here." Just then a lieutenant appeared nearby. She wanted the mysterious young man to finish her speech, but he was against it. The woman was upset by this answer. She asked, "Do you have any grudges against the army or the country?" Ilhan replied, "No, I cheered for Korea in the Olympics and the World Cup." Hearing this response, the lieutenant offered the hero to work together, but he firmly refused. The woman was upset by the hero's rejection. She wanted an explanation. But the guy didn't want to waste time on that. He covered the hole on the wolf's body with his hand. Ilhan thought irritably, "I'll be bombarded with questions and tasks if I agree." Erta could hear the hero's thoughts, and they annoyed him. This fact annoyed the guy because now he couldn't even be alone with his thoughts. Angel replied that the thoughts of lower beings meant nothing to her. All the while, the lieutenant kept her eyes on the strange guy. Erta said, "You're right. It's better not to cooperate with the army and the government. Even altogether, they are not skillful warriors like you." Heroes couldn't disagree with her. He thought it was most beneficial to be on his own. But then Ilhan looked at all the wolves he had killed and thought for a moment. Finally he said, "It's going to be pretty hard to carry all this stuff alone." Meanwhile, the lieutenant complained to a subordinate that she was not being listened to because of her military uniform. The woman was really upset and even thought about quitting the military service. It was at this very second that Ilhan approached the lieutenant. She smiled, deciding that the guy was willing to agree to work with the army. But the young man offered something else. "You want to buy the bodies of these dogs from me? I'll do the butchering myself." He thought to himself, "It's more profitable to sell them than to carry them home." The woman did not immediately realize what the hero was offering her. The subordinate whispered, "Lieutenant, monster bodies are very valuable." Military immediately agreed to the offer, deciding that it would be very profitable indeed. The lieutenant asked if the hero wanted to sell the mana stones as well, but Ilhan refused. The woman decided it was worth it to inspect the merchandise before buying. The military woman was stunned. The skin and bones are almost intact. It seems that's because he killed them with a single blow. The army had already found out that firearms made the materials deteriorate. It was impossible to use them in the future, recalled Lieutenant. Looking at the hero, the military were amazed. He skinned the wolves' bodies like a true master, with incredible precision and speed. The lieutenant pulled out her phone and filmed what the guy was doing. Then the woman sent the video to someone. She got a call right away. Sunbolt's skills stunned her interlocutor. The man from the tube ordered Lieutenant Han Yoran to bring the hero immediately. The woman replied, "He said he wasn't interested." But the army leadership was not about to take no for an answer. The lieutenant looked frustrated after her conversation with her interlocutor. It was at this point that Ilhan handled the separation of the carcasses. The young man guessed the lieutenant's thoughts and said he wanted cash. The woman took a deep exhale and replied that she would now report to management about their deal. The hero was pleased that he was finally over it. The young man marveled at his own palm. He was glad he had managed to stock up on mana stones. He told Artie that these pebbles looked delicious, like chocolate. The angel shouted, wanting to warn Ilhan, "You must not eat them. You will go into a rage. Do you really want to be consumed by the monster's mana? This could end badly." But the hero had already thrown the stones into his mouth. Now Eartha had a premonition that someone would definitely eat them and turn into a monster. Meanwhile, the lieutenant had time to report the deal to her superiors. She offered the hero 37 million in cash. Eartha said, "They didn't skimp. They don't seem to want to ruin their relationship with you." Meanwhile, the lieutenant still decided to use her feminine charms to persuade the hero to work with the army. The woman thought, "I'm wearing a uniform now, but I used to be pretty popular." But Sunbolt paid no attention to her advances and walked away. This behavior of the hero did not suit the lieutenant. She tried to stop him. A pulse appeared in his hand with a red button, which was now pressed. For a moment, the lieutenant's eyes were blinded by bright flashes. The woman covered her face with her hand. The military men who were standing next to the woman were also blinded, and when their sight returned to them, the hero was no longer around. He ran away again without further explanation. But the guy was actually standing next to her. It was just that he was invisible again, while still hearing every word. Eartha asked, "You distracted them. To make the stealth skill work again? Where did you find such a device?" The boy didn't want to explain anything to the angel. It was time for them to get everyone out of here, for Heaven would soon start investigating. And before that, they would have to sweat a bit. Eartha was sure that new dangerous monsters could appear quite quickly. Meanwhile, the army lieutenant was still desperate that her feminine charms had failed to work on the hero. And Ilhan walked calmly toward the house, accompanied by the angel, holding a briefcase full of money under his arm. After moving a safe distance away from the scene, the hero decided to check the status of his achievements. Ilhan said, "Okay, now I need to choose my first class. Look at the class names. 1. Copier. 2. Grappler. 3. Swordsman, etc." The young man thought that the names of these classes reminded him of the names from some game. The hero said, "Let's put the assassin class on hold for now. I have enough stealth right now. If I become even more stealthy, I might disappear altogether." Eartha replied, "Since you can't control your aura right now, you can't control your stealth skill. You have it on all the time, so you don't need mana for it." The hero had a hard time choosing among the 23 levels. He asked the angel to recommend something to him. Eartha was stunned that it had been several days since she had entered the Akasha Chronicles, and there were only 23 classes in the system. "If we had a little more time, there were already 30 or even 40 options available," said the beauty. She thought for a moment, deciding what to recommend to her ward. "You could choose a spearman, since you're using your spear anyway," Eartha advised. "Grappler would be fine too, since you know how to wield a spear and are proficient in hand-to-hand combat techniques." The hero remembered that he started doing it because Lita recommended it. The young man remembered how the angel had praised him, for he had gotten much better rather quickly. Sometime in the past, she clapped her hands and said, "Today you lasted a full 3 minutes against me. That's a new record." Ilhan thought, "I've been learning by getting slaps from Lita." Erta said, "Learning from an angel is an incredibly rare opportunity. You're a real lucky man, you Ilhan." The hero replied irritably, "If I was lucky, I wouldn't be left alone on Earth." Erta thought that there was nothing to be done about it. It was his fate. Angel advised the guy not to worry about it, as his level would increase later. "A little later you can get a second and then a third subgrade," Celestia explained. The hero asked, "A second class, not a class variable? I couldn't find anything online about a subclass." Erta didn't answer. "Social media is just a waste of your life. You won't find any useful information on the internet." "Have you had a bad experience with the internet?" inquired the hero. The beauty replied that she had the right not to talk about it. The young man was surprised. Surely angels also hang out in social networks. After a bit of thought, he decided to choose the swordsman class and was about to press the number 3. At the last moment he changed his mind, for he had made up his mind to become a copjack. Erta wanted to hear why the hero had made that particular choice. The young man eagerly explained, "The variation of destruction power depends a lot on the weapon. Therefore, having a weapon is better than being a grappler." The celestial replied, "And you have a knack for reasoning. If you can find good materials later, you'll be able to create much better spears." Erta thought about recommending a spearman, but Yu Ilhan made that decision on his own. He would definitely gradually become stronger and stronger. Suddenly, new information that appeared on the monitor startled the young man. Erta asked what it was. The hero replied, "Suddenly a new choice has suddenly appeared." Among the list, another line appeared with the caption, "Blood Spearman." Celestia said, "Because of this modification, a unique profession arose. Who would have thought that you would get a unique profession from the first grade? This is a great achievement." The hero looked puzzled, for he did not understand what it was. Erta explained, "It's a class designed specifically for one person. Your path traveled, your accomplishments, and the records you've obtained come together." The active stealth skill had reached the maximum level. This was necessary to create a new level. Angel noted that the young man should choose this particular class without a second thought. "Since the unique profession was created especially for you, it is the best of all," Erta said. "Compared to other professions, it requires a lot of experience to level up, but even so it's very valuable," Sky Girl added. The young man pressed the number 24. The choice was made. The next moment, the hero received a message. "You have become a blurred spearman. Increased attack power by 10% when using the stealth skill. Your spear attack power has been increased by 10%. The conditions for progression of stealth and spear skills have been mitigated. All accumulated entries have been fully absorbed. Your level has been increased to 18. Strength, health, and mana have been increased by 11. Dexterity is increased by 12. You can't control me because you failed to learn the active skill." Only now did the hero realize that it wasn't a bloody spearman, but a hazy spearman. In Korean, the two words are spelled and pronounced the same. The young man was very annoyed that he had made the wrong choice because of the similarity of the words. Angel didn't notice this difference either. Ilhan said irritably, "If I knew what it was, I wouldn't have picked it." Erta replied, "I can't deny that word suits you incredibly well." The young man wanted to say something, but was silent for half a word. He felt strange. The next moment, a sign with some kind of system updates appeared in front of his face. Suddenly, the muscles of the hero's chest and abs were larger and well-defined. Ilhan's biceps have significantly increased in size. The young man felt an incredibly powerful force in the middle of him. The hero told the angel that his body had changed. Erta explained, "Since you got first class, your body has become stronger. You've already made a choice, so you can't go back." The boy looked at the table. He couldn't believe his own eyes. The table showed the following information. Yu Ilhan, human, hazy coccyx, level 18. Title, Titan of Solitude, passive stealth. Strength 96, health 98, dexterity 102, mana 21. Active skills, stealth max level, mana crafting level 2. The character noted that his title hadn't changed. Would he really be the loneliest man in the universe his whole life? The Celestine wanted to know if the young man had received an active skill. Ilhan answered no. Erta said, "Most people with first class don't get it, so don't worry. But looking at your development speed, I doubt you'll get mana even when you get second class." The hero knew it was dangerous. The angel confirmed his fears. But then the beauty added, "That is if you were an ordinary man." Celestia settled comfortably on the guy's head, about to tell him some more. "Yeah, you have nothing to worry about. If you can't get a skill at grade 1, 2, Your records will stack up, and after you get grade 3, you'll get a strong skill, Erda explained. The hero smiled and said, It turns out, instead of getting a few normal skills, I'll get one, but a strong one. Angel confirmed his hunch. The Celestial thought, Originally, Ilhan should have gotten 2 active skills since he was able to obtain a unique profession, but that didn't happen. If all the difficult records are put together before getting the 3rd grade, the guy will have a fantastic skill. Erda smiled at her own thoughts. She thought the boy was the first inferior creature worthy of being watched. The Celestial pulled the young man by the hair, guiding him in the direction she wanted him to go. The young man wanted to take his suitcase with the money, but Erda explained, I hid the suitcase with magic, so no one will take it. Now you, as an agent, should start looking for monsters. Angel pulled the hero's hair again. Ilhan exclaimed, I get it, stop pulling my hair. The young man looked into the phone. It turned out there were many other agents besides him. The Celestial advised against doing everything alone. Hunt monsters within your limits. Guy wondered if the Empress had also become an agent. Of course, such a talented person couldn't stay away. Erda exclaimed, This is an assignment from heaven. If you accomplish more than other agents, your rewards will increase. Try to stay focused. The hero smiled and replied, This kind of task pleases me. If there was a condition to help people, I wouldn't be happy about it. Well, that being said, I will get a reward depending on the effort I put in. God and angels are pretty cool. The young man continued to babble. The Celestial asked him to watch where he was going. Suddenly, Ilhan's gaze dropped back to the phone screen. The expression on his face changed. He saw a post from a hunting information community. Someone said a tiger lives on Bukhan Mountain. An anonymous person wrote, Damn bears are scarier than tigers. The military shoots guns non-stop, but the bullets don't hurt them. The chonin will soon break down completely. The hero then looked at the passers-by. They looked scared. Right in the middle of the street stood a giant bear, its eyes burning with demonic fire. People began to scatter. They were sure that this monster could not be defeated. But Ilkhan was happy to have such booty. Now he would have a lot of fun. Looks like I get to eat a bear's gallbladder today, muttered the hero, pointing his spear at the monster. Erda said, You could if you had the poison resistance skill. 2. Angel advised the guy to learn the skill if he ever got the chance. The bear was simply gigantic in size. It looked down at its prey with a bloody stare from on high. Suddenly, rocks from the surrounding buildings started falling on the hero's head. The young man didn't realize what was happening. Did the military launch missiles? Suddenly, Erda pointed her finger upward and motioned for Ilhan to look in that direction. The bear roared wildly. The sound was so loud that everyone around him nearly went deaf. This time the military made it in time, rather than thwarting the hero's plans. The lieutenant ordered her subordinates to open fire on the giant bear. At once, dozens of shots were aimed at the monster, but the bullets bounced off its skin. The military realized that their weapons were useless against the beast. How do they fight this bear on the 3rd day after the Great Cataclysm? The giant paw of this monster was easily crushing cars. The lieutenant of the squad realized that the bear was changing its direction. The military men were ordered to rush for their lives. Someone exclaimed, Where are the users with the superpowers the government requested? Erda said, Your buildings are not sturdy, easily destroyed by the onslaught of only a 2nd-class monster. The young man asked the Celestial to be more understanding to humanity. While people were training in the other world, all the buildings, facilities, property, weapons, and technology existed before the current situation. In this world, there is only the knowledge and experience of ordinary people. The next moment, the bear roared again. The hero realized without translation what he had said. No one can stop me. Ilhan hid his face under the mask and said, He seems to be having a lot of fun. Erta replied, I guess you could use the expression, a big fish in a small pond. The Sky Woman asked the hero what he planned to do and advised him to hurry. The young man calmly replied that he still had time. The next moment, the hero was ready to fight. Red mana appeared around him. The system reported, Because of stealth, your strength has increased by 10%. Because of list ownership, your strength has increased by 10%. Vedmi stood with his back to you, Ilhan, but he sensed the danger. The hero attacked the monster from the air, intending to kill it at first strike. The bear roared. Relying on his own instinct, he began to turn around. Erda exclaimed, A bear shouldn't be able to spot you before attacking. Test your ability to hide even from God. Powerful mana began to swirl around the tip of the hero's spear. Right now, the hero's main priority was the giant bear. The military couldn't see the guy, but the result of his attack stunned them. The young man heard shouts of, Sunbolt is here! He thought, that nickname has stuck to me. When the hero landed on the ground, he looked at his prey. The boy thought, I guess I couldn't kill him with one punch. The bear continued to stand on its hind legs. Erta said, "That's understandable, since it's a Class 2 monster. It's not so easy to destroy." The hero decided it was time to act. He made himself visible and told the military if they wanted to live, let them run away. The men looked puzzled, so Ilhan added, "If you want to stay, let them." It was at this moment that the monster struck the neighboring building again, and rocks flew straight at the people. The bear became on 4 paws, and the boys ran who knows where, trying to save their own lives. Suddenly, the monster stopped and noisily sucked in air with its nose. The hero appeared in front of the monster's face suddenly, taking advantage of the moment of surprise. The monster prepared sharp claws to repel the attack. The young man exclaimed, "No chance." He was not used to giving up. Flying even higher into the air, he swiftly approached the bear. The lad's spear stabbed into the clawed paw of the monster. Erty was having a lot of fun. Ilhan inquired, "Are you riding around sitting on my head? Stop it." The wounded paw didn't do much damage, but only made the bear angry. The Celestial said, "You've gone back into stealth because he's lost you. As long as the bear can't see you, you have a chance." The young man knew this without the angel's explanation. The only question that bothered him now was whether the spear would withstand the next attack. "Although my body is no different from the day I was left alone on the earth, I have managed to accumulate a lot of strength in it through training and getting a class," thought the hero. For a moment, he mentally plunged back in time to when he was still training with Lita. Angel said, "Don't think about extraneous things. Focus your weight on one point." She was teaching him to concentrate. Then the young man was worried about one thing. What if someone gets hurt because of him? The goddess replied, "You will only think about it when you touch a single hair from my head, understand?" "Lita, what do you take me for?" "If you fight against me," said the young man. "So I'll worry about getting hurt." The hero finished the sentence. That time he got hit and fell to the ground. That's exactly what the guy meant. The next memory was with Lita's words, "You, Ilhan, you did it. You just centered all your weight in one point, just like I told you." Such a turn of events the hero did not expect. His face looked surprised. Lita held her long blonde hair between her fingers. Angel smiled and said, "You pulled my hair out with your punch. Well done." Now, fighting the giant bear, the young man remembered Lita again. He missed the beautiful goddess. The hero recalled, "There was the only time I managed to touch Lita. Now it's time to focus all my energies on one point." Concentrating, the hero lunged at the bear. He was as fast as lightning. Ilhan's long and sharp spear came down on the monster's head. The military, who were watching the bear fight an unseen enemy, noticed that the beast had stopped. Had it really died? The monster roared wildly. It was obvious to the naked eye that he was in a lot of pain. As soon as the bear began to fall, as the hero received a message from the system, "You have gained 154928 experience points. You have reached level 23. Your strength +8, dexterity +7, power +5, mana +5. The hero received a level 54 Big Brown Bear entry and a new one-hit, one-kill title. The critical hit chance has been increased by 10%. Ilhan has gained the critical strike skill. Focusing into the vital organs of an enemy increases the likelihood of a fatal blow." Erta uttered in a daze, "You finished in 3 strokes without any skill." The hero looked at the angel and said skeptically, "Praise me better." The young man looked at his spear. It was still intact, and that was great. You could see the hand of a master at once. Ilhan stretched his arms forward and said it was a good time to scout. Suddenly, the guy realized that the bear had shrunk in size. He must have had the skill of gigantism, which had disappeared after his death. The hero was pleased. After all, he had just gotten the critical strike skill. Erta replied, "That's great. It goes well with your stealth skill. All the records of your actions, accomplishments, contacts with someone have a greater impact on the formation and growth of your skills. Study and great deeds and learn skills." The hero was admonished by the celestial woman. Suddenly, a black car came around the corner at breakneck speed. She stopped abruptly, the back door opening. Feet in green boots descended to the ground from the car. Someone said, "We have arrived and will take care of everything here." Ilhan and Erta looked at the newcomers in surprise. Angel said, "It seems other ability users have arrived here." The hero replied, "I can sense their extroversion by the timbre of their voices." He told the newcomers that it was already over. A small group of 5 men approached the military. There was silence for a moment. One of the guys asked in surprise, "So you're saying the monster has already been killed?" The dark-haired youth said to the blonde-haired one, "I heard it was a second-class monster, but it's so uninteresting, don't you think? And I was hoping to stretch myself with ease." The other agreed with those words, but they all wanted to know who had destroyed the giant bear. Suddenly, the newcomer noticed Ilhan, whose face was hidden by a mask. The hero realized he had been noticed. Erta said, "To be precise, That young man wasn't looking out for you, but for the body of the bear. And he only noticed you because you were nearby. But now Ilhan was seen by everyone else. They recognized the stranger as the famous Sunbolt. The dark-haired man muttered irritably, "So you're saying that this guy alone destroyed the bear? That simply can't be. How is this even real on the third day of the Great Cataclysm?" Meanwhile, the other kids surrounded the hero. They were excited to meet him and wanted to know more about the masked guy. Ilhan didn't want to talk to them, so he kept silent. In his mind, he begged them to disappear. The basis of the introverted mind, the desire to limit the need to communicate with others. The dark-haired guy was infuriated by this behavior of the hero. He shouted angrily, "Answer when you are addressed!" The comrade put his hand on his shoulder to calm him down. One of the young men realized that the hero did not want to talk to them and offered to leave him alone, which further angered his comrade. There was one girl among all these guys. She said, "It's even cool Kuma, he's like Samurai Gourmet, a character from a manga, a lone traveler traveling around Japan and trying different dishes." Her comrade said the girl has specific interests. The head of their squad said to the military man, "There doesn't seem to be any more work for us here. Do you need any more help?" The uniformed man replied that other areas could use some help. Ilhan heard all this and thought, "He's talking freely with the people he just met. He must have an active social life. I knew he was an extrovert." The hero imagined him, unseen, approaching and offering help. He would have failed already at the first stage. Suddenly, the young man heard footsteps and realized that someone newly arrived was approaching him. The head of their team said, "Sungbolt, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Do-woo-jun." The young man extended his hand to Ilhan to say hello, but the hero was confused. He was not used to such communication with strangers. "When I saw how you destroyed that bear, I realized that you would have bested me back during the first mission," Do-woo-jun said. "But I'll definitely catch up with you soon. I recommend you memorize my name," advised the cocky guy. The hero asked his new acquaintance, "And what are you going to do after you overtake me?" Do-woo-jun did not expect such a question right now, and he fell silent, not knowing what to say. After thinking for a bit, he finally said, "In a world where strength is denoted by level, it's easy to distinguish the strongest." The overconfident lad believed that one day he would be higher than everyone else on the score sheet. Now it was Ilhan's turn to not find something to answer this insolent man. The hero thought to himself, "What a pathetic reason. This puffed-up turkey wants to become something like the main character of the seinen manhwa." A little later, Ilhan asked his new acquaintance, "Why do you need an adversary? You can't get better unless there's another person to compare yourself to? What do you want to accomplish by setting a goal to break another person? You lack aspiration. If you want to develop your abilities, just focus on working alone with yourself." The hero seemed to burst out, "It could be self-training at home, or training with a punching bag, or anything else. Why do you want to get another person involved? If you want to overcome something, you have to overcome yourself first. You couldn't do it and thought it would be better to compare yourself to others? I've been working for 1,000 years, but I still can't get self-confidence," Ilhan continued to say. The young man pointed his finger at Do-jun and summarized, "You neglect this, so what? You say you'll get stronger? That's ridiculous." It turned out that the hero had actually said all this only in his own imagination. Erda noticed his depressed state. Only now did the guy look around and see that everyone had already left. The hero touched his face and replied to the angel, "What are you talking about? I'm very calm." The celestial replied, "Introverts cannot be eloquent in conversation with an extrovert. You'll only sweat with excitement. Better stop pretending to be cool." Instead of magic stones, the guy got a bearskin. It's pretty useful. Even bullets don't take it. Suddenly, the hero was approached by one of the military men. The man called the boy Mr. Sungbolt. Before even hearing the question, the hero immediately replied, "I won't sell." But it turned out that the representative of the army had a completely different proposal in mind. He began to explain something quickly, while gesturing vigorously with his hands. "And now, if you install the program I told you about, you'll be able to track the location of the monsters that appeared on the city map. It will be very helpful in hunting." The military man finished his sentence. The hero asked, "Isn't that a state secret? Can you talk about it?" The man replied, "It's for the safety of the citizens. We hope it will at least reduce the harm caused by dangerous monsters." Ilhan looked confused at this response from the military man. He looked back and walked away, while the two uniformed men stared silently in his wake. One of the subordinates asked the major if they were sure they could let this guy go that easily. They'd better get him to cooperate, using any means of coercion. But the elder responded, "Balboa, do you really think that an ability user who destroyed a Class 2 monster in 3 strikes would obey our orders?" I saw how in another world, an outstanding ability user alone ruled his nation, and how one monster completely destroyed that country. He will grow even stronger from here. If we try to limit his will, it will only turn out to be a complete failure. The Major added. This world no longer obeys the previous rules. It's now a world where both the government and the army can collapse just because of one man. Therefore, there is no need to control a large force. It will be more reasonable to exist peacefully, benefiting each other. The Major's subordinate was stunned by the commander's monologue. The soldier said, "You just looked incredibly smart." The Major irritably replied, "Fool, I don't look smart, I am. I got my college education in Seoul." Erta said to Ilhan, "This military man is really smart. He will live a long life." The hero replied, "I don't know. I think he really overestimates me." Angel thought the young man was underestimating himself. The Celestial thought, if the army forced Yu Ilhan to cooperate with him against his will, then he would wipe out an entire military unit just for not following their orders. Now the military has no control over Yu Ilhan. That soldier quickly realized that and offered cooperation instead of coercion. He remained on good terms with him. It seems that Yu Ilhan hasn't realized how strong and valuable he is yet, Erta thought confusedly. Meanwhile, the hero was looking at his phone screen. He exclaimed, "Erta, look, 3 monsters have appeared at the same time. What should I do?" The angel replied, "Why bother thinking about it? Let's destroy all 3 of them." Such a response from the Celestial only amused the young man. He didn't mind working up a sweat to take down a few monsters. Using the map on their phone, they quickly made their way to the first place where the monster had appeared. It was some kind of abandoned building. The first hero destroyed a huge rat. It didn't take much time. Next, a giant praying mantis appeared in Yu Ilhan's path. The last monster was a giant black bird. The young man couldn't understand why he was still at level 24 after killing 3 monsters. A display appeared in front of the guy's face. "Why did I only go up to the first level?" Erta replied, "Because those monsters are weaker than the dreadful wolf and brown bear you defeated earlier. Your unique profession requires a lot of experience. If you were an ordinary person, you'd be at least level 30 right now. In what city can this blurry face be strong?" Ilhan decided not to be discouraged, for he managed to find many valuable items, which he sold to an interested army. The guy couldn't believe his own happiness. He now had 1 billion in cash. It was like a fairy tale dream. He could do whatever he wanted with that kind of money. Maybe he should look into real estate. Erta disagreed. "You shouldn't be so foolish with a lot of money. What would you do if you were tracked down? This kind of spending is just like shouting around that Sungbolt is Yu Ilhan. So, just this once, as a special bonus, I will erase the memory of the people involved. That's exactly how it will end," the Sky Woman promised. The hero clapped his hands together. "Angel magic is the best ever. Thank you. You've helped me a lot." The next morning came very quickly. The guy woke up in his own bed. Opening his eyes, Ilhan immediately activated the system to look at his vitals. He immediately received a message that said, "Communication with the other world has been restored. From now on, you can physically appear in the other world you were summoned to and perform tasks for appropriate rewards." At this suddenness, the young man's hands began to shake. The world I was called to. The hero had time to get upset. He decided that he would remain invisible again. The young man didn't want to be alone with himself again. He showed the monitor to Angel and irritably asked what it was. "The monsters on Earth have gotten much stronger. It was necessary to come up with some way to deal with this problem," Celestia replied. Barely containing his own emotions, Ilhan inquired, "Have you decided to send people to another world where they can safely gain experience?" Erti's answer was in the affirmative. The hero couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted, "Then what about me? Other people go to another world. But what about me? The celestial woman put her hand out in front of her and said, "You've always been alone. So what's different now?" The hero clutched his head in despair. "But still, Mom will definitely be asking me why I don't go to the other world." "Answer her that there's nothing to learn there, so there's no point in you going there," the angel advised. Celestial added, she feels very sorry regarding the guy's situation. "There's nothing I can do. I'm not the one choosing this fate for you," Erta added sadly. The young man calmed down a bit and replied, "That's right. I guess I can't go to another world after all." But suddenly, he heard these words, "It's not that impossible. If you become a supreme creature, you will have the opportunity to do it. If you, Yu Ilhan, become the highest creature, you will be able to enter not only another world, but even heaven. Then you'll be on the same level as us angels," Erta explained. The hero was shocked by such news because if he became a supreme creature, he would be able to see Lita again. The celestial thought irritably, "It's like they're lovers separated by distance." Hertha's mind was swarming with thoughts. She had a definite idea. Only now did she realize that she was playing the role of mediator between these two lovers. Earthy disliked it very much, for she herself had no object of affection. The Celestial exclaimed, "Train even more concentratedly to become a supreme creature, and then you will be able to enter another world and meet your beloved again." The hero inquired, "How long will it take?" and got the answer that it should be less than 1,000 years. Ilhan breathed a sigh of relief. Such news pleased him. When the young man entered the kitchen to eat breakfast with his parents, he heard the breaking news. The TV presenter was telling us that martial law had been imposed all over the country today. Such news stunned the hero. His quiet struggle with the monsters was over. The young man's mother said, "Martial law has been declared not only in our country, but all over the world. It seems that because of the monsters, the world government had no other choice. All schools and businesses have closed, and meanwhile the army is planning to destroy all the monsters. People are forbidden to go outside." The young man thought as he sipped his morning tea. Even the government has admitted that it won't be possible to live like before. The hero decides it's a good time for him to talk to his parents. Ilhan asked his mom and dad to go to another world. They would be safe there. The woman decided to talk to her son, to explain to him that this was not the best way out. But her husband managed to beat her to it. "What's the point? I was there for 10 years, but I couldn't even make it to 2nd grade. The young man objected, "But the monsters will keep coming. We need to get stronger. At least it'll be safer than Earth for now." The father decided not to argue with his son. He replied, "I understand. If that's the way you feel, I'll leave. Don't give up trying to manage the property and practice faithfully." The mom, on the other hand, disagreed. The woman wasn't ready to let her son go just like that. "I think a little differently than your father. I'll be happy for you to try, but it pays not to overdo it." The hero tried to change the subject by saying that today's breakfast was delicious. Suddenly, his mother's words made the young man freeze in place. "It's you, the masked hunter." Ilhan was shocked at how his mom found out about it. How can a mother not recognize her own child? "I was so surprised when I saw you on TV. I guessed at first sight that it was you, despite the mask and different clothes," the woman explained. Mama Penguin always knows where her penguin baby is. Only now the youngster realized what a unique skill his mother had. The young man couldn't contain his emotions. He shared with the woman that she was ignored by the world. The woman said, "I don't know how you became so strong, but I am very worried about you. Be careful, we always make the right decisions. I think you realize how scary monsters are?" The hero did not have time to answer, but his mother added that people are much scarier than monsters. It should not be forgotten that there are much more evil people, so you should beware of them. Ilhan smiled. He was glad to have this conversation with his mom. The woman said, "I am pleased that you have such a good appetite this morning. I have to go now. Don't do any dangerous things." The boy waved to his mom and told her to take care. As the woman disappeared into another dimension, the hero looked around the empty kitchen. His eyes stopped at the sink full of dirty dishes. He remembered that Lita had always done the dishes before. The boy put on rubber gloves and took up the dirty plates himself. He thought, "My parents went to another world to gain experience. Although I can't go after them, I have other things to do." Suddenly the hero's thoughts were interrupted by Erta. "I'm going to heaven for a while to pick up the reward for the task." The young man asked the angel to grab some ice cream on the way back. The Celestial flew away, surprised by her ward's request. The young man watched her from the window. He was pleased with the kami that he was all alone for a while. Last night, Ilhan bought a small space with cash where his workshop will now be. He didn't have the tools and proper equipment yet, but he already wanted to try something. After all, without processing, the skin and bones would quickly deteriorate. The hero wanted to use metal, but due to the lack of proper materials, he would have to improvise. He decided what he had now should be enough to handle the bones. Ilhan thought, "But it seems that processing leather and other materials takes too long. At this rate, I don't know when I'll be able to complete the outfit." The hero was brought out of his reverie by Eartha's voice. "You can get by with magic." The young man smiled and asked why the angel had returned so quickly and if she had bought ice cream. But when the guy saw the face of the celestial woman, his smile disappeared. Now Erta had become human-sized. She was coming straight at the hero. Angel folded her arms across her chest. She looked annoyed. The hero shouted, "You also know how to use gigantism magic." The celestial replied, "What do you take me for? I've been using miniaturization magic all this time." "Okay, let's forget it. Hold out your hand to receive your reward," Erta said. The guy wiped his dirty hand on his sweater. He was a little dazed. As the young man's hand shook the angel's hand, a thought flashed through his mind. Eartha's hand is cold, but very gentle. At the same instant, the young man received a message. The task 001 that the heavens had given was completed. All of the hero's characteristics were increased by 1. He was the best at completing the task and received an additional reward. The name of this bonus is Eternal Flame. The guy wanted an explanation from the angel what it was. Erta smiled slyly and remained silent. She decided to pull a pause, and the next moment she pointed with her hand where the hero should look. The young man exclaimed, "When that fire broke out in the fireplace, I didn't light it." The angel explained, "The eternal flame, it is a living flame that never dies out and is constantly growing. It is the precious flame of heaven." The young man rejoiced. "A flame that never dies out, that's just what he needs," Erta replied. "I knew it, especially Lita emphasized it." Celestia remembered how her friend had begged her to bring down a bunch of gifts for Ilhan. She had replied at the time, "It's too much. What am I to you, a loader?" "In heaven, Leda worries too much about you," Erta muttered. The boy was amazed that Leda had actually sent all of this. Meanwhile, an annoyed Erta was very jealous of the two of them. She even muttered that couples should go to hell. Meanwhile, the young man paid no attention to her. He was looking at the gifts from heaven and thinking, Leda really understands what he needs. Earthy was hurt to hear about it, but she decided not to broach the subject. "I also have good news for you. Heaven has given you a second assignment since you can't move to another world," the celestial woman informed. Angel finally revealed the secret of this assignment. "From now on, you must create dungeons on Earth." The young man was silent. He was dumbfounded by this suggestion. There were more questions than answers in my mind. Create a dungeon? Who? Me? Why? How? Finally, Ilhan was able to utter, "Yeah, dungeon sounds fun, but I'm sorry, I don't think I can do it. But I know how to make ramen. Will you have some?" These words from the hero only made the angel angrier. Erta held up a finger and said, "This is an order from heaven. You have been given a task. You are to help create dungeons." The young man thought for a moment, trying to decide on which side to approach this task. The next moment the hero shouted, "It's not for me, it's for you. Stop deceiving me." The celestial woman replied, "Since it is for the earth, it means it is for you too. The heavens told me to wait only 10 years, but in the end, those 10 years stretched into 1,000 years. They said that at the beginning of the great cataclysm, the monsters would be weak, but that also turned out to be a lie. And afterward, they claimed that the monsters in the dungeons should help me grow, but they were useless. What was even going according to plan?" The hero didn't control himself with rage. The young man didn't understand the point of making him believe their words. Erta decided she could explain something. When God stopped time on Earth, this situation affected all living things. Animals, birds, and fish were able to develop immunity against this power. Eventually, the dungeons began to work differently than they should. The hero still did not calm down. He exclaimed angrily, "That's your entire explanation for what happened here?" Erta was beginning to lose her angelic patience. The boy wondered why she was so sure about this. "For thousands of years, you have been perfecting your skills. Especially your blacksmithing abilities have reached a divine level. The only being besides us who can build a dungeon is you." Ilhan didn't want to believe it was even possible. He didn't want any part of it. But suddenly it came to him. Erta had just praised him a lot. The hero decided that this behavior of his was rather suspicious. "You just said that to put a huge amount of work on my shoulders." The guy accused the angel of being devious. The Celestine replied, "It's a win-win for both us and you. We do our bidding, and you get rewards for completing your tasks. The young man wants to know what will happen if he refuses." Angel replied that in that case the monsters would not come to the dungeon. Because of this, humanity will have to live in a wilderness environment. Erta showed the blueprints and materials. She explained that heaven was willing to provide any help he needed. Harkonom, Pekanam, and Elhadra are the 3 materials used by the higher creatures. They are not on Earth yet. The hero was stunned that the gems were so big. He had never seen anything like this before. Hidden in the next gift were some brand new tools. The guy's mood changed completely. He was excited about the highest quality equipment. Ilhan asked if he could really use it. The Celestial replied, "We loaned them to you for a while. You'll return them when you're done." The hero did not like this turn of events. The hero didn't understand how a dungeon could be built using something like this. Wouldn't it be better for him to start tearing down the ground? Erta stretched her arm forward and objected to the boy's last words. "The only thing you'll have to do is create magical tools to attract the attention of monsters. This changes the nearby terrain and creates a dungeon," Celestia explained. "Based on this blueprint, you should perfect a destructive trap," Erta added. Angel understood that this was not light labor. After being silent for a bit longer, the hero finally said, "Already looking at it, I can tell it's going to be very difficult." The next moment the young man smiled and added to the calm that they had better get busy preparing the reward. Erta said, "You, Ilhan, I will prepare such a reward that will blow your mind." The hero decided not to postpone the matter in a long box and immediately began the task. The first magic stone that Erta presented to him flew into the fire. "With a little power of the eternal flame, you can put magic stones in it," sounded in the guy's head. The guy took the next jewel with his special claws and held it up to the fire. In the next moment, something incredible happened. The right reaction occurred. Having heated up the stones, the hero took them out and started working with a sledgehammer. It was very hot by the fire, with drops of sweat running down his face and arms. Erta watched the hero's actions with a stunned look. The thought arose in her mind, "Have I made a mistake? If Yu Ilhan wasn't a spearman, I would recommend him to become a blacksmith. This young man is skilled at creating weapons that can challenge even God." A little later, a relieved exhalation from the guy was heard. The uniform was completely ready. The guy was worried. He wasn't sure it would work out the way it should. Erta said, "If it doesn't work, it can be melted down and tried again. It will take a very long time." The hero chose not to comment on her words. He took even more focus to his work. The young man looked really focused. He didn't take his eyes off his hands. The Celestine, as if mesmerized, watched Ilhan's work intently. A little later, the angel realized something. She remembered Lita and her friend's stories of her and her boyfriend's time on Earth. Only now did Erta realize how the angel had felt then. In the last 1,000 years, Lita has personally observed this. "I wondered how Lita, being a higher angel, became interested in an ordinary human," Celestia pondered. The only thing Erta wanted to understand was what controlled her friend's heart, and nothing else. Suddenly she flinched at a loud sound, the hero noisily placing his instrument on the table. Ilhan yawned and said he was finally done. Erta couldn't believe her own ears. Angel doesn't understand how such a difficult task could be finished so quickly. At the same instant, the guy received a message. "You have awakened a top-level blacksmith. You have earned the title of legendary creator. The efficiency of all productive activities has increased by 20%. Erta was amazed, for it seemed to her that very little time had passed. She asked the hero in surprise, "Already finished?" The young man irritably replied, "What do you mean already? It's been 5 whole hours." The celestial thought, "Have I lost track of time and watched him work for 5 hours straight? But really, for this kind of work, that time is fast. Did he really do everything exactly according to the blueprint?" Ilhan threw his choice right into the angel's hands, let her check it out for herself. The beauty was spinning the little cube in her hands. It was unrivaled. She shifted her gaze to the guy, still not fully believing her own eyes. Erta thought the man could not have done such a thing, though she herself had watched him work. Blushing and turning away, the angel replied, "It meets certain standards." The celestial's rather dry words pleased the boy anyway. After a bit of silence, Erta said, "It's time to use the craft mana. Yes, I'll get the other angels to help. Wait a bit." The hero had already managed to betray, for he had hoped that the mentor would call Lita. But she disappointed him. Some more time passed. Erta again excommunicated herself to the sky, and when she returned, there was a magical glow overhead. Ilhan assumed it was a fluorescent light above the angel's head that he had seen in his youth. Celestia said irritably that it was an angel's halo. It looked like a hoop, glowing with a gentle golden glow. When Erta found herself in the sky, her co-workers couldn't believe her story was true. How could a human being create a destructive trap? The young man finished faster than one would expect. "The smell doesn't smell like heaven at all. It was definitely made by a person on Earth." The hero thought, "Angels are all so beautiful. I didn't notice it when Erta was small in size. But now that she's as tall as a human, I can see how beautiful she is." The celestial clapped her hands and motioned for the boy to speed up. "They don't have any time at all. They need to get to the craft mana as soon as possible. You, Ilhan, you just need to focus on wanting to complete the destructive trap." The other angels, who had come down to Earth with Erta this time, were going to do the rest on their own. All 3 of them, they touched the hero. Real magic began to happen. A powerful magical golden energy emerged from this interaction. Suddenly the hero screamed. The young man felt a force pressing down on him. It was an incredible pressure, as if mana was pressing down on him from all sides. Only now did the boy realize the power of the higher powers. One of the angels smiled and asked, "Can't take it?" But Yu Ilhan was confident that he would pull through. He forced himself to focus on the devastating trap he'd made. That it attracts monsters, beckons them, so that the monsters go in and can't come out again. It is the most magical thing for animals that have survived thousands of years of loneliness. Suddenly the young man opened his eyes. It occurred to him, we must find a way to soothe the loneliness of these unfortunates. The pressure of the angels on the hero's body continued, but he was already much easier to bear this divine energy. One of the angels thought, "He is strong for an inferior being. Usually people faint when they meet an angel. This guy has a special self-awareness." Suddenly another celestial exclaimed, If I am not mistaken, we will be knocked down. I will not allow my pride to be struck. The newcomer angel said, It's really amazing. How could such an interesting person be born? From the street, you could see how brightly the building shone from within. The hero received a message. You have completed Earth Compact Destructive Trap. Mana crafting has been upgraded to level 7, and the quality of the completed artifact has improved. Ilhan raised his head to the ceiling. He couldn't believe his own eyes that he had done it. The angel with long blonde hair gritted his teeth. He didn't want to believe this guy had gotten it right the first time. The green-haired celestial said, I thought he'd spend at least 10 tries. But this guy even has alpha and beta options, Erda told the blacksmith. They are talking about the extra options attached to the result of crafting mana. These definitions of earthy and compact, they appear randomly depending on luck, the object, and the ability of the craftsman. It is not every day that you can see both alpha and beta in the first work. One of the angels clapped the hero on the shoulder and said, You are an impressive man. And the celestial added that it was about time to set up the dungeon. Erda offered Ilhan to go along with them if he was interested in watching. The young man was pleased with the offer and gladly accepted. When their company was in the streets, the angels saw many destroyed buildings. The celestials moved through the air thanks to their own wings. They carried the hero with them as well. Ilhan said, It looks quite like the apocalypse, the end of the world. One of the angels asked Eartha, Don't we need to use invisibility on this man? The celestial replied that it was fine. As long as the hero didn't attack first, he definitely wouldn't be seen. The higher being saw to it that the monsters in the streets of the city really didn't react to the young man. One of the angels exclaimed, Of course, it's you, Ilhan, who is overlooked by God himself. The hero thought irritably, Do they take me for a monkey in a zoo? Let's see if I'll talk to you after the next mission. At last, the mountains that towered over the city appeared ahead. The celestials reached the place where they planned to make a dungeon. It was an abandoned piece of vacant land. Erda, who had been holding the trap in her hand the whole time, tossed it up. The object the hero had just created hovered in the air on its own and began to glow. And the next moment he just disappeared. Ilhan couldn't figure out where he'd gone. One of the celestials was pleased that everything was going very smoothly. The hero, on the other hand, looked confused or even scared. Meanwhile, somewhere in the streets of the city, military personnel with guns in their hands also looked confused. The people noticed that the giant rat they were hunting began to behave strangely. It stopped destroying everything around it, as if distracted by something. Huge ants from the side of the other military team started moving in the direction the rat was looking. People raised their heads to the sky, all of it darkened by the wings of huge birds. All these mutated creatures that had been making a mess of the streets were now obediently walking into the trap the hero had created. Angel said, I hate to admit it, but Ilhan has a great talent for creating traps. Erda said that all the other dungeons had also activated. The young man asked confusedly, The other dungeons? But you said they were unusable. The celestial explained that it was a pity to throw them away. So in other destructive traps, they used magic to change the energy of the dungeon to earth energy. Now the boy understood why Harcanum was in short supply. Recycling was the first step to an eco-friendly environment. The angel who came down to earth today said with a smile, You two are so close. These words were addressed to Erdi and Ilhan, but they disagreed. Suddenly, the hero's attention was drawn to what was happening among the monsters. Despite the fact that animals have lived on Earth for 1,000 years, the result is that they just obediently head into the destructive trap as God and the angels wanted them to. Divine power is absolute. God can send all of humanity to another world in an instant, and monsters are helpless before his almighty power. After all, humanity also dances in the palm of the supreme ruler's hand. The fact that Ilkan was left alone for 1,000 years was explained only by one word, mistake. These thoughts in the young man's mind only frustrated him. Suddenly, the hero felt his back touched by someone's palm. He looked around and couldn't tell if this was really happening, or if his eyesight was failing him. The young man realized if Lita hadn't been around then, he would have lost his mind in 1,000 years of loneliness. But now she's not around, so the guy needs to get stronger so that no one and nothing can control him. Ilhan firmly decided for himself that he would become stronger for the sake of his own will. A little later, he was sitting at home, eating Given sandwich and listening to the news. There are reports that the cause of Seoul's sudden monster movements last night was due to the activation of dungeons that were located in different places in the city. The young man washing dishes listened. Dungeons have appeared not only in Seoul, but all over Korea, Japan, and even parts of China. Reporter Odegi, please give us the details. The boy thought about when Mom and Dad would already be back. He felt a little sad. He couldn't even imagine how these two could be, but after they have a lot of experience living in society, they probably survive in another world somehow. Erta said, The dungeon seemed to be functioning properly. Great job, you Ilhan, the hero inquired. I thought you said I had 27 more to make. Then why did the angels leave? I could start working right now, the Celestine replied. It takes a large amount of mana to create a destructive trap. Angels need a few days to regain their strength. The young man said that they were not the only angels, and remembered that there was also Lita. He longed to see her at least one more time. Erda replied with a smile. Not all angels have a lot of free time. For your convenience, Lita is taking extra work. It's making it hard on her. She won't be able to appear on Earth for a while. The hero thought disappointedly that in that case Lita really couldn't make it. Ilhan decided to distract himself and suggested that the celestial woman go to the workshop and start working on the base. Erda thought disappointedly that the young man was indeed fully immersed in his work. When the two were outside, the young man said, I've been thinking, why did you get bigger when we were creating the dungeon and now you're small again? The beauty explained, As an angel, I have other tasks to perform. This is the perfect size to be your helper. Over these conversations, they reached the workshop. The young man decided to make some more traps for the next day. Meanwhile, Erta was looking with interest at the loot that Ilhan had gotten from past fights with monsters. She turned to the guy. Since your result yesterday was above reproach, I'll give you a small gift. After this, you will hardly have time to create new traps. The guy scratched the back of his head and asked, What, you want to give me more hankanyum? But the angel advised him not to dream. The next moment, something began to happen to the bearskin that was lying on the table. Erta explained that as performing the drying and sterilization of the monster skin he got on the hunt, it will be completed in 1 second. The hero was pleased with the result. The job was done perfectly. Angelic magic at its best. The celestial woman asked with a smile, So, you've already got a job, right? Ilhan was happy to explain that he could make gloves and boots out of it. He got right down to business. The fire in the fireplace was burning merrily, and on the workbench was spread leather, from which the young man was cutting out parts for future crafts. The first to be created were the leather gauntlets of the Terrible Wolf, a rare class with 600-point armor and 700-point attack power. The Terrible Wolf boots were created next, also a rare class, with 550-point armor and 750-point attack power. The hero was pleased with his creations. They also had an airing option. Still, it would be problematic if he had trouble moving because the boots were hot. Erta asked the guy when he had time to learn the fortification techniques. Ilhan replied, I told you. You have to know a lot of things to do hard work. The hero decided that he would make armor out of the bear's skin. Erta hesitated, watching the young man's actions. A sly smile appeared on her face. The sun over the skillful hero was already heading towards the horizon. Evening would soon come. The celestial yawned and said, It's been a full day already. She offered the guy a rest, but the young man did not react. The work absorbed all his attention. A little later, Ilhan said, Just a little longer and I'll be done. I'm not tired at all. Erta said, I guess a sleepless night won't affect your superhuman stamina in any way. But no sooner had she finished her sentence than the hero announced that everything was ready. The tough bear leather armor had a unique grade, 2100-point armor, 850 strength. The boiled leather made by a master who had reached the highest level, made from the hide of a huge second-ranked brown bear, is the best in its class. It can even withstand the bite of a high-ranked monster. Erta was stunned by the piece. The young man explained that the finishing touches were left. His hand reached for the claws and bones. This way he was going to further strengthen the armor. The guy thrust his arms forward and all the strength from the remains of the bear transferred to the armor. Thus the hero was able to increase the characteristics of his armor, made from the skin of a giant brown bear. Ilhan received a message that mana crafting had risen to level 8. The young man told the angel that this armor had hidden functions. Erta replied, I understand what it's made of based on its name. The celestial reached forward and hidden spikes emerged from her armor for a counterattack. The hero smiled and explained, She acts like a hedgehog that can make even a tiger run away. Erta remembered that the armband the young man had created last time had concealed a mantis blade. She wondered why the young man was hiding sharp spikes in his armor. The hero was silent, and a little later he spoke cryptically. So that's what you're interested in? The celestial woman's mind flashed. It was a random question, but the atmosphere is frightening. Then she inquired, Do you have a special reason for that? Erta wanted to know, Perhaps the hedgehog hurt your parents, or was it all about a man's dream? Ilhan exclaimed irritably, You know my parents are fine. Their elevated conversation continued. Such a deep meaning. Angel shouted angrily. What kind of nonsense is this? I was listening to all this with a serious face. Anyway, it seems this time around there are alpha and beta options here, Everyone might start to think that anything you create with monocrafting is bound to have options in it. The Celestial added in a calmer tone already. The hero replied, "There are still bones left. I will make a knife from them to process. It's hard to process monster carcasses with a spear." The young man wasted no time and got right down to business. Very quickly, another work of art from Master Ilhan was ready. A knife made of bear bone, a rare class weapon with an attack level of 500 points and a durability of 450. Next, a mask in the shape of the skull of a dire wolf was created. Its armor reached 600 points and durability 660. This mask was made from the bone of a wolf. This monster had a lot of mana when it was alive, Erta inquired in surprise. "Made another mask?" The young man replied, "Yes, there were a couple extra materials left over." Ilhan fully put on his equipment. He thought he looked pretty cool. The hero walked over and looked in the mirror. He said, addressing the celestial woman, "I look good hiding my face."
Erta screamed, "What have you done to your mask? Your presence has become even weaker! This is unbelievable!"
The young man claimed he hadn't done anything to her, if the angel herself didn't realize that. Suddenly they heard something strange. "What's that sound? Is there something going on outside?" Ilhan asked Eartha. The angel replied, "It sounds like someone is fighting a monster right now." The hero took off his mask. He looked shocked at what he had heard. The battle was taking place in the Chono area, where a huge Class 2 monster had appeared. The people who were currently in the building were advised to flee to another world right now. Erta gave a surprised hum. "A monster that isn't locked in a dungeon." Ilhan exclaimed, "Oh no, please be weaker than a huge brown bear." Angel asked the hero, "You're not afraid to fight now, are you? It's not like you." The young man replied that it wasn't that. "If he's stronger than that bear, I'll have to skin him and make new armor. The process of processing a monster's body scares me more than a fight," Ilhan explained. The hero pulled out his old spear and examined it closely. He explained to the Celestial that the weapon needed to be repaired before rushing into battle with it. The deadly sharp steel spear had a unique class with an attack power of 1100 points and a durability of 715. The option it possessed was an increased critical strike probability of 20%. It was a true miracle that the guy had created without using mana. The guy was satisfied. He had just fixed his spear, and his attack power had already increased by 300 points. Ilhan wanted to refine something else, but Erta was against it. It was time to go hunting. The hero took a deep exhale, for the angel was sometimes like a pain in the ass. When they went out into the courtyard, they saw the considerable destruction the city had suffered. Ordinary passers-by ran in the other direction away from the danger. Only Ilhan was heading straight to meet the monster. Erta, who was constantly by the hero's side, pointed him in the right direction. Subsequently, the young man saw the creature that was terrorizing the town. It was a huge leopard with red eyes. He growled wildly, trying to reach for the military helicopter. The soldiers shouted to each other. Not even an anti-tank missile worked. The head of the law ordered, "Those with second grades, go out and plug him with knives." If the military does nothing, the Blue House, the official residence of South Korea's president, will come under attack. Watching the actions of the military, Ilhan asked Erta, "Besides soldiers, those with second classes fight." A man who had a second class said, "In the other world, we can safely gain experience points. But fighting a strong opponent here on Earth, it's too much." The giant leopard's paw descended to the ground, wiping out a dozen people in one fell swoop. Even fighters with second-class fighters can't easily overcome a second-class monster. Ilhan thought they were not wrong. But things are somewhat different for him. "Even though people can go to another world, the Earth is where I live. So everything will lose meaning if it is destroyed," said the boy. The hero didn't plan to risk his life for others. Still, he decided not to be too emphatic. "If I have to try a little harder to save others, I'll do it," brought to the hero's mind. Ilhan moved with such speed that the human eye could barely notice it. The giant leopard continued to rampage and crush everything in its path. Erta reported, "This monster is definitely stronger than a huge brown bear." At that moment, the military fired a tank at the monster. They managed to hit the leopard with the first shot. The soldiers shouted, "Great! We got him! If we hit him in the face, we'll definitely hurt him." But the next moment, when the powder dust cleared, the men were in for an unpleasant surprise. The monster's head was intact. The military attack made the leopard very angry. The monster turned his head in the direction where the tank stood. Another moment and the giant cat's paw came down on the tank, preventing it from moving. The leopard lifted the tank and opened its giant maw full of bones. For a moment, the monster froze, scrutinizing its prey. The tank fit in its paw. At this moment, Ilhan pushed off the ground and flew into the air, rapidly approaching the leopard. I have never been more grateful than now for the inconspicuousness of my presence, ran through the hero's mind. The leopard's eye was very close. Just a moment more, and Ilhan's spear would hit its target. The creature screamed wildly in pain. Blood spurted from the attacked eye, and the leopard released the tank from its paw. The system rated the hero's hit as critical. People immediately recognized their hero. A whisper was heard in the crowd. Sunbolt! He has not gone to the next world. We are saved. The tank released by the leopard's paw began to fall to the ground. Ilhan froze in place, trying to analyze the situation. The wounded leopard continued to growl loudly. The hero decided he'd better bounce now, and pushed off and flew into the air. The leader of the military detachment told us to open fire right away. The captain ordered the leopard to be shot with everything the military had on hand. Meanwhile, Ilhan tried to rescue the soldiers who had become hostages of a tank hurtling toward the ground. The hero aimed his laser gaze directly at the metal machine. The young man managed to cut the tank in half like a tin can. The soldiers who were inside looked at the hero with frightened eyes. The guy said, "If you don't want to die, hold my hand tight." One of the soldiers grasped Ilhan's arm tightly. The hero grabbed both military men and bounced off the falling tank. The young man landed unharmed on a hard surface, and the soldiers were also unharmed. People thanked Sunbolt from the bottom of their hearts for their amazing rescue. Ilhan thought, I didn't do it to be considered a hero. I only saved them because I could do it. Suddenly, the lad's ear caught some disturbing sounds. The young man ordered the soldiers to flee. The danger was rapidly approaching. A giant, predatory leopard loomed over them like a mountain, saliva flowing from its mouth. The monster's entire eye was aimed directly at its victims. The hero said, turning to Earthy, "This monster is smarter than a bear. He understands who poses the greatest threat to him." The Celestine asked Ilhan to be very careful. She added, "The leopard has spotted you. Your stealth ability has stopped working." The hero replied to the angel with a smile, "Don't worry. This is an enemy I can defeat even if I fight directly." The creature was fast approaching. Not only Ilhan was threatened, but everyone else here as well. The commander of the military operation shouted, "This is our chance, attack!" A bunch of different bullets were fired at the leopard at the same time. "The monster is focused on Sunbolt. Now is the perfect opportunity to attack. Everyone use magic. Try to hit the leopard's eyes," shouted one of the heroes. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared in the sky and hit the monster directly. The leopard was again attacked right in the eye. It roared wildly in pain. People looked up and saw a helicopter in the sky. Inside sat a girl with lightning discharges visible around her. The crowd murmured, "Did this girl really summon lightning? It's the Empress. The Empress is here." The girl was very beautiful, her looks impressing all the men she saw. The leopard continued to roar. The military did not stop their attack. The monster quickly came to its senses and lunged straight at Ilhan. The hero didn't back down. He was waiting for this attack. A leopard's paw with sharp claws was rapidly approaching Ilhan. The young man managed to bounce away, so he managed not to get hurt. The predator's one eye had yet to recover from the hero's attack. The guy decided to hit the same spot again to deprive the monster of his sight. The crowd watched Sunbolt's actions uninterruptedly. The Empress heard people saying, "What will we do if Songbolt dies?" Supergirl didn't take her eyes off the leopard. She tried to make out Ilhan's silhouette. Suddenly, onlookers from the crowd shouted, pointing their fingers in that direction. On the asphalt, right under the leopard's feet, blood flowed down. A whole puddle had already formed there. At first glance, it might have looked like a giant hedgehog sticking out of the monster's head. But it was actually a hero who took advantage of the power of his armor. Ilhan said to Erti, "Look, I think my money has paid off, don't you agree?" The Celestial was silent for a moment, and then replied cryptically, "I have something I want to tell you." "You look awful, unbelievably awful," expressed her opinion to the angel. The hero replied, "Under the circumstances, looks don't matter. The important thing is that the outfit does its job." "So you're okay with Lita seeing you in this guise?" Erta slyly inquired. Ilhan exclaimed, "No, never." At this moment, the leopard roared loudly and rose up on its hind legs. The monster was moving too intensely. Eartha, who was sitting on the hero's head, began to vomit. Ilhan exclaimed as the monster tore forward, "I should have learned rock climbing." The leopard was really smart. To get rid of the hero, he decided to smash his head through a building. The needles on the hero's armor disappeared. He managed to bounce back in time. But that wasn't all. The hero did a somersault in the air and attacked the monster again. This time, sharp spikes appeared on the soles of his shoes. All the while, the young man did not let his super spear out of his hands. It was the turn of the critical strike, which you, Ilhan, took advantage of. The hero's critical strike skill has reached level 2. The military, who were closely monitoring the situation, saw that the leopard had slowed down and opened fire to kill it. People shouted, encouraging the soldiers, "Keep firing! Faster, faster, charge!" For a Class 2 monster, attacks from people who only have Class 1 have no effect. But there was blood on the leopard's paw from the cuts the humans had inflicted on it. Sometimes even an army of ants can overpower an elephant, Ilhan said, turning to Erti. This demonstrates the importance of strategy. The Celestial advised the guy to finish sooner rather than later. He asked, "Why?" "I think they can take care of everything else." But the angel saw more than the human. Erta explained, "This leopard is on the verge of getting a third class." The next moment, something resembling red tentacles emerged from the resulting wound on the monster's head. The hero exclaimed in disgust, "What kind of demoness is this?" Erta explained, "The monster's upper body has begun to mutate. Evolution is happening too fast." Ilhan shouted out, "I'm not the best at this. Bring an elven archer or a princess knight." The Celestial replied irritably, "Do you realize that this is no time for jokes? I hope you realize that I won't be able to save you if you die here." The hero replied, "I thought jokes would at least help me not die." But of himself, the guy thought to himself, "He hasn't fully turned into a third-class monster yet. I need to deal with him while I have the chance." Before the young man could even finish his thoughts, a bolt of lightning from the sky struck the monster. The electrical discharge was able to destroy some of the tentacles. Ilhan looked up and saw the helicopter the Empress was sitting in. Beauty exclaimed, "I can't kill him. The difference in levels is too great." The guy thought, "What the hell, it keeps regenerating. I need to deal enough damage to the monster so that the monster stops regenerating." The Empress exclaimed, turning to Ilhan, "I can strengthen you with magic. But after that I won't have any manam left." "Are you sure you can kill this leopard?" Beauty asked. The young man exclaimed impatiently, "Just send me away already." The girl replied, "Then I'm counting on you." The next moment the Empress jumped off the wing of the helicopter and flew to the ground. For a moment Ilhan seemed numb. He was amazed at the brave girl's act. When the beauty was right in front of him, the hero shrieked and fell silent. The Empress said, "I need to make physical contact. It will take all my mana, and after that, I won't be able to help you anymore." Holding a pause, the girl added, "My life will be in your hands." The hero was confused. "What do you mean her life will be in my hands? You shouldn't be so gullible." The Empress stretched her hand forward and said, "It's time to begin." At the same instant, the hero received a message from the system. "The spirit of thunder has taken over your body. Attack power, movement speed, and critical hit probability increased by 50% for 30 seconds. Thunder is empowered during each attack. After the enhancement ends, the effectiveness of all abilities will be reduced by half for 3 minutes." Next message from the system. Erta said, "That's remarkable for a human. You were able to withstand that much mana, to both attack and have reinforcement while only possessing a first class." Ilhan made the decision to act this very minute. There was no time to lose. With a war cry, the hero attacked the leopard, thrusting his spear into it. The Empress shouted, "If we don't kill it, the military will launch missiles. And if it comes to that, we won't be able to contain the damage the monster will do to buildings and people." The hero's mind flashed. "I can't let this happen after all, my workshop is nearby." It was time to use the critical strike skill that had been strengthened with Empress magic. Ilhan repeated the blow, blood splattered in all directions. In the same second, the system reported that the hero had gained 784,983 experience points and reached level 28. His strength, agility, health, and tamana increased by 5%. The last message was the best. "You have received a recording of a level 87 giant leopard." Erta praised the young man. "Well done, Ilhan. It's great that you managed to finish off the monster before it got level 3. The Empress asked, shocked, "Is this leopard surely dead?" The hero replied, "Yes, for sure. Didn't you get the experience?" The girl said confusedly, "I wasn't on the same team as you." Such thoughts arose in the young man's mind. "A team? Is there really such a system here? I've always gone alone, so I didn't even know about it." "It's not my fault at all that I didn't know about it," thought the hero. Erta, who could read minds, mouthed, "Yeah, loners like that don't join a team. Forget about it. You don't need it." Message from the system. Reinforcement time has expired. The effectiveness of all abilities will be reduced by half for 3 minutes. It was at this point that the leopard began to fall, nearly dragging the hero down with it. It seemed like just a moment more, and the slain monster would crush the young man. Ilhan thanked Earthy for the advance warning. Otherwise, the leopard might indeed have crushed him. The Celestine replied, folding her arms across her chest, "You barely won. It would have been a great disappointment if you had died crushed by the leopard's corpse." The crowd shouted in shock, "You did it! You did it!" The young man froze in place, stunned by the shouts of his supporters. "The help from the Empress was impressive! Empress!" the people chanted. Erta said, turning to Ilhan, "You are being praised. Rejoice." Angel noticed the young man's stupor and asked, "What's the matter? The enemy is finished." You have won. The hero looked so disappointed that he didn't have the strength to even answer. A moment later, mastering his own emotions, the hero cried out, I just now noticed that the leopard's skin is all tattered. I can't make a new leather armor out of that. Celestia was amazed that this was so important to the guy. Meanwhile, a conversation was going on between the military men. The leopard is dead. Because of this, it has been halved. How shall we divide the trophy? One of the soldiers replied, First, we have to break it into pieces. Let me try. The uniformed man had yet to plunge his dagger into the monster's skin when someone behind him asked him to wait. It was Ilhan. The young man said, Processing corpses is my specialty. The hero apologized, turning to the Empress. He asked the heroine how it would be best to divide the monster's body. Meanwhile, from the crowd of men, one could hear, Wow, she's so pretty. Who knew the Empress was so pretty? After thinking for a bit, the girl said, addressing Yu Ilhan, You'll get 60%, 20% to me, and 20% to the others. The hero looked back to the others and wondered if everyone was okay with it. Then the guy raised his head to the sky and hummed, muttering to himself, 60%. In the next instant, pushing off the ground, Songbolt slid onto the leopard's body. The young man decided not to hesitate and immediately thrust his hand into the monster's head wound. After a second, he pulled out a pink magic stone. Ilhan said, I knew there would be one here. Erda said, You should expect high quality from this stone, as the leopard has almost evolved to third class.
It's a magic stone. A second-class magic stone.
Empress said it could be counted for 60%. Hero clenched the stone in his fist and said, Then this will be the part that belongs to me, and divide the rest as you wish. A man in military uniform exclaimed, But it's a magic stone. It must be counted separately. Other people picked up on his thought. We also put our lives on the line in the struggle. We have also been wounded. We are against this distribution. Erda said, It was to be expected. Low creatures are completely hopeless. I was a fool to think everyone was like you. The hero thanked the Celestial for this praise. The woman sighed. At least you realized it was a compliment. Yu Ilhan said, addressing the crowd. Okay, if everyone is against it, we'll do it like this. Angel didn't understand what he was getting at. A man in military uniform said, Good decision. How lucky you are to be a well-mannered person who listens to the opinions of others. A young man who was standing nearby added, We should have done it sooner. Erda asked the hero, What are you going to do? Are you really going to give them the magic stone just like that? Yu Ilhan replied, It's not easy to convince people in a situation like this. At such a moment, the hero remembered his mom's words. The woman was saying, Son, remember, building relationships with words between people who want to outdo you is very difficult. So what's the use of words when you can use your strong fists? Mom added with a smile. The boy was still young at the time and thought his mom was incredibly cool. He said, turning to the angel, Like a good son, I'll take my mom's advice. Ilhan said he was going to give away the magic stone, but he decided to do it in an unusual way, so he threw the magic artifact back into the leopard's body. The young man said, addressing the crowd, Divide the spoils as you wish. Like you said, I'll get my share. The next moment, the hero jumped to the ground and added, If I don't get my 60%. He paused. No one leaves here in one piece, Sunbolt later threatened. The young man thrust his spear into the ground with all his might, which frightened the people even more. A whisper was heard in the crowd. Those present had time to regret their behavior. Even if they all united, they couldn't do anything to the hero. After a bit of consultation, one of the men said, addressing Ilhan, Just take the magic stone. The military man added, Do whatever you want. They couldn't see the hero's face, but he was pleased with the crowd's change of mood. The young man jumped onto the leopard's body again with the intention of searching for the magic stone. The next moment, he heard the voice of the Empress behind his back. If you give me my share when processing, I'll give you 40% of it back. I'll give you more skin than bones. The hero decided not to argue, and immediately agreed to the girl's proposal. Time passed, and the leopard skin was folded into even posts. Ilkan thought that an auto would be needed to transport all this. The hero saw that the Empress was making a phone call somewhere. She must be calling for a car. She's either from a rich family or owns a successful business. If you think about it that way, the Empress flew here by helicopter. It's not a cheap pleasure. The military man asked Sunbolt pleadingly, Can you process our fate as well? This turn of events didn't really please Yu Ilhan, but his disappointed expression was hidden behind a mask. He saw the eyes of the crowd full of hope and realized that these men would not be up to such a difficult task. Sunbolt, please save us. We need your help, the people begged pitifully. We can't remove the skin on our own. Even if we try to do it, we'll only mess it up, the men said. And the military man added, I also want to get the trophy and go to the next world as soon as possible, Erta said irritably. Inferior creatures that they are. A minute ago they were trying to take the magic stone from you, and now they're begging you to help with the processing. Humans have a complete lack of shame. Celestia muttered to herself, I don't like my job. I guess I'll quit and move to the country. The hero heard everything and said to her back, Yeah, and get Lita as your replacement. After the guy's words, Erta calmed her own feelings and decided to work some more. Yu Ilhan said, addressing the crowd, For processing, I will take 50% from you. People were displeased with such a proposal. What? Why take 40% from the Empress and 50% from us? This is discrimination. You want 50% just for processing fees? The hero was not going to bargain with them. He replied, If you don't want it, you don't have to. The men tearfully agreed to his offer. They watched the lad's labor intently, occasionally releasing a comment. Look, divide it into equal parts. Why are you taking one share more? Just look at the size difference. Why are you talking to me on a first-name basis? How old are you? Where is the respect for your elders? The men scolded unhappily. Ilhan thought tiredly, It's time to go home. The young man had already taken a few steps away when suddenly someone asked him to wait. Sunbolt paused, waiting for an explanation. It was the Empress. The girl said, Your stealth skill is astounding. I wouldn't have noticed you disappear if I wasn't focused on you. The young man irritably thought, I wasn't the one who chose this skill. Belle offered, I'd like to form a team with you if that's okay with you. I think you would make the perfect partner. Yu Ilhan replied in a confident voice, I don't think so. The girl replied with a smile. I see. I plan to stay on Earth. I'm not so weak that I need to return to another world for tasks. You too? We'll probably see each other a lot more often, the beauty added. She handed the guy her business card and asked him to contact her. Then the Empress turned around and walked away. The piece of paper was left in Yu Ilhan's hand. The beauty's name is actually Kang Mir. The hero confusedly thought, So that's what the Empress's real name is. I like that she's not pushy, but I'm not going to call her. But I'm not going to call her anyway. Sunbolt said to Earthy, Let's go home. There's still a lot of work left to do. Leopard skin won't treat itself, so the hero has something to do this evening. Once in the workshop, the young man immediately set about making traps. Erta said, The monster was already about to evolve to Class 3. What's wrong with Earth? Ilhan advised her to ask God about it. The enraged Celestial screamed, I can't come to a conclusion on my own. The hero calmly repeated his advice. I told you, ask God. Then you just kept quiet. Why are you complaining now? The boy inquired. Erta exclaimed, I must maintain my reputation as a superior creature. How can I show my displeasure in front of a crowd of inferior creatures? Ilhan replied, All right. But you don't mind showing your displeasure in front of me? The celestial woman asked, Why are you so calm? This is your world's problem. You don't realize what a huge problem it is to have a third-grade monster appear in a world where people with first-grade skills live. The balance of power right now is dominated by the monster's side. For the moment, humans are becoming stronger in the other world, performing the ordinary tasks that God has set before them. Angel revealed. But monsters evolve much faster. How can we adjust the balance? Erta Ilhan asked. The hero replied, I'm not calm, but I don't accomplish anything by mere worrying, so I just do what I can. The young man asked the angel how things were in other countries. The celestial replied, Korea is the only country where monsters are on the verge of getting third class. Yu Ilhan said, In that case, the destructive trap could be a problem. The expression on Eartha's face showed her stunned. She thought about the fact that the destructive trap might have strengthened the monsters. But that's impossible. Maybe that's what triggered it. Probably the monsters, feeling threatened, woke up and became aggressive, thought the celestial. Erta said, In other worlds, monsters were shut down before they had time to suspect anything. For that reason, most of the monsters' evolution takes place in dungeons. Because of the endless interbreeding in the dungeons, there are more and more dangerous freaks that devour each other. Because of this, evolution in the dungeons is very slow, Angel explained. Yu Ilhan said in shock, This is the real abode of demons. But if they aren't locked in dungeons, then they will evolve by eating humans instead of other monsters. Monsters don't fight each other often. That's why their growth is stunted in dungeons. Sunbolt said, So dungeons are necessary for humans. Erta replied, Yes, that means you are of great benefit to humanity by creating trap dungeons. After hearing what he heard, the hero felt that he had to hurry and make as many destructive traps as possible. The hero sent another magic stone he received from Eartha to the fire. The celestial asked the young man, Do you really like to create stuff? The young man replied that it's fun, that's why he does it. But there would be no point if that was the end of it. The reason I create things is to get new experiences, explained Sunbolt. This admission startled Eartha, for she had not thought of it before. Yuilhan had to live in an unchanged world for 1,000 years. The young man was left all alone on Earth for a long time. Angel tried to imagine exactly how the guy might have felt alone with his own thoughts. Celestia thought, now I see why he's so eager to have a new experience. What was I just thinking? Did I really show sympathy for an inferior creature? Stunned, Erda thought. The young man noticed that the angel was acting strangely. Meanwhile, the celestial thought to herself that this feeling new to her wasn't such a bad thing. The next moment she said, You, Ilhan, get stronger. Then you can experience more things. Whenever and wherever you want. The young man replied that he knew it. Drops of sweat appeared on his face. He said as if to himself that he would definitely become even stronger. The hero worked diligently in his workshop all day. As night fell on the city, a light burned in the windows of the workshop. As darkness fell, the angels returned, having had time to recover their mana in the meantime. Finished with creating a variety of traps using mana crafting, the angels went to create a new dungeon. Ilhan's mind flashed. I don't know what country the dungeon will be created in, but hopefully no more dangerous monsters will appear on the streets of their city. Even if a Class 3 monster appears because of the destructive traps, it won't be your fault. Right now, you're on an important mission, Erta said encouragingly after reading the hero's thoughts. The boy gratefully replied, I know. Thanks for your concern. Angel was silent. She needed time to gather her thoughts. Ilhan went outside and stretched. He told the Sky Woman that he had managed to get tired. It's time for the hero to go home and get a good night's rest. Once in his own apartment, the young man immediately went to the bathtub to take a hot shower. The hero glanced in the mirror, his tiredness making his thoughts confused. The TV in the living room was humming about the killing of a Class 2 monster and the considerable destruction in the city. Coming out of the bath, Ilhan asked, Erta, don't you think I've put on a little weight? Angel inquired. Just now realizing that? You grow every time you level up, so don't be surprised. The hero touched his face and said, I feel like I've gotten better looking too. What do you think? Erta replied irritably. Your face has no meaning to a supreme being like me, but to a human it might. Just as she said this, the young man began to brag about his own appearance. The beauty exclaimed irritably, throwing the chips at the guy. You, Ilhan, don't block the TV and get dressed. The hero smiled and announced that he was going to bed. On his way out of the room, he advised Earthy, You go to bed early too, don't watch too much TV. The packet of chips that Angel had thrown fell, and the chips scattered across the floor. The Celestial silently picked up her goodies. She chose not to comment on the hero's words in any way. Then, as the young man left the room, Erta said, Such a body and face are nothing among the higher creatures. The Celestine believed that Ilhan's greatest significance was not on the outside, but on the inside. The angel's mind was a jumble of thoughts. She had lost control of her own emotions. If I say that, it will sound like I'm praising his inner qualities, Erta thought angrily. Lita popped up in her mind, thinking Ilhan was impressive. That memory irritated the Celestial even more. Angel heard the hero say in his sleep, Lita, I miss. The night for the hero flashed by imperceptibly. He woke up with the first rays of the sun. As soon as the young man opened his eyes, he saw the window of his own accomplishments. He did not immediately realize that it was not an alarm clock. The system reported that the young man had reached his maximum level of rest. All performance indicators for that night had increased. Ilhan was stunned by the news that the rest skill even existed. It was at that moment that Erta flew into the room. Angel looked confused. She inquired, When did you have time to learn a skill with SSS difficulty? The hero replied with a question to a question. Is it an SSS rank skill? Some kind of recreation? Are you kidding? The Celestial couldn't understand how he had learned it, after all. She hadn't gotten around to it yet. The hero couldn't believe his own ears. Is Erta really talking seriously, and this skill is really incredible? Every night for the past 100 years, Ilhan has tried to find a way to sleep in the greatest comfort. Angel was stunned that the young man was studying sleep patterns with such persistence. You learned a skill that is incredibly hard to get and even harder to pump. It's impressive. I'm really overwhelmed, Sky Girl honestly admitted. Ilhan wanted to know what the skill was for. Erta explained, To sleep well and rest. What else is it for? But the hero didn't believe her. He thought there was something the angel was not telling him. The young man exclaimed, If that was the only plus, you wouldn't be so shocked. Confess! Tell me the whole truth, the boy demanded. Erta replied, I wasn't trying to hide it. The hero waited impatiently for an explanation from the celestial woman. Angel put on her glasses. It's time to tell you about the evolution of skills. Skill evolution is an achievement like skill acquisition, and the same rules apply there as when you move to the next class. and it offers new paths based on the user's lived experience. They're reminiscent of the paths of the Akasha Chronicles. The young man raised his hand, trying to get teacher Erta's attention. Please explain all of this to me like a small child. Angel showed 2 pictures of the hero, one before and one after. This is how after you get stronger through the evolution of a skill. The hero replied that it made sense to him now. The skills you have satisfied the conditions for evolution. They are taijutsu, spear-wielding, rest, and stealth. Erta continued her explanation. Machining and blacksmithing don't have next levels. In those, you have already achieved perfection, the Celestial added. Stealth is a skill you don't know how to control, so it's not worth taking into account, Angel told me. The requirements for evolution in taijutsu and spear-wielding are difficult to achieve at your level, so they should also be excluded. That's why I didn't tell you anything about the evolution of those skills. The assistant summarized. Ilhan asked, I take it the skill of resting is different. Erta advised the guy to find out for himself. The young man decided that the system could help him with that. The hero was surprised to read, Sleeping Heart of a second-class monster. Now the points are 0, and you need 500. Troll Blood 0 out of 500 liters. Good Sleep 0 out of 100 hours, and third-class monster's Magic Stone 0, and need 1. Ilhan shouted, What is this? How am I supposed to fulfill all this? Erta calmly replied, It's nothing compared to the other. Angel advised the guy to check the requirements for evolution and spear skills. The hero received the following information. He needs to kill the third-class monsters with 1 hit, then he can get the Magic Stone. If the requirements for the evolution of the spear skill are as hard for you as climbing Mount Everest, then the requirements for the resting skill is Mount Piktu. Ilhan shouted irritably, That doesn't mean that climbing Pekta is easy at all. But the Celestial was confident that the young man could easily accomplish such a task. The hero wasn't about to calm down. You constantly overestimate me. I can't even use mana, and I'm still only level 28. Erta thought, Ilhan's level increase is really too slow. Perhaps it's because of his title. The wall against mana is absolute. The difference between someone who can use mana and someone who can't is huge, concluded the Celestial. The reason why Ilhan is strong now is because of the martial arts he has perfected over 1,000 years, decided the beauty. If even one of his martial arts or characteristics is lacking, then other people can surpass Ilhan. But if he learns how to use mana, he'll be in charge over all the creatures from the Akasha Chronicles. Erta summarized her thoughts. That day will come without a doubt. What kind of revolution will he stage when he is stronger? Wondered the angel. Celestia took a deep exhale, trying to quiet her own thoughts. She decided it was best not to think about it. Erta watched Ilhan yawn. She knew it was dangerous to get so attached to her ward. When the hero went into the kitchen, he found breakfast on the table and a note from his mom. Son, don't skip breakfast. You'll find the rest of your meals in the fridge. The young man asked the angel, So where am I supposed to find and kill trolls? Do they even exist on Earth? Erta replied, Once the mana is activated, monsters that have not lived here before will begin to appear. It will intensify, and creatures that didn't exist on Earth before will be left to live here. Ilhan said grudgingly, Are you used to the role of teacher? Angel said, I am perfectly fine explaining at your level. The next moment their attention was caught by an announcer's voice coming from the television. This is where the Class 2 monster attacked a few days ago. That event caused significant damage to the buildings, the reporter recounted. The hero immediately recognized the place shown in the report. There he fought 2 days ago and left the corpse of a huge leopard. The young man immediately noticed that the body had disappeared. Ilhan exclaimed, They removed it in just 2 days? Wow! After a little silence, Erta said, It's not what you think. At that moment, the TV presenter said, As you can see, the place where the dead body of the 2-class monster was lying is completely clean. It disappeared along with the people who shared the spoils. Sounded absolutely stunning news. Ilhan was amazed at what he heard. Some eyewitnesses say they were swallowed up by a dungeon that suddenly opened up. The hero spoke through clenched teeth. No, it can't be underground. The young man immediately realized that the humans had fallen prey to another monster that was hiding underground. Erta said, The huge leopard is definitely dead. We even took its mana stone. The hunt ends at this point 99.9% of the time. The guy wanted to know what about the 0.01% that was left. Angel held a finger up and explained, A pregnant monster. If the monster had a baby that was about to be born. Now the young man understood everything. It turns out the leopard was female and was pregnant. Only for a moment. But I saw a black leopard on the screen. Ilhan spoke thoughtfully. A picture of a dark shadow against a backdrop of ruined buildings appeared in the hero's memory. This monster is a master of stealth. The young man muttered irritably. This wouldn't have happened if I had brought the processing to an end. The Celestial exclaimed, It's not your fault, but the consequences of those people's greed. But many people died. Among them were those who trusted and helped me, the boy said sadly. Erda thought confusedly. This is not what I expected. I didn't think he'd be so caught up in this. Angel was frustrated, for she realized that she still didn't understand her ward well. Ilhan said, Now I understand why the leopard was so rampaging until the moment of its death. He was doing that because he wanted to protect his cub, summarized the hero. Erta agreed with Ilhan's musings. It's my fault for not thinking about the possibility of this situation, especially if that kitten's skill is stealth. The hero continued to blame himself. I left half the body without treating it. Surely that leopard was hiding where the young man's hands had not reached. The celestial girl muttered, Yes, I couldn't spot it because of the stealth skill. Because people were arguing over who would take what. The leopard mother's body wasn't processed to the end. Angel figured those people spent a lot of time arguing, so the little one had time to be born. Erda said thoughtfully, What a marvelous coincidence. She tried to imagine what the kitten had seen when it came into the world. A small leopard cub saw its mother killed, and a crowd of people shouting at each other. The reporter continued to report the news from the scene. Ilhan said, I hope it's not true, but if it's as we assume, then a third-class monster has been born. Erda said, Considering how good his stealth skill is, he's definitely a Class 3 monster. The hero walked over and turned off the TV. They'd had enough of the news for this morning. The celestial woman asked the young man, Do you think you can do it? You, Ilhan replied, It will be difficult to do it alone, but it's probably worth a try if I prepare well. The guy smiled and added, If the opponent is a stealth user, I can't afford to lose. Erda exclaimed, Wow! More expected from the master of stealth, you, Ilhan. The hero irritably replied, Don't call me a master. He doesn't have any other skills as good as stealth, does he? The young man decided to inquire. The celestial replied, I think not. It's impossible to have excellent skills in all areas. If the stealth skill is good, then defense and strength shouldn't be as well developed. If you make up for it with stealth skill, then it's worth fighting him, Erta added. The young man replied, All right, I'll create a new outfit right away. Ilhan put on his sweatshirt and headed away from the apartment. I should kill him as soon as possible because he's going to do a lot of damage alone. The hero had no sooner reached the door than he remembered that he had better ask for help. The young man rummaged through his pockets and found the business card the Empress had left him. Erda asked in surprise, Are you going to use this phone? In that case, you can just make a public announcement that Sungbolt is you, Ilhan. The guy realized that the angel was right. This way his identity would be easily revealed, so it was better to use a payphone. The hero stepped out of the entryway and walked over to the phone booth. A business card with Kanmeyer's phone number appeared in Ilhan's hand. Angel was sure that this girl would be able to help him, so going to the Empress was a good decision. The smartphone in Kang's room vibrated. The girl walked over and looked at the display. The Empress was surprised to see that she was receiving a call from a telephone booth. The phone was finally picked up on the other end. The young man heard a woman's voice. Ilhan said, It's been a long time since we've been in touch. 2 days. Kang Mir didn't realize who she was talking to. The character was unhappy that he would have to spell out the nickname he got from supporters. It's Sunbolt, stammered the boy. When the beautiful girl finally realized who she was talking to, she was overjoyed. Mr. Sunbolt, hello, I didn't expect you to call me so soon, the Empress said in a friendly manner. The hero was a bit uncomfortable. Kang laughed. She realized the young man was uncomfortable with his nickname. Ilhan didn't answer. He asked himself, Have you seen the news yet? This isn't a dungeon. It's a monster. A strong monster with a stealth skill, the young man emotionally added. Bell replied, I think I can guess what happened there, and I realize it's very dangerous. When the conversation ended, the hero hung up the phone. The young man said to the angel, Kangmire quickly realized everything. She said she would tell the army and the government just in case. She has a lot of connections. Ilhan asked Erda for advice. Perhaps in that case I should prepare myself too. Upon reaching his workshop, the young man set to work, determined to make use of the last of his loot. The base is ready. Then I'll get right to work, said the hero with a smile. The celestial woman asked, What will you craft? Your steel spear will do as a weapon. Sunbolt took the giant bone in his hands and said to Earthy, Just look at it. Angel pulled the young man's hair irritably. I asked you what you were going to master. The hero's answer stunned the Sky Woman. It was succinct. Pillars. Identical columns came out from under the guy's hammer one after another. What are they for? Do you want to make some sort of necklace for the giant? Erta inquired. The young man replied with a smile. No. Go back to kindergarten and learn it again. The Celestine was beginning to lose patience. but Ilhan took his time explaining things to her. The boy took up the next bone, at which point it hit the beauty. She exclaimed that it was a spear, but again she didn't guess. The hero fashioned a weapon with a strange tip out of leopard bone. Erda couldn't believe her own eyes. If her ward had actually made a harpoon. Ilhan smiled, the angel finally guessing what such an interesting thing he was mastering. The guy explained, "A harpoon is very different from a regular spear. It is to be thrown at your prey to attract it to you. It's mostly used when hunting whales," Sunbolt expertly explained. "A harpoon is easy to stick but difficult to pull out of the victim's body. Normally, rope can't handle that role, so if I make a rope from the skin of a giant leopard, it will be strong enough," the young man added. Erda said admiringly, "You really are a master at this. Are you sure you didn't start using mana? Otherwise it would be impossible to do it so quickly." "Why would I build weapons if I knew how to use mana? I wouldn't waste any time and go straight to hunting," exclaimed the hero emotionally. At last everything was ready. A few harpoons, a strong rope of leopard skin, and poles. Erda said, "To use a mother's bones to kill her child. How cruel." But the hero paid no attention to her comment. A magic stone appeared in the young man's hand. It was his turn to use the craft mana. Angel exclaimed, "Wait! You're going to spend all of it on making just one weapon? Don't you think that's too much?" Ilhan replied, "It is for my own survival." Celestia looked disappointed, she thought. I assume that is his mindset. The hero held out his palm, which held a pink stone, towards the angel and said, "It's time to begin." Crafting mana made the hero's weapons interact with each other. After a moment, the system reported, an aggressive and violent leopard hunter's harpoon had been created. The mana crafting skill had reached level 12. Angel shouted, "Even the skill activation time is decreased. Mana crafting is usually not that easy. You can't go wrong." Meanwhile, the young man paid no attention to the celestial woman's warnings. He couldn't take his eyes off his harpoon. Wow. Alpha and beta options again. The new weapon, mastered by Ilhan, received a unique class from the system with an attack power of 1050 points. The harpoon had options. 20% increase in critical strike probability and 20% increase in binding power. Thanks to the first-class skills of the artisan, a hunter's harpoon made from the bones and skin of a huge leopard is much stronger and more effective than a harpoon made from ordinary materials. Erda was amazed that this weapon had gotten top-of-the-line options. The hero proudly said, "The Akasha Chronicles understand everything. The options are really great. This weapon turned out much better than I had planned." Celestia rolled her eyes and thought, "At this point, it's cheating." The hero noticed the strange expression on Eartha's face and inquired, "Is something wrong?" After preparing himself, the young man called the Empress. He informed her that he would be there soon. At the end of the conversation, the guy said to Kang Mira, "Don't leave right now. The monster has a stealth skill. It might attack you from behind. He was born almost immediately after his mother died. That was 2 days ago," explained the young man. The hero was sure that the leopard was still lurking in the very spot where his mother had been killed. The Empress was already sitting behind the wheel of the auto. She asked Songbolt, "Why do you think so?" "Probably to get revenge on the people who killed his mom," Ilhan suggested. "We must be especially careful, for it was we who killed the huge leopard," the boy added. The Empress said she was prepared for such a thing. After a bit of silence, Kanmiri inquired, "Do you have any plan?" The hero answered in the affirmative, but was in no hurry to share his details. "I'll make sure he can't use stealth, so wait for that moment," advised the young man. The Empress decided not to argue and leave it up to you, Ilhan. A little later, the guy got to the very spot where his fight with the giant leopard was taking place. Erda immediately sensed that the monster was somewhere nearby. "He doesn't seem to be frightened at all. How brave," said the hero. "He's probably just trusting his stealth. He hasn't noticed you yet," replied the Celestial. With a fair amount of swinging, the hero slammed the heavy pole into the pavement. "I wonder how long I can make him afraid," Sungbolt asked as if to himself. He pulled the pole out of the ground and struck again. "I deliberately made a sound, but he's not attacking, and he should have attacked by now," thought the hero. Erda said, "I doubt he found you. It just means that your stealth skill is better than the leopard's. Your pillars and harpoon were also hidden by your skill," Angel explained. The hero asked, "He doesn't notice anything even though I'm setting a trap right in front of him?" The Celestial said, "You were indeed born to be an assassin. You should choose assassin as your subclass the next time you change your title. In any case, you have advantages in this situation. Don't miss this chance," Erta advised. It was after these words from the angel that the hero noticed something suspicious. The young man could make out a giant translucent paw with sharp claws right on the pavement. The leopard really didn't see the guy. He calmly walked by. Now was the moment to act. Ilhan was at the ready. The leopard's red eyes glowed in the twilight. The system informed the hero that his damage level had increased by 10% as a result of stealth and spear wielding. The young man thought, that makes sense. Since the system mistakes harpoons for spears, I get the skill effect. Sunbolt decided not to hesitate, and the very next moment he attacked the leopard with his harpoon. The throw was very accurate. The weapon flew straight into the target. A second later, the sharp point of the harpoon entered the monster's body. The leopard roared loudly in pain. Ilhan said to Erti, he's about half the size of his mother, but definitely third class. I got bonus effects from stealth and spear art, but the harpoon still only went in halfway, said the hero. Angel replied, if this monster was replaced by an ordinary class 3 monster, it would be even worse. Since it specializes in stealth, its health and defense should be reduced. Be glad he's only developed stealth, the Celestial advised. While they were talking, the leopard finally saw his opponent and didn't hesitate to rush to the attack. Erta managed to warn the boy of the danger in time. At the last moment, the young man managed to bounce away. He's fast, flashed through his mind. At a certain point, when the length of the rope ran out, the hero's harpoon prevented the leopard from moving forward. The creature froze in place, feeling a sharp pain and unable to move forward. The leopard made a few more attempts to move forward, but the rope of his mother's skin held firm. Ilhan stated, the rope is holding up just fine. The hero lunged forward, snatching up a second harpoon. With a swing, he hurled it at the monster. A critical harpoon strike, a direct hit right into the leopard's shoulder. The young man was pleased with his hit, everything going according to plan. The guy in no way expected what would happen in a moment. Despite his considerable injuries, the leopard swung his paw and hit Ilhan. The blow was so powerful that it shattered the hero's protective armbands. A strong paw with sturdy claws threw Songbolt backwards. The young man was upset because his bone blades had broken. But the guy quickly pulled himself together. Luckily, it wasn't my arms that broke, and I'll be able to fix my defense a little later. Erta thought. The ugly hedgehog protections on her arms did help, though. How unfortunate. Meanwhile, the leopard attacked again. He repeated the powerful strike with his strong paw. The hero barely had time to react, and that's what saved his life. Taking a breath, he asked the angel what it was. The Celestial replied, it's a skill. What else is there? Ilhan exclaimed. Leopard definitely has a lot of trump cards up his sleeve if he wields a third class. The monster roared ravenously. He wanted revenge for the death of his mom. Although he was restrained by strong ropes, the leopard still did not give up trying to get his prey. The hero exclaimed, just look at this. If you resist, it will only hurt more. The leopard was not going to give up, its sharp teeth trying to tear the rope. Erta advised Ilhan, use the other harpoons before he chews the rope. In the young man's mind, I didn't think he would have the skill to cut at long range. I used to think monsters were only very strong beasts, the hero pondered. But now I have to face monsters that are far beyond common sense and logic. The boy realized how many dangers still lay ahead of him. Trying to get closer to the leopard with harpoon in hand, Sunbolt barely managed to avoid another attack from the enraged leopard. Swinging, the young man hit the monster with his weapon the first time. This time the harpoon hit the leopard's front paw. With a paw like that, he won't be able to use his long-range skill, the hero said. Erta called the young man talented. The hero put his left hand to his chest and said, call me Ishmael. But when he saw the angel's stunned face, he realized that Erta had heard nothing about Moby Dick. The Celestial exclaimed, you relaxed too soon. The situation hasn't been resolved yet. At that moment, the hero heard his name being called, Mr. Sunbolt. The boy looked back and saw that the leopard had disappeared. Erta said, this monster is truly unrivaled in stealth skill. Meanwhile, a car was rapidly approaching the place where the hero was standing. The Empress leaned out of the window, holding something in her hand. Lightning danced around her. The next moment, the beauty put her hand forward. She attacked the invisible leopard with double lightning. Canmeyer hit the target, a powerful charge of current hitting the monster directly. It turned out that the leopard was standing right behind Ilhan's back. The beauty got out of the auto and asked with a smile, how did you manage to catch that monster? The hero squeezed out. You're here, Miss Kangmere? He looked dumbfounded. Calming his own emotions, he added, that's not what a man who just struck a monster with lightning should be asking. The young man thought, this girl is definitely no ordinary hunter. The power of this attack is impressive for a first class. The hero didn't stop marveling at the Empress's skills. Suddenly, the guy felt some movement behind his back. The leopard was recovering from a double lightning strike. He was able to move his paw. The next moment, the leopard rose to its feet and roared predatorily. This fight isn't over yet. Now the superheroes will work as a team. Ilhan stuck the pole into the ground, no more delay. The young man prepared to attack the leopard again. Another harpoon hit the monster's body, now held back by 4 ropes. Another paw of the leopard was immobilized. Attack him when you're ready. He's strong, so I don't know how long the pillars can hold out, Ilhan exclaimed. He asked the Empress, when can you counterattack? Kangmere replied, I can do it now by using lightning. I should be able to hit with more power in a few minutes, clarified the beauty.
Then warn me when you use a strong attack, Ilhan exclaimed.
The leopard through pain tried to get rid of his restraints. The monster was trying to get closer to the enemies who destroyed his mom. Erta exclaimed, "He hasn't run out of mana yet." The hero realized this without her comment. The huge cat's red eyes looked directly at the object of his anger. "With that look, he informs me of his intention to destroy me. Such eyes I have met many times," thought the young man. The trapped beast becomes much stronger because of its desire to survive. The hero remembered his past hunts when he was alone on Earth. As strange as it may sound, it is at this moment that living creatures shine brightest. Ilhan remembered his past experience. It's as if the flame burns even stronger because the animal realizes that after this flame will come emptiness. Sunbolt's next attack came right at the leopard's head. The monster screamed loudly in unbearable pain. The creature quickly pulled itself together to try and answer its opponent. Angel was right, the leopard possessed mana. He aimed at Ilhan. The hero barely escaped danger. "Phew! What's that? It's really strong." The Celestial warned, "This is the bath of bleeding mineralization. Be careful, he's very evil." At this moment, the Empress was finally able to recover enough to repeat her attack. The lightning bolts hit their target, but this time they didn't do much damage to the leopard. Kangmeyer's attack bounced off the monster's skin. The ricochet almost hit the car. "The lightning can't reach him. It'll be hard to get any closer to him," said the Empress. The leopard continued to resist. He did not give up trying to get rid of the restraints. Ilhan was amazed at the tenacity of this monster.
"Do you want your paws ripped off?" Songbolt exclaimed hotly.
"To paralyze him like before, I need to wait for the Empress to be ready." The young man had time to think. Dieting was urgently needed, so the guy pushed himself off the ground and jumped on Kanmira's auto. Once on the roof of the car, the hero asked the beauty, "You wouldn't happen to have any stronger magical skills, would you?" The Empress remained silent, but her driver offered Ilhan a machine gun. The girl asked the hero, "Won't that be enough?" Sunbolt replied, "No, it's just something I've been thinking about, but now is not the time." Kangmeyer asked the hero if he knew how to use a machine gun. Ilhan replied, "I know how to use most weapons on Earth." The hero jumped off the car and ran somewhere. The girl said to the driver, "I wouldn't believe it if someone else said that, but I don't think he's lying." Celestia asked, "Did you start hesitating because you were worried that the bullets would damage your skin?" The young man wondered how the angel had managed to know him so well. Erta replied, "Your thoughts are obvious. It'll be hard to use a taiju or spear against him now. I doubt a harpoon will help much." "Obviously the pillars won't last long," said the hero, approaching the leopard with his automatic rifle in hand. Suddenly, Ilhan heard a cry of warning of danger. The hero lifted his head up and saw a giant paw that was rapidly approaching him. The leopard pulled the pole. "The rope didn't break. I actually managed to make it very strong," the young man said to Earthy. Angel replied that this was no time for fun. The Empress sat in the car and watched the monster's behavior. Belle waited for her own strength to recover, a minute left before attacking again. Kangmir exclaimed encouragingly, "I need just a little more time. It's only a matter of time now how long the poles that are left can last." Pointing the machine gun at the leopard, Ilhan exclaimed, "Try this, alien monster." Erta corrected him. "It's a monster from Earth." The young man hit the monster right in the eye with his first shot. The creature lost its balance. Blood spurted from its wounded eye. The leopard screamed in unbearable pain. At the same instant, the system reported, "You have reached the maximum level in firing." Erta exclaimed, "Wow, you've mastered shooting in such a short time." There was a strange light coming from the monster's wounded eye. The Empress was astonished. How could such damage be done by an ordinary automaton? Was there a buff on the automaton? Erta thought, otherwise the automatic rifle would be useless against a third-class monster. Ilhan's shooting skill pushed the limits of the weapon. The young man took aim again and exclaimed, addressing Kangmira, "Magic!" The girl exclaimed, "I need 7 more seconds." The hero was willing to wait. The countdown began. At number 2, the automaton flew to the ground, Ilhan now needing his hands free. The young man rushed forward for a moment more and the leopard would be free of its bonds. All the poles had been pulled out of the ground. Now there was nothing else holding back on the piece. And an open mouth full of sharp clicks was rapidly approaching Ilhan. The hero realized that he was now bait to divert the monster's attention away from the Empress. Finally, Kangmeier had so recovered her own strength that she was able to hit the predator with triple lightning. The blow came right at the leopard's head. Would Beauty's lightning finally stop this beast? The attack was so powerful that it was able to light up everything around it. It was difficult for the girl to hold the discharge for so long. She was rapidly losing strength. The lightning charge had run out. Kang exclaimed exhaustedly, "Did we make it?" Ilhan realized that there was more to come. This monster was too strong. At this moment, the young man noticed that the leopard had activated the stealth skill again. The Empress was stunned by this turn of events. In a few seconds, the monster would become completely invisible. The creature's skin was covered in a layer of protective armor that glowed red. But the hero, unlike the girl, was not upset at all. Ilhan swung around. He swiftly approached the leopard with his weapon in hand. "The stealth skill didn't work on me from the start," the young man exclaimed. He repeated the attack, this time knocking the leopard to the ground. The monster fell to the ground, its body shaking in pain. "He saw him because of stealth. How could he see him?" Kang Mir muttered in surprise. The hero decided not to waste time talking. He needs to put his new plan into action as quickly as possible. The boy took hold of the sturdy ropes and swam them quickly between them. The system sent a message. "You have mastered the skill of binding." Erda asked the young man in surprise, "Why don't you kill him?" Ilhan looked at the angel and replied, "I want to do something." He looked back and saw that the Empress had gotten out of the car. The girl looked confused. She looked at the hero with a question in her eyes. She could not see the boy's eyes, for his face was hidden by a mask. Ilhan suddenly suggested, "Let's make a team? Or do you want me to take all the experience for myself again?" The Empress looked stunned at this suggestion, but Kang Mir quickly tempered her own feelings and shook the outstretched hand. As soon as their hands touched, the system reported that a team of 2 participants had been formed. The hero glanced at the monitor, the information on it startling him. "I can check the statuses of team members. It's like my senses have improved," flashed through the guy's mind. The girl looked confused and surprised. She asked Ilhan, "Why are you acting like you've never made a team before?" The young man pretended that it was just that it had been a long time ago. A little later, the hero approached the bound leopard. The monster was lying on the ground, one eye closed. Ilhan walked up to the leopard's head and said, drawing his weapon, "Farewell." One blow, and the monster's entire eye closed forever. When the creature died, the young man received a message from the system that he had gained almost 3 million experience points. The young man had reached level 36, and all of his stats had increased by 10 units. A level 102 leopard entry has now been added to the hero list. "After one battle, you jumped from level 28 to level 36, Erda said with a smile. Suddenly, Ilhan touched his head and said he felt nauseous. "Surely I didn't take all the experience. There's too much of it. Did she really get the same amount?" The young man inquired of the celestial woman. "Still, a Class 3 monster is different from a Class 2 monster. Considering the amount of experience you've gained now, the level has risen relatively low," Angel explained. "You must have gotten a lot of penalty points because of your title," the mentor decided. The hero breathed a sigh of relief, saying that his head finally stopped hurting. Ilhan decided it was a good time to get to work processing the leopard's body. The young man was silent for a moment. He needed time to think about something. "Skin, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. If I was stronger, I wouldn't have let you get hurt," Sunbolt tearfully said as he hugged the body of the slain monster. "Think to yourself, how wonderful the armor would be if I created it from the skin of a third-grade monster," exclaimed the young man, turning to Eartha. The latter did not argue. What a shame. I'll at least take what's left intact," exclaimed the hero in despair. The guy made an incision on the head of the slain monster and froze in place in amazement. "There's a mana stone in that leopard's head," Ilhan said, stunned. Erda exclaimed, "Both mother and child had mana stones. You're a lucky man." Mana stones are formed when at the moment of a monster's death, the mana that should have left its body is curtailed. For that reason, it can't be obtained from every monster you kill, Celestia explained. "I've heard that there's about a 17% chance of such a stone appearing. The lower the grade, the greater the probability," Erda added. Angel thought the guy was incredibly lucky. For some time, the hero tried to find a valuable prey. Finally, he succeeded. When the young man stretched out his hand, he saw a huge red mana stone. This was to be expected from a third-class monster. Wait, the third-grade monster mana stone was one of the conditions for evolving other skills? I need to fulfill the other conditions for evolution, said Sunbolt. If the manila stone was in the monster, should I share it with the Empress? The hero asked the celestial woman for advice. Kang Mir held her head. She asked, "I've gotten about 1.5 million experiences. How about you?" The young man named his amount of experience. It was about 3 million. "The contribution seems to be 2 to 1. I think I got too much," said the Empress. "No, if it weren't for you. I wouldn't have been able to kill him even at the cost of my own death. You helped me a lot," Ilhan admitted honestly. The beauty admitted that she was pleased to hear that. After a bit of silence, she ventured to ask, will you tell me your name?" The hero was confused. "Should I keep calling you Sunbolt?" With a cute smile, the Empress inquired. "Please stop calling me by that nickname. I am Ilhan," the hero finally admitted. "You can keep the mana stone. I'll just take half of the body if you work it yourself." Mana stones are about 6 parts in contribution, so that should equalize everything, Kangmira said. The hero decided to clarify. Are you sure you don't mind? All this work for just half a body. What do you think is the most important job on Earth right now? Beauty inquired. Mage, warrior. What exactly are you interested in? Kangmira continued to interrogate. Yu Ilhan was not prepared for such an interrogation. After thinking for a bit, he finally replied, Right now, the most important job is Carcass Master. There's no point in killing a bunch of monsters if you don't know how to process them in a certain way for rewards. Your processing skills are incredible. They are of incredible value, the Empress said. The young man plunged his dagger into the leopard's carcass and began the butchering. At this time, the girl called someone. She said a few words and the conversation ended. Erda said, She has a lot of connections. You should stay on good terms with her. It's hard to find someone who has skills, pride, and background. Without stopping his work, Yu Ilhan pondered what to say to the celestial woman. Erda, getting close to someone is really hard, Angel asked. Did I remind you of another trauma again? How do you know what it is to be lonely? Exclaimed the hero in his heart. The hero wiped the sweat from his forehead in relief. The processing was finally done. Kanmeyer asked the deputies to put all the pieces of the monster's body on the trucks. Thanks to you, we were able to get rid of the monster before it did any more damage, said the Empress, turning to Ilhan. The hero thanked the girl sincerely for her help. Suddenly, the beauty said, Please forget about the fact that we made a team. The hero looked dumbfounded at such an offer from the Empress. Thoughts flashed through his mind that he had done something wrong, and by just not liking the girl. Belle decided to explain. She felt that she wasn't worthy of being Yu Ilhan's partner, because he was very strong and there was a huge gulf between them. The young man heaved a sigh of relief, but Kangmir added, Sooner or later I'll catch up with you. That's when I'll ask you to be my partner. After a brief pause, the hero replied that he would think about it when the time came. The Empress laughed and held out her hand, saying that the young man was reasoning logically as always. As the two shook hands, the system reported that the team had broken up. In that same instant, Ilhan felt himself regain his freedom, but at the same time he lost his teammate. The feeling was both sad and refreshing. The hero checked his windows and saw that the team status window was gone. The driver of the car Mireille came in told the Supergirl that it was time for them to go. Belle caught up but asked her comrade to wait a second. She asked Yu Ilhan if he could give her his phone number. This question took the young man by surprise. Seeing that the hero was hesitating, Kangmir decided to use feminine charms to achieve what she wanted. She smiled sweetly, fixed her hair, and promised she wouldn't tell anyone this confidential information. The young man faded his eyes. He pondered, taking his time to answer. Images of the Empress during the battle flashed through his mind. Ilhan wanted to figure out once and for all if he could trust this girl. Kangmir could make the right impression, so the hero no longer hesitated. He already knew the answer to his dilemma. The young man had made up his mind that he could trust the Empress. Ilhan told the girl that he was willing to give her his phone number. The guy pulled out his smartphone and sent a call to the beauty's number. Now she knew how to contact him. Having reached her goal, the Empress got into the auto and promised that she would contact him when the need arose. The hero shared with Eartha that this was the first time he had gotten a phone number from a girl. Angel replied how sad she was to see Ilhan being made happy by such nonsense. The young man exclaimed irritably that he had only earned the right to be confident in the eyes of others. The celestial woman said, That's even sadder. A little later, once in his own workshop, the young man activated the system to remind himself of his own accomplishments. Leafing through the pages, he realized that until a few hours ago, he never imagined he would kill a third-class monster. At the time, he had thought it was impossible. The young man exclaimed joyfully, Karma really exists. Erda said she didn't mind his optimistic attitude. The hero decided to ask his mentor why her words didn't sound like a compliment, though the celestial woman thought she had made exactly one. Ilhan realized that the problem of the lack of trolls on Earth was standing in the way of his evolution. Angel said if he was a different person, he'd just go to another world. These words only made the guy angry, because he doesn't go to other worlds not because he doesn't want to. He just can't get there. Erda explained that the concentration of mana on Earth was getting higher every day, so the trolls would soon appear. The hero asked the angel if he needed the blood of trolls for his own evolution, just because it had healing properties. Erda confirmed her ward's hunch, but the next moment she added with a sly smile, That will only work if you have resistance to the deadly poison. Ilhan wondered why the level increased with every conversation the Celestial gave. First, the resistance to ordinary poisons increased, then to strong poisons, and now to deadly ones. The young man didn't even want to imagine what would happen next. Erta advised him not to even think about drinking the monster's blood or eating its meat. Angel thought only crazy people were capable of that. The big problem is the second-class sleeping monsters. You have to kill them with one punch. The boy looked at his own spear and decided he needed to strengthen his weapon. The hero looked at Eartha and asked her to share the hark. She refused. The goddess reasoned that it would create a great imbalance. She thought it was a big mistake to lend him the hammer and anvil. He'd better make a good weapon now, before Eartha took back the tool. Ilhan decided it was best not to argue now and went straight to work. The young man looked at his harpoon and decided that he could use it again after some minor modifications. He had made it from the bone of a huge leopard, so it was definitely a strong weapon. The hero looked at the muscles and tendons he had gotten after handling the monster's body, trying to decide what to do with them. Suddenly something unexpected happened, and the guy let the material out of his hands out of surprise. A part of the killed leopard flew straight into the raging flames. Ilhan was upset by this incident, for he wanted to create a strong antidote for his own use. Erda said, "Muscles and tendons will rot before you create an antidote." The boy stared at the flames as if mesmerized. He didn't know what it was. Was it the effects of the eternal flame? In the next instant, both man and angel saw the heated tendon change. The young man asked the celestial why she had not taught him. The young man asked the celestial lady why she had not taught him. The hero saw flaming tongues of flame. He addressed the fire as a living being and asked it to stop. The next moment he took the claws and pulled out a fiery piece. Placing the object on the refractory surface, the young man exclaimed that it was impressive. The hero exclaimed that this elasticity is simply amazing. He will call this material the giant's rubber band. Erta wanted to know what her ward was going to do with it. Ilhan replied, "Although it's very stretchy, it's also incredibly strong." The hero explained that this material gained resistance to fire by being heated by eternal flames. The material also has resistance to impact and water. The guy got the idea in his head to make a wonderful bounce house out of this material. The celestial was surprised by this decision of the young man. Ilhan explained his idea. Such weapons work on a similar principle to firearms, but it does not shoot bullets, but stakes. If you use tendons to work with this weapon, it will be more like a crossbow. This kind of eliminator is not easy to use, but its power is at a high level. The guy wanted to note the special power of penetration. Such a weapon is more likely to be seen in a virtual game than in real life. The hero decided to use the elasticity of the giant's rubber band instead of gunpowder, and threw the material into the eternal flames. The master concluded that this is the best source of power. It returns more power than you put in. There was nothing left for Earthy but to recognize the infinite energy her ward now possessed. Angel was amazed that the young man's mind came up with incredible ideas every time. Even now she couldn't wait to see what he would come up with next. The hero explained that he wanted to adapt the new weapon to the limit of his own power. And the guy planned to use the leopard's tooth as bullets. It's much sharper and stronger than his bones. A little later, small stakes appeared on the table in front of the young man, which he made from one large fang. Ilhan said it would be ideal if he just reinforced it with a leopard mana stone. Erta said her opinion, "It's strong enough on its own." Angel said, "If the young man was confident enough to fight against a third-class monster before the trolls appeared, then it was worth using the debuff now." Scratching the back of his head, the hero decided he'd better save it for later. He didn't really want to fight another third-class monster right now. Ilhan promised his new creation that he would later get a mana stone especially for him. Erta thought that this guy didn't know how to give up. Not a year later, the incredible new device, which the guy called the Eliminator, was absolutely ready. Now all that was left to do was to put the giant's rubber band on a stake made from a leopard's tooth. The young man explained to Earthy that he had divided the power into 3 levels. Ilhan decided to test his product. It turned out that even he found it difficult to switch the lever. Without noticing it himself, the boy called out for his mom, but the celestial reminded him that his mom wasn't here. She was in another world right now. The hero put a lot of effort into finally doing what he wanted to do. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he asked Eartha how long it took to charge. She answered that it was only 2 seconds. The young man came to the conclusion that he couldn't be handled long enough to use the debuff during an actual battle. If he was still calling out for his mom at level 1, when he charges to level 3, he will call out to his distant ancestors. Ilhan realized it was time to experience the second level. It was even harder. Erta counted the time. It took the guy 10 seconds for the second level and 2 minutes for the third. The hero thought for a moment that he was dying. At this point, the system reported that the world flashback debuff was complete. Weapon received 1240 strength points and a unique class. The maximum impact strength of the third level is 2900. The weapon was made from the bones, tooth and sinew of a ghost leopard by a master craftsman who had reached the limit of his abilities. It strikes me that the excellent firing system was created without magic or gunpowder, but the heaviness of use and inconvenience of carrying it is a disadvantage. The hero showed this information to Erdi. The debuffer now has an alpha option even without mana crafting. It will have a reduced time cost for charging and attacking. The Celestial said that with the tooth, the length of this weapon exceeds 3 meters, a clear disadvantage. The young man remarked that Erta would find disadvantages everywhere. Ilhan replied that it was just in case a giant showed up. Now the guy was going to make smaller monster weapons. The Celestial advised taking a break before creating a new weapon, since it was morning outside. But there was no stopping the hero. He was passionate about his own business. The system didn't have time to send messages. Detailed underground destructive trap completed. The mana crafting skill had reached level 24. The young man was now able to create better artifacts with less mana consumption. Ilhan threw another completed trap behind his back. The angels who had time to recover were amazed by this trap. It was really good, had an extra option, and could lead to overflow. Erda noticed that this was the 17 destructive trap the hero had created. He had to make 11 more first, but it seemed he only had 8 left to create now. The young man wondered if it was because of the overflow. The Celestial replied that Ilhan was quick to grasp the point. He's right, because these traps are incredibly good quality. They have a wide range. Thanks to them, other destructive traps around the world have also been strengthened. Erda said that if all the monsters were involved in just one strong destructive trap, it would be a fiasco. But then the other traps would be left empty. Angel asked, if Ilhan continued to spread mana in an area without monsters for the sake of attracting them, what does he think would happen? The hero asked, did humans get trapped instead of monsters? No, said the Celestial woman. Bell explained that the Akasha Chronicles and mana traps could collide, and this would lead to new monsters. Ilan asked to interpret it as if he were 5 years old. Erta said that a super strong monster would then appear. He would chew his way out of the trap. The young man finally understood everything. He realized how terrible the overflow was. His only wish now, to stay away from third-class monsters. He was only able to kill the ghost leopard because the monster's ability was stealth. But that's not how even a guy could overcome this thing on his own. The hero realized that he couldn't overpower the class 3 monsters with his current strength. Celestia said that is why they will reduce the number of traps to prevent overcrowding. One of the newly arrived angels said, I am so annoyed by the appearance of so many unexpected things on Earth. What annoyed this Celestial the most was Ilhan's personality. He advised Earthy to take the boy under special control. The hero was struck by the angel's words. The Celestial decided to stand up for the hero and said that he was not a human being ruled by angels. She was ordered to help the guy. I wasn't told to watch him and limit his abilities, the beauty added irritably. The blonde angel didn't like Eartha's words, calling her unshakable. The Celestial raised her hand up and activated her own angelic mana. The next moment, a sword began to appear in her hand. Angel pointed her weapon at Shuit and advised him to focus on his own duties instead of ordering her what to do. Angel hadn't expected such a selection from Eartha at all. The look on his face was dumbfounded. The Celestial gritted his teeth and stared at the tip of the blade, which was pointed directly at his face. Ilan was as amazed as Shuitu by Erta's behavior. The young man had never seen Eartha so angry before. The other angels agreed that Shuita was poking his nose into his own business. He should do his own thing and not interfere with others. They tried to reassure Eartha by explaining that the Celestial had interfered in her affairs inadvertently. Observing this scene, the hero decided that angels are no different from humans other than the fact that they are higher creatures. Now Erta also resembled a normal girl with understandable human reactions. The angels took the traps and said goodbye, saying they had to go. Shuita was the first to plunge into the sky without saying a word. Erta sat on her ward's head. They watched together as the Celestials disappeared into the celestial firmament. Angelica told Ilhan that she had shown a side of herself she shouldn't have revealed in vain. The hero replied that it was unexpected, but in a good way. The young man was surprised that angels were capable of human emotions. Erta said that angels have long since moved away from pathetic emotions, for they are higher creatures. The young man smiled and replied, it wasn't as if Shuita was devoid of emotion at all. Celestia said that was why Ilhan was so wonderful. The boy didn't understand what he had to do with that. Angel explained that she meant his talents and skills. They reach such a high level that they make even an angel envious. The young man had not expected such words in his direction from Eartha at all. After coming to his senses a little, Ilhan replied with a smile that she was overestimating him as usual. The Celestial replied seriously that the young man was underestimating himself. Erta thought the guy had too low an opinion of himself. But she immediately decided that this was not a bad thing in a way, for if one believed in oneself, one could challenge God himself. Angel hesitated. She looked at Ilhan in silence. The hero noticed that look and wondered what was on her mind. Erta decided it was best not to think about it. Celestia said she had something to tell me about the reward for the destructive trap assignment. The guy folded his arms across his chest and replied that he only agreed to a financial reward. Erda smiled and said mysteriously that he would change his mind once he heard what she wanted to talk about. There is a new kind of metal in a dungeon that has appeared on Earth. Angel is ready to tell us where it is. This news greatly interested the hero. He wanted to know now about the location of a new kind of metal. Ilhan decided not to delay. He packed up and went outside. The hero walked on, looking around. He said in surprise, turning to Eartha, "It is very strange that there is no one outside." Angel wondered if it had brought back memories for the guy of the days when he had been left all alone on Earth. Ilhan replied that not much at all, but it was different now. He knows everyone will be back someday. Plus, there are people like the Empress left on Earth fighting monsters. Now everything changed, for the boy knew he was not alone. Erda rejoiced at such words from the hero. Meanwhile, the city was far behind. Ilhan had entered the forest. The Celestial had been pointing him in the right direction all along. The young man saw a portal in front of him and wondered at Eartha if this was the entrance to the dungeon. The hero was glad that this dungeon was even in Korea and he was able to reach it on foot. Because of the state of emergency, he couldn't leave the country's border. No one can cross it either by boat or by airplane. The young man even had time to think about whether he could build an airplane himself. But Erda suggested not to waste time and to start what they had in mind as soon as possible. The hero stepped closer and touched the protective layer of the portal that led to the dungeon. The next moment, something incredible happened. A system window appeared. It showed an error. All people below level 50 are forbidden to enter. Ilhan pointed Earthy to the message and reminded her that he was only at level 36. Celestia asked the guy if he had forgotten who she was. The young man called Eartha a rude angel who violates property rights. The enraged Celestial screamed that she was a higher-level being who creates and controls destructive traps. Concentrating on the entrance to the dungeon, she swung her hand. The next instant, the system reported that the entry restriction had been lifted. Erta said that Ilhan could come in now. The boy realized that she was more useful than he had thought. Angelica thought that the hero had better not forget about it, because she was an incredibly useful assistant for him. The boy reached forward, wanting to try again. This time it worked. Ilhan was immediately inside the trap. There was no limit to the young man's surprise. He had never felt such a powerful energy around him before. The hero looked around and saw the stone walls of the cave. Some places showed material that was unfamiliar to Ilhan. It was probably exactly what they had come here for. The young man wanted to find out as quickly as possible how things functioned here. Erda informed him that he was the one who had created the trap. The next moment, glasses appeared on the angel's face. She fixed them and announced the start of the quiz. Erda asked if the guy knew how new monsters appeared on Earth. Ilhan answered. She told him that it happens when it reaches a certain concentration in the atmosphere. The Celestial said that this was a basic condition. Now she wanted to know if the boy knew who appears in abandoned jars of rice. Ilhan replied that rice weevils appear there. The quiz continued. Who shows up in rooms that are not cleaned and have bits of food scattered everywhere? Quick, of course, the heroes knew the answer to this question. Cockroaches appear in pockets of filth. Erda continued that monsters are like rice weevils and cockroaches. They appear in their ideal environment. A thought flashed through the young man's mind as to why she had chosen to choose such examples, though it was because of them that he understood everything more easily. Ilhan asked his assistant why she was even bringing it up. The Celestial explained that from this day forward, he would have to kill the monsters in this dungeon and get their hearts. She then added that this is the metal that first appeared on Earth. This news struck the guy like a thunderclap. He froze in place. It surprised him that Erda had decided to bring it up now. You, Ilhan interjected. Monster hearts are metal? He wants to know why it happened this way. Why she only told him about it now, since he was looking forward to mining the metal from the rock. Erda decided to clarify that she had promised to find the metal, not mine it. Only now the guy realized that it was about hunting, not developing the adit. For nothing he had prepared all this equipment. The goddess was amazed that he had brought so much with him. The hero took the helmet off his head and decided to explain everything. It turned out that the young man was using the enchanted bag to enlarge the space. He couldn't help but use it when the opportunity arose. It's a very useful item. Erda said it's a reward for the quest, but it has a limit. Also, the spell does not reduce the weight of the items in that bag. Ilhan said he could carry several tens of tons without a problem. The Celestial was amazed at such human capabilities. The guy wasn't done yet. He had something to add. He thinks they look like mining dots, and Erda claims they're all monsters. Angelica confirmed his words and asked why the young man looked disappointed. Ilhan frustratedly replied, "It's like I ran into a spoiler. He was supposed to run up to the rock and try to mine the metal and then get ambushed." Erda asked in surprise, "Is that really what you wish for?" The young man ran his hand into his backpack pocket. He wanted to experience something new. The next moment he pulled out some incredible tool he called a metal monster. Ilhan thought it should work better than a spear. The system called this weapon a rare class heavy combat destroyer. The hammer's strike power is 1250, and the axe's is 1270. Erta said he had a great idea. Strength is guaranteed since it's made from the bones of a ghost leopard. Plus, it has an alpha option, despite the fact that the hero didn't use the craft mana while creating this weapon. The celestial woman's mind flashed. Whatever this guy does, he easily gets a rare class. This was to be expected from Yu Il-han. He's incredibly capable. The hero said even if his metal monster had a really good option, he wouldn't use it while mining new metal. The boy swung and put all his senses into the blow. The guy's eyes were burning with fire. He was like a madman. The system rated this hit as critical. Il-han gained over 137,000 experience points. A level 51 metal heart entry appeared on his card. A young man has reached the maximum level of blunt weapon technique. His skill can evolve if he has the necessary ingredients. The guy doesn't expect to be able to kill a stone monster with a single blow. Erta called him a good boy. The next moment they saw a shining stone. It was the heart of the metal monster. It was the strongest part of its body, and it contained all of its mana. That's why metal hearts don't have mana stones. If a metal heart senses danger, it can reinforce that part of its body with mana. Usually one person distracts it while another attacks from behind. Il-han thought he was light for a Class 2 monster, but it was simply a matter of its weakness, its surprise attack. But the hero believed that danger finds a way to approach you when you lower your attentiveness. The young man told the celestial woman that people are always attacked when they think, "This is easier than I thought." That's how characters in short stories die all the time. But in reality, things didn't turn out the way the hero imagined. No ambush befell him. His adventure was not like a literary work. The system reported that the hero had reached level 38. His strength increased by 2 units, and his dexterity, health, and mana increased by 1 unit. The young man asked his assistant if the dungeon was always so uninteresting. Erta replied that it was just that it was unusual. He walked farther and farther, but the environment didn't change. Monsters on his path were caught occasionally. All of these stone monsters were killed by a single blow from the hero, even if it wasn't critical. The young man looked furious, for he had hoped for adventure and thrills, but had gotten none of it. Erta wanted to know how he managed to reach the maximum level in blunt weapon technique after the art of spear and hand-to-hand combat. Il-han answered the question with a question. Have you heard the Buddhist saying, "All rivers flow into the sea"? It means even if you study different types of martial arts, once you peak in all of them, they will merge into one. The Celestial decided to remain silent as they suddenly heard strange sounds. The young man received a message from the system. There was a large level 74 metal heart ahead. So much for the adventure. The hero said that this monster was bigger than he expected. Angelica explained that it was a big metal heart. It is about 20 levels taller than its kin. Il-han rejoiced. Finally, he would be able to test his new weapon on a real opponent. He now decided to use the straggler he had charged up to level 3. Erta rolled her eyes. Her ward seemed to have prepared weapons for every situation. The young man pushed off the ground with his feet and flew into the air. The jackhammer was at the ready. The monster didn't stand a chance. The stake hit its target. Cracks went down the stone heart. Even for a monster of this level, a single hero strike was enough. The system reported that the young man had gained 548,000 experience points and a level 74 big metal heart entry. Yu Il-han was satisfied with the result of his attack. Looking at his stake, the young man saw that it was also covered in cracks. The guy realized he couldn't use it anymore. It was only good for one hit. The hero wondered how he could make it possible to reuse the orbs, perhaps to make a cartouche. Erta advised to think about it later. Right now, it was worth taking the monster hearts. When the young man took out his loot, he realized that the big metal heart was stronger than the hearts of other metal monsters. The Celestial added that the King of Metal Hearts is a normal form of metal hearts. It has the highest durability in the world, but it won't be here since it's a Class 4 monster. The young man advised her not to jinx it as she usually does. Erta said that it was just a coincidence. Unlike the monsters that came through a typical evolution, metal hearts had appeared on Earth quite recently. Il-han was extremely lucky to see a large metal heart here. It won't happen again. Suddenly, sweat appeared on Angelica's face. She was sure it wouldn't happen again, but she was wrong. The hero pointed his finger at another metal heart. The celestial woman's mind raced. Damn Earth, my predictions never come true. Yu Il-han reacted instantly. He decided that the debuff was better put aside. It was time to use the ferocious hammer of the 1,000 bombs of the unique class with the power of a 1974 strike. The guy rushed to attack, and the angel decided he was the only person in the world who was beaming with such joy. The hero and his mentor spent several days in the cave. The young man reached level 40. His dexterity score was increased by 2, his strength, health, and mana by 1. With the hammer on his shoulder, Ilhan asked Erda if that was all. She replied that the dungeon was completely cleared, and he could come back later when he needed something again. The guy hoped he would meet the King of Metal Hearts here next time. He noticed Eartha's strange reaction and decided to bet that some significant event was about to happen and wondered what was wrong. The Celestial replied, she was just surprised that an old destructive trap had been used to create this dungeon. There was no problem with that. The hero thought that judging by the angel's tone it was worth betting that some significant event was about to happen. Ilhan had managed to notice such a peculiarity. When Erda starts talking about something in a normal tone, something bad always happens. The guy's back felt a portal appear behind him. Just then he looked back as he saw several figures just stepping onto the ground. They were angels already familiar to Ilhan, who always took away the destructive traps he created. The hero waited for news, and it didn't take long. It was at this point that the establishment of destructive territories on Earth was fully completed. Hundreds of thousands of dungeons set up across the land activated one after another. The monsters slowly began to disappear from the city street. They were beckoned by the energy that the dungeons had, so the monsters obediently went to them and trapped themselves. Once the predators were locked in the dungeons, people felt safer. There was a sense of stability. That same evening, the anchor spoke from the TV screen about Korea, Japan, China, and other Asian countries regaining peace. The hero hears reports of diminishing tasks from another world coming from the other side. He turned off the TV, not wanting to listen to any more news. Erda explained that the higher creatures were reducing the rewards for tasks so that the humans would return to Earth. Plus, the dungeons have been activated. People need to go back to get rid of the monsters. Now the young man realized why it was so loud. It meant his parents would also be back soon. The Celestine wanted to see what new things the craftsman had managed to do. She was interested in the additional options of Ilhan's new products. The young man replied that he could not test his creations properly at the moment because he wanted to sleep. Yawning, the boy added that he was tired, having created all this without a sleep break after visiting the dungeon. Angelica advised him to lie down and get a good night's sleep. The hero objected, saying that the destructive traps are finished, which means the angels are coming to take them away. He has some work to do. First, Ilhan created an armor with a metal heart. The system called it a terribly durable and stealthy rare class black armor that can withstand a 4,800 hit. Their option is to increase defense by 40%, increase hitting power by 30% during a surprise attack. Strength 2550. This is the masterpiece of the century, created by a master craftsman on the verge of his popularity. Armor materials, only the heart of a large metal heart. The system believed that this masterpiece had no flaws. The armor gained the necessary elements of armor, protection, beauty, and abilities that help during attacks. The hero glanced at Eartha and asked if perhaps more options should be added. She supported the idea. The Celestial has authorized them to activate them right from this moment on. The hero was happy with the additional options, because during the surprise attack, the strike power increased. During stealth, the strength of the surprise attack increases by 10%, and the strength of the blow increases by 30% due to the effect of armor. And if you also use the spear, the strike power will increase by 50%. Angelica decided that the characterization terrible was needed to enhance the options that already existed. For an item created without mana crafting, it's almost unbelievable to have 3 variants at the same time. But thanks to Ilhan's title of legendary creator, he was able to create something that was once impossible. Erda asked the hero not to sell items with 3 options to other people. It's too dangerous to reveal his abilities like that. The young man was not going to stop there. With persistence in his eyes, he asked what if his products had 4 options. These words of the guy made the celestial woman angry. With a menacing expression on her face, she said she was serious. The master decided it was better to apologize. Angel said, "In any case, I hereby declare that from now on, items with 3 options will be called gamma options." Ilhan couldn't resist saying that he had expected a more interesting name from Erda. The hero decided to make a weapon out of the remains of the stone heart. The Celestine asked, "Is he no longer going to use the steel spear?" The young man looked at his creation and decided he was over the old man. Weapons and armor he no longer uses will go to eternal flame. As soon as the guy threw the weapon into the fire, as the system reported that the eternal flame level had been raised. This fire seems to have the ability to evolve, its level growing quite rapidly. The master asked his mentor what it was for. He thought the flames looked happy. Erda didn't bother to go into details, tossing over her shoulder, "For everything." It was at that moment that the young man finally realized how tired he was. He yawned and decided it was not worth staying up any longer. Ilhan didn't hesitate and headed straight for the workshop door. Time to get a good night's sleep. Angelica lingered in the room for a moment and looked confusedly at the eternal flame. Then the door closed behind them, and now the workshop was silent. The hero quickly got to his house. He was driven by fatigue. When he entered the apartment and continued yawning, he went straight to his bedroom. Morning came quickly. Ilhan barely woke up and forced himself out of bed. Suddenly, the hero realized that he was not alone in the apartment. The boy smelled fresh food and saw his mom and dad in the kitchen. The father was reading the newspaper and the mother was preparing breakfast. The young man was very happy that his parents had finally returned. He missed them very much. Sitting down at the table, the hero began to greedily, with incredible speed, devour his mother's dishes. The woman was amazed by this sight. She asked her son to eat slower, if he had been hungry all this time. Ilhan's mind flashed. "I survived for 2 weeks on beef jerky alone while in the dungeon." Out loud, he told his mother that her food was the best. Dad got up from the table and said he had to go. He had to get to work before the siren sounded, announcing the arrival of the monsters. The son was surprised that Dad was going to work, especially at this hour. The man said the financial support had been withdrawn, so it was necessary to return to work as soon as possible to be reinstated. One of the workers in their department quits to become a hunter, and Ilhan's father has no talent for it. Monsters scare him. So today he has to work to avoid getting fired. So the memes that say Koreans will go to work even during the zombie apocalypse turned out to be true. The hero watched his father head for the door. Suddenly a sound idea popped into his head. He ran out into the hallway and asked his father for something to put on. At first glance, it was an ordinary long-sleeved light-colored t-shirt, but it could actually protect a man from monsters. The father was amazed, for the option and protection of this item was impressive. He wanted to know where his son found such valuable clothes. Ilhan decided not to go into details. He said that he had somehow managed to find some. He then added that he had the same clothes for his mother. The man sincerely thanked his son for his concern. The woman and the guy walked the head of the family to work and wished him a good and safe day. The mother told her son that universities were also starting to open. She wanted to know if the young man was going to return to his studies. The hero replied with a refusal, for he didn't think he needed university classes now. The woman was not upset. She told her son that she believed in him, and he could do what he wanted to do. The young man was touched by his mom's sincere words. He was really very happy to have his parents back home. The boy took out another t-shirt from his bag and held it out to his mom. He explained that these clothes would protect her even from the crushing attack of a second-class monster. But the woman had fallen in love with the young man's backpack. She thought it would be perfect for shopping. But Ilhan couldn't give up the bag. Besides, it was very heavy. Having had a good breakfast, the hero went outside. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Enjoying the beautiful weather, the young man reached his workshop rather quickly. Just as he opened the door, a change within the room made him freeze on the threshold. The hero looked stunned. What the hell had happened here in just one night? His workshop has completely changed, and for the better. The stove with the eternal flame looked different. It was more solid. New equipment appeared on the workbench where the young man's main work took place. Erta explained that it was heaven's reward for his success. These tools are made of metal that will only appear on Earth once it rises to the second level. The system reported that Heaven 002's task, called Creating Destructive Paste, had been successfully completed. Ilhan was very grateful for such a gift and promised to use it all successfully. Erta said that wasn't all. All characteristics were increased by 5 units, and the young man received an additional reward for a perfectly completed task. In the next instant, a large book with the title Recording the Deadly Poison Resistance Skill. This will avoid being poisoned even by a rank 4 monster. The boy was dumbfounded by such a gift, because this book is incredibly rare. Once he had its knowledge, he would be able to eat even troll meat. As a final reward, the Celestial told the lad the location of the troll dungeon. It turned out that the hero will have to go to the United States to achieve what he wants. Ilhan made the decision not to delay, and went straight to Incheon Airport. Already entering the terminal, he whispered quietly to Earthy that he was going to fly on an airplane for the first time. The Celestial said the young man had forgotten something. He needs a passport and a visa to travel abroad, but right now he has neither. The hero realized that the angel was right, but he seemed to have some idea because he said, "It doesn't matter at all." The next moment, the young man explained what he meant. Ilhan had decided to make his journey illegally. Murmuring a little song to himself, he walked past the registration windows. In the hero's mind, a plan to make his idea a reality. The young man kept humming that he was going to travel illegally, which annoyed the angel. She asked him to shut up, because it was too loud. Already in the airplane in the empty seats, Ilhan said to Earthy, "Even the most advanced security system is unable to detect me with my stealth skill." The Celestine replied that this system would not notice him, even if it was equipped with magic in the future. At that moment, A flight attendant appeared in the airplane corridor, pushing a beverage cart in front of her. The hero reached in and pulled out a blue jar from there. The woman couldn't see it, but she thought she hadn't taken enough coke. Ilhan looked out the window. He saw a fighter jet flying rapidly nearby. Erda said it's a fighter jet that the ability user controls. It was needed in case there were monsters in the air. That explained why tickets for this plane were so expensive. To get to Arizona, where the troll dungeon is located, they need to make a layover in Los Angeles. Erda was confident that this time everything would go smoothly. But Ilhan had already noticed. When she said that, something bad always happened. It wasn't long before there was a commotion all around. A monster appeared somewhere nearby. The hero couldn't resist saying that the celestial woman's next phrase should be, "There must be some mistake here." So well he had time to study the Angelica's behavior. The young man added, if the angel could not foresee such a trouble, he, a human, would take care of it. It flashed through Erda's mind that the prediction had finally come true. Redundancy is a phenomenon that occurs only in a particular case, related to a destructive trap. If it explodes for some unknown reason, the result is a large number of mutated monsters on the loose. Such redundancy creates mutant monsters that are significantly stronger than previous ones. The biggest feature is that everything around it absorbs the energy of the destructive trap. Because of this, everything around it changes. The hero looked around and saw that part of the airport had become a stone desert. It turns out the monsters that are closed in the dungeon in case of excess turn the land into a dungeon. Erda confirmed the young man's hunch. She explained that redundancy happens when the world evolves and the dungeon forms. It could also be a side effect from very strong magic or the disappearance of a dungeon. But the Celestial believed that right now was not the reason. The biggest problem is that mutants created with redundancy can interact with other dungeons and provoke redundancy after redundancy. In other words, if Ilhan misses even one monster, there will be another overabundance. These words of Erti made the hero stop. He wanted to know if there was another prediction. If the hero misses a monster, another overabundance will occur, and he'll have to work his ass off to solve the problem. The goddess said that this must be thwarted. She would give the boy a task, for the fulfillment of which the reward would be characteristics and skill. The young man decided to accept the offer. It was at that moment that a massive explosion occurred to their left. People screamed, begging for rescue. Dark figures could be seen through the hole in the airport wall. Some of the bravest tried to scare the monsters with firearms. The man even fired at the giant crocodile, but the bullets bounced off the armored skin. The monster growled and said he needed to find the tape. Ilhan told Earthy that it was some kind of light monster. The Celestial explained that the monster was a second-class mutant monster with a special ability. Don't underestimate it. The hero reminded the angelic girl that he had great armor and a sharp spear. The system named his weapon the Black Spear of the Reaper of Death Unique Class, with a strike power of 2,400. Optionally, increases the probability of a critical hit by 30% during a surprise attack. Strength, 1,700. This weapon is a masterpiece of the century, created by a master craftsman at the limit of his abilities. The spear is made from the heart of a great metal heart, specifically for one man. It has the power of the Reaper of Death, which allows you to hide in the darkness and take other people's lives. The young man decided to attack the monster from the air. The spear went straight into the giant lizard's head. The monster was killed with one blow. The system reported about it, crediting the fire monster to the hero's account. Ilhan was pleased with the capabilities of his new spear. The hero felt great. Erda explained that this monster had no mana stone. If the young man were to refresh it, it would be worth putting the necessary body parts in his bag afterward. People began to pull up to the scene. They were stunned that this young man had overcome the fire lizard so quickly. It went through the guy's mind, even with my stealth skill, people can see me if I'm in the center of things. Meanwhile, the fire lizard decided to attack the hero, with flames appearing in its mouth. The next instant, a huge column of flame covered the spot where Ilhan had just stood. The young man barely escaped the fire. He thought that it seemed to be the same fire attack that had recently destroyed the airport wall. The hero made the decision that it was best to go outside now. But the fire moved faster than the boy. He stopped and met the danger face to face. The fire lizard's attack was so powerful that the fire covered the hero's head with fire. The people were shocked. They thought their savior was dead. But when the dust cleared a bit, the crowd saw the hero's hand. Ilhan himself looked dumbfounded that he had survived a direct hit. Now he could fight in peace, taking all the blows. Gripping his list even tighter, the guy began to fight again. Suddenly, the young man noticed that he was not alone in countering the fire lizards. People in the crowd started shouting that you can't just watch. Everyone who can fight must act. One of the men exclaimed that they should form a team. Those who have no fighting skills should run away. Ilhan froze in place. He was not used to this kind of behavior from ordinary people. Erda noticed that after the last blow, the crowd had completely forgotten about the hero. Even the monsters ignore him. That's impressive. The humans fought bravely against the monsters, even though they were stronger. Some of the crowd possessed magic and could create protective barriers. Yu Il-han simply watched the unequal battle for a while. He decided to let the people stand up for themselves. But after a moment, it became clear that the team from the crowd couldn't handle the fire lizards. Another monster spat fire into the human crowd. It seemed that the man who stood closer to the monster could no longer be saved, but Il-han intervened in time. The hero was finally spotted. The terrified man thanked his savior. The guy again had just enough of a punch to pierce his list of lizard heads. The giant creature began to settle to the ground. It managed to utter, the record of a strong warrior. Yu Il-han replied, "Let him better give him his record." The young man struck another blow, finishing off the monster, and received 420,000 experience points for it. The fire lizards behind the hero's back recognized that he was a strong warrior and longed to obtain his record, for with his help they could evolve. Guy asked Eartha if all monsters go crazy over records and evolution. Is it really because of the overabundance? A man in armor approached the young man and thanked him for his rescue. Her face was hidden by her helmet, but Il-han realized from her voice that she was a girl. The hero advised her to stay attentive on the battlefield. He heard that a girl thought he was cool. This comforted the fighter's self-esteem. He's a real looker. The Celestial said contemptuously that no one can see his face, because it is hidden behind a mask. Subsequently, the fight with the lizards continued outside near the airport building. After killing another monster, Il-han gained 431,000 experience points. After killing another monster, Il-han gained 431,000 experience points. He reached level 44. His strength score increased by 2 units, and his agility, health, and mana by 1 unit. The lizards continued to advance. Erda said that the hero wouldn't have enough time if he killed them one by one. He should kill the leader first, since he was the main cause of the environmental changes, and then get rid of the others. Erda emphasized that as long as the guy didn't destroy the leader, the monsters would continue to appear. That was easy to say, but much harder to do. The hero had a rhetorical question. How easy would it be to get rid of each of them? Meanwhile, the monsters took the hero in a circle. They wanted to kill him first and get the record of a strong warrior. Il-han was beginning to lose patience. These annoying bastards were annoying him. One of the monsters released a fireball towards the hero. Thanks to his quick reaction, the young man was able to notice the enemy attack in time. He was able to defend himself from the fire with his incredible spear. Due to the length of the weapon, Il-han was able to attack the creature through the fire. The hero leapt forward and climbed out of the vortex of fire. People watched the battle in amazement. They couldn't believe that one person could handle so many monsters. There were whispers in the crowd. We're barely able to take one down with a team, and this guy single-handedly kills several at once. Yu Il-han realized that there was no time to rest now. After killing one lizard, he would immediately take on the others. The hero flew up into the air. He was right above the crowd of monsters. The young man did this on purpose to see the whereabouts of the fire lizard leader. The lad immediately recognized him among the others, for the monster was tougher than the others and had dark skin. The fighter realized that Erda had given accurate advice. He aimed his spear straight at the leader. The weapon hit the target, and in the same second Il-han received a message from the system. You have reached level 45. Your dexterity score has been increased by 2 units. Your strength, health, and tamana scores have been increased by 1 unit. The young man told the Celestial that at this rate he would not be able to control mana even when he chose a second profession. Angelica calmed him down. She thought that everything would be fine until level 100. By the way, his level was increasing quite slowly. The next moment, the hero heard the sound of an explosion. He looked in that direction. Suddenly, he heard a guy in the crowd yell, "Run! They explode on contact with people!" Il-han understood every word. He wondered where another Korean had come from. At this moment, a giant lizard appeared behind the young man's back. Upon hearing that monsters can explode from contact with humans, the hero got very excited and grabbed the monster by the neck. The guy pushed the lizard with all his might, and it flew to the ground. The explosion came the very next moment. It was so powerful that pieces of rocks flew in different directions. The people in the crowd thought it was a great way to kill monsters, but they wouldn't dare to repeat it themselves. Yu Il-han was at the epicenter of the explosions but remained completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the monster leader threw a piece of building at the hero. Swinging around, he took a step forward. The ground shook from his weight. The young man jumped up with ease and found himself on a rock. Yu Il-han exclaimed that balancing it was the easiest thing to do. For a real surfer who fought the waves of the ocean to catch Moby Dick, it's not hard at all. The next moment, another explosion sounded. It was more powerful than all the previous ones. The frightened people decided that this time their savior was dead after all, because it is simply impossible to survive being in the epicenter of such a fire. But a moment later they saw an unharmed hero who knew in advance that the depths would explode. The hero dipped his hand into his magic bag. He exclaimed, "It's time for a new weapon." In his hands, a unique class world flash debuff appeared. This weapon received an additional option: charging and attack speeds, as well as hitting power increased by 20%. The jackhammer is crafted from the bones, tooth and sinew of a ghost leopard by a master craftsman who reaches the limit of his abilities. Even the soulless system was amazed that such an incredible weapon was created without magic or gunpowder. But the jackhammer was difficult to use and carry. The metal hearts amplified its pros and cons. The hero aimed his superweapon at the leader. Time to call it a day. It was a critical blow of incredible power that literally knocked the giant lizard off its feet. Falling to the ground, the monster was still alive. It was wheezing and snapping its teeth. The leader's subordinates saw that he was in danger and rushed to his aid. But at that moment, observers from the crowd intervened in the fight. They prevented the monsters from approaching the leader. The humans persisted in trying to stop the monsters, allowing Yu Il-han to finish off their leader. The two crates ran straight into the sharp blade of the sword. The hero managed to change weapons. This time he wielded the dark great sword of the stupid giant. The weapon was a unique class with a strike power of 2,300 and a durability of 2,100. The sword had an option. Its weight increases by 50% and the user's strength by 20. Erda said that it sounded strange. The system reported that the young man had reached the maximum level of swordsmanship and could evolve the skill with the accessory of some components. Dropping his last breath, the fire lizard leader still dreamed of obtaining the record of a strong man. Suddenly, the young man felt some powerful vibrations behind him and looked around sharply. Everything around him began to collapse. The ground began to crack, which rapidly turned into deep chasms. The huge stone wall began to fall to pieces, and people rushed to avoid being killed under the rubble. The monster wanted to lift the whole place into the air. The energetic vibrations were so strong that the airport building and the rocks next to it could not stand. Everything around him was like the frames of a horrible disaster movie. The leader of the fire lizards was still alive. He wanted to take the strongest warrior with him to the other world instead of a bunch of frightened people. But Yu Il-han got tired of listening to his chatter, so the hero launched a giant sword at Patwaru's head. The young man muttered to himself, "You wish." His phrase was addressed to the slain fire lizard leader. The hero received 1,897,000 experience points for killing this monster, and a level 91 fire lizard entry. Il-han asked Erda, "Are these monsters really lower in level than black leopards despite being able to change their surroundings?" The goddess replied that such mutated monsters, their level does not match their strength. The young man feels some disappointment, because after killing such a monster, he expected to receive a greater reward. Suddenly, the guy froze in place. He wasn't used to the attention. He was surrounded by people, all of whom thanked him for saving them, and said that the hero had incredible abilities. The first to stand were a girl and a young man. The beautiful girl wanted to kiss Il-han in gratitude for his rescue. The master immediately remembered that he had met this Korean couple before. Erda told her ward that she sensed envy in his emotions. The hero advised her to shut up. The young man muttered to the people that he was fine and advised them to get rid of the other monsters. After all, there could be big problems if people missed even one of them. The girl inquired of the comrade, whom she called Hajin Oppa, whose hero had attained the third profession. The young man replied that it was unlikely. He had not heard of a man who had been able to attain such a level. Belle thought Yu Il-han was incredibly tough. She told Hajin that this mysterious young man was even stronger than him. Meanwhile, Il-han continued to destroy the monsters one by one and gained experience points for their lives. He thought that even if he put his soul into killing the monsters, either way one of them would survive. The hero can only continue his journey to Arizona when he is sure he has destroyed everyone. One of them will stay alive and watch the airplane disappearing into the sky, and then run off into the woods. Then when Il-han returns to Los Angeles, this surviving lizard will cause another mutant incident. Erda was skeptical of the character's thoughts. It was more like a movie script. But the guy didn't listen. He rushed to destroy the monsters as if in his second breath. The character moved so fast that at first glance it could seem as if he was in several places at once. After the lizard leader was destroyed, they decided to flee. But the monsters didn't stand a chance. With one swing of his sword, the young man cut them in half. At the same moment, he received 2 messages from the system and double his experience points. Looking around, Yu Il-han breathed a sigh of relief. The lizards were finally finished. Erda wondered what the hero was sure he could carry them all off with. He hummed in response. After the battle was over, a mountain of monster corpses lay on the ground. Suddenly, the guy felt the ground under his feet as if it were splitting apart. His foot went under. Ilhan felt an incredible heaviness. The young man asked the Celestial for the weight control option over his gear bag. Angelica wasn't surprised. It was as if she knew this would happen. The airport was finally cleared of the green mutant monsters. The window displayed information that Heaven's Quest 003 has been completed. All characteristics have been increased by 2 units. The hero successfully completed this task more successfully than anyone else, and received a special award. It was time to fulfill Ilhan's request. Erta flew into the air and directed her angelic magic at the boy's bag. At the same instant, 2 more angels descended from the sky to the ground who had previously taken away the traps. They wanted to know why their colleague had called them here. Erta explained that she needed help with mana crafting. The higher creatures immediately realized what the mentor wanted. They joined her efforts. Now the 3 angels directed their mana at the hero's bag. Outwardly, the thing did not change its appearance, but now its weight could be controlled. Erta picked up the bag and placed it directly in Ilhan's hands, explaining that he could now control the weight however he wished. The young man was pleased with the new option. Suddenly, the young man noticed that the angelic girl who had just descended from heaven was laughing at him. Seeing the question in the boy's gaze, she explained that she had seen him today as she watched her ward on the battlefield. This news stunned the hero, if angels help other people besides him. Erta confirmed that it was true. They needed to protect the rare ability users for the good of the earth. The girl's name is Nayuna. The angelic girl has asked Ilhan to help the beautiful girl when he gets the chance. It will also be good for him since she is blessed by the goddess of beauty. Erta asked Perta not to tell her ward about the boy's abilities. Information about him should be kept secret. The co-worker smiled and said that she had never seen Erta so concerned about inferior creatures before. Pertha put her hand to her mouth and quietly wondered if her friend had accidentally fallen in love with him. If it was true, Lita would kill her. Erta became angry at those words. She exclaimed that she would let Perta return to heaven as soon as possible, and in parting she asked Ilhan to be kind to Yuna. When the angels disappeared, the Celestial asked her ward if he planned to help the girl. The hero smiled and said it was impossible because he was an outcast who could never approach someone first. These words from the guy improved Eartha's mood, and she promised to give him the remaining rewards. It was a skill that gave the hero inhuman strength. He could use it along with mana. Ilhan thought it wasn't bad, but it sounded like a monster skill. Erta explained that he guessed right, since he had already learned all the skills available to humans. The airplane stood on the runway, ready to take to the skies at any moment. Angel Nayuna's ward, Angel Nayuna happily plumped herself into a seat in the cabin of the airplane. She looked around the cabin and told her companion that she didn't see the mysterious hero on the plane, but Peta promised that he would be here. The young man advised her to sit down and fasten her seatbelt, and she should keep her voice down, because she could be heard. The beauty liked to guess what Ilhan really looked like. Her friend was annoyed by such talk. He seemed to be jealous of Layuna. The hero sat nearby and heard every word they said. The master told his assistant that he should walk past the couple. Erta advised him to stop acting like he was the main character in a movie. At that time, the airplane was rapidly gaining altitude. The Celestial asked if the young man had ever heard such an expression as Chekhov's gun. The writer Anton Chekhov once said, "If you hang a gun on the wall in the first act, it has to go off at the last moment." Ilhan thought about those words while Yuna and Hojin enjoyed dinner by the fire. The young man didn't realize how busy he was making dinner and feeding the 2 men. He was not very friendly and advised them to get out if they were full. Nayuna asked if the hero could cook some more, as the meat just melts in her mouth. They had scorpion monster meat for dinner. It was a very exotic affair. To explain what just happened, Ilhan needs to go back sometime. In the young man's memories arose a deep chasm somewhere in the midst of a canyon in America. She and Eartha saw a huge portal with a strong mana right in front of them. Both the human and the supreme being looked at the magical passage confusedly. Angelica asked her ward what it was. He replied that he would like an explanation from her, for who was the superior being. Erta volunteered to go exploring. She had heard that this was usually what a troll dungeon looked like. The young man wondered why something strange was happening wherever he went. Angelica flew closer to the portal and tried to see something through it. After a little thought, she said that now it was clear. It was a very rare occurrence. There was a mistake, and so 2 destructive traps were placed here at once. Because of this, 2 dungeons merged and became one huge dungeon. There must be monsters other than trolls in a dungeon like this. Erta advised Ilhan to be careful. Taking a step forward, the young man received a message about the restriction of entry to level 50. The hero asked the angel to keep the story short. The Celestial heard his request and said the most important thing in 3 words. There would be 2 bosses. This dungeon is a green plain. The next moment the young man saw a troll. Erda wondered if he was only able to see monsters. At that moment, the troll opened its mouth and said it wanted to rest. These creatures were not smart. Only realizing that he wanted to sleep, the monster simply fell to the ground and put his hands behind his head. The hero exclaimed, "He fell asleep in 3 seconds as soon as he lay down. Is that really a rest skill?" Erda explained that all trolls had one. Only now did Ilhan realize why he needed troll blood to evolve the rest skill. Ilhan decided that such a monster would be an easy prey for him. He crept up quietly, spear in hand. The goddess noted that the young man's expression now resembled that of a thief. The hero destroyed the first troll in his life with 1 apt strike and received 560,000 experience points and a level 72 plains troll record for it. In the next moment, the young man obtained the heart of a second-class sleeping monster, 1 out of the 500 needed, and the blood of a troll, 3 liters out of the 500 liters needed. The boy shared with Eartha that it was very easy. Ilhan, satisfied with his easy victory, did not hesitate and immediately rushed to find the other 499 trolls. Meanwhile, other members of this expedition approached the portal in the cave. They were Nayuna, Hajinopa, and the angelic Peta. The latter said that it was a giant dungeon that had a level limit of 50. The assistant advised the girl to be careful, because you can never predict what will happen in the dungeon. Appa said that it was time for them to go. He wanted to get the scorpion poison as soon as possible and return home. Yuna called this outing a date. The girl believed it would be a lot of fun. The young man said in surprise that she had never thought of meeting him as a date before. Peta shouted, trying to draw attention to herself. She wanted to warn them to be very careful in the dungeon. When the people disappeared into the portal, it changed color from blue to purple. Meanwhile, a fire was blazing in the midst of the plain, on which a large piece of meat was roasting. Ilhan pitched his tent and waited impatiently for his dinner. The young man saw that the meat was cooked and took it off the fire. Erda was surprised that the guy decided to satisfy his hunger with troll meat. Had he forgotten that it was poisonous? The hero didn't argue, but offered the celestial a taste. The meat reminded him of beef, but it was a little tougher. The young man activated the system window and read that the deadly poison resistance skill had reached level 2. He rejoiced at the increase. Angelica explained that it only meant the fact that the meat he was eating now was very poisonous. Ilhan objected. He thought that because of his skill, everything would be fine. A little later, dinner was finished and the fire was put out. The young man sat down near the tree and said, "How delicious. My cooking skill has also increased. Because I cooked monster meat, its growth has accelerated." It had been 5 days since they had gotten to the troll plain, and they had met only them here. The boy was making a fire and cooking meat, but no other monsters had appeared. He thought that was strange. Erda told her that she had a theory, but the angel wasn't sure about it. Ilhan didn't mind hearing it. The celestial said, "Your stealth also hides fire and the smell of meat." The hero exclaimed that this went against the laws of physics, to which the Angelica replied, "The laws of physics. Your stealth has fooled even God." The next day, the young man and his assistant found the last 500 victim. A lot had happened in those 5 days. The young man had been eating troll meat all this time. The two met difficulties along the way. Ilhan wanted to taste the meat of other monsters because he was tired of eating with trolls. But the desire to become stronger gave him the motivation to keep moving forward. Erda thought he couldn't stop, because this meat increased his skills in resisting deadly poison and cooking. Angelica read her ward's mind, much to his annoyance. The hero decided it was no longer worth the delay, and struck the last troll on his list. At the same moment, he gained 572,000 experience points. Suddenly, the system reported that he could not reach level 50 until he got a second class. All records obtained would be counted once the second class was chosen. The path shown to you that you can take is built on your achievements and the records you have received so far, the system wrote. She advised the hero to choose a class and complete a challenge that would be appropriate for that level. 4 levels to choose from: Expert, Arcane Spearman, Combat Expert, Novice Reaper, and Berserker. Erta congratulated the boy on finally getting a second class. But the Angelica warned that much could change. It was finally time for an explanation. The Expert Misted Copeler is a new level he has reached. It would greatly enhance the characteristics he already had. Ilhan supposed if he became even stronger, even his mother wouldn't recognize him. A martial expert wields any weapon. Even one's own body can be used as a weapon. The hero thought it sounded too much. Did he really have to take blows with his naked body? A berserker is a warrior who does not leave the battlefield until the enemy or he is killed. The boy was stunned by the explanation of these categories. Erda explained that these 3 classes are rare and powerful. They are mana independent, so you can choose whichever one you like best. Yu Ilhan realized that the celestial woman hadn't said anything about the aspiring reaper. Erda honestly admitted that she didn't know, as she had never seen anyone like this. Surely this one must be some unique class. She suggested that in practice this class may be a little different from its name. Without a moment's hesitation, Ilhan chose it, the Novice Reaper class. "Just as I thought, you like solving mysteries more than anyone," the Celestial said. The young man knew she had time to study him well. Once selected, the system reported, "Beginning Reaper is the stage you must go through to become a Reaper who deals death honestly to everyone. It is also the only path you have, because you have chosen to deal with death by being alive. You must prove yourself worthy of this position." The guy got an assignment. He needs to kill the second and third class monsters in one hit from an ambush. The young man exclaimed angrily, "What's wrong with complexity?" Now he understood why people didn't go past level 50. How could you kill a third-class monster with a single blow at level 50? But after a little thought, he decided it wasn't such an impossible task. Erda folded her arms across her chest and wondered if Yu Ilhan had found a way. A hammer appeared in the hero's hand. He decided to wait with the evolution of his rest skill. But if he uses a mana stone to strengthen the weapon with mana crafting, it might work. The next moment, somewhere in the middle of the forest, a strong energy surge appeared on the troll plain. Ilhan looked a little confused. He didn't realize if that would be enough. Suddenly, the hero felt a strange sound and turned his head in that direction. There, he saw a giant sand scorpion that held Na Yun in its claw. The girl looked scared. She begged Yu Ilhan for help. The beauty tried to resist, but it was all useless. The monster was stronger than her. Peita, who was next to her, reminded her that she had asked her to be more careful. Tears came to Yuna's eyes. Hajin Appa ran after the scorpion, but there was nothing he could do to help. Ilhan didn't understand what was wrong with these two, why they couldn't kill these weak monsters. Erda explained, that could happen if you were attacked suddenly, but the hero wouldn't understand that. The young man covered his face with his mask and said irritably that he didn't want to meet this couple in the dungeon. Though he grumbled, he realized he couldn't just pass it by. The prediction had come true. This guy could still surprise Eartha, even though she'd had time to study him pretty well. The goddess asked in surprise if the young man was going to fight with the skewer from which he had recently eaten meat. Without answering, the hero threw the steel skewer made of metal heart directly at the monster. Erta was surprised that Yu Ilhan had spent such a valuable material to create a skewer. The boy's strange weapon hit its target. The scorpion released the girl from its claw. The young man jumped up just in time. He managed to pick Nayuna up in his arms. Throwing the beauty right into her comrade Hajin, the hero rushed at the monster. The girl landed right on top of Op, knocking him to the ground. Meanwhile, Ilhan reached into his magic bag and pulled out a more serious weapon from here. Holding his spear in his hands, the young man swiftly attacked the giant scorpion. Swinging around, he hurled his sharp weapon, which hit right on target. The hero took advantage of the critical hit and gained 668 experience points. The system reported the recording of a level 78 giant sand scorpion. The young man's critical strike reached level 9. He rejoiced at this news, for he thought the monster's level was lower. Erta informed him that the scorpion's main weapon was poison, but luckily Ilhan had resistance to deadly poisons. This fight was not a bad one. Looking over the slain monster, the hero said, "A giant sand scorpion. I bet it will turn out delicious. I think its meat is similar to lobster meat." The Celestial was surprised that the young man was going to eat it. Did he really only come here for food? Meanwhile, Yuna had come to her senses. Her guardian angel was by her side, worrying about her ward's health. The girl looked confused. Suddenly, her gaze stopped on her savior. She called him the Dark Prince from Los Angeles for some reason. Ilhan looked dumbfounded after hearing this. Yuna showed her Instagram photo and asked, "Don't you know? You're trending on Instagram right now. People are calling you the Dark Knight of the American government." Hajin Appa said that some are even saying as if the hero is an FBI agent. The girl smiled and said that in her opinion, Dark Knight sounds cooler. Erda, who heard all of this, only confirmed that the internet is garbage and evil talk always ruins everything. The hero decided that he would just pick up where he left off and went to the slain scorpion, ignoring the rescued couple. Hajin realized that Ilhan was taking the scorpion apart. They watched the young man's work in amazement. Ilhan was at it until late in the afternoon. He finished when the full moon appeared in the sky. On the fire was a pan on which pieces of white meat were roasting. They were sizzling appetizingly. The aroma was such that Yuni and Hojin were drooling. They remembered that they hadn't eaten anything all day. The hero said he was willing to share the scorpion meat, but warned that it was poisonous. The girl exclaimed that it was no big deal and she could fix it. Belle pointed her palms at the pan and ordered the poison to disappear. Yu Ilhan and Hajin watched as the poison in the form of lilac energy came out of the meat and rose towards the sky. After a moment, the girl reported that it was now safe to eat as the poison had completely disappeared. The hero dejectedly thought that these two are good and have good skills. God is unfair. Erta heard the guy's thoughts. She said, "We heard that Yuna is blessed by the goddess of beauty. She has astonishing divine power." The young man muttered in his heart that someone was lucky, and he was forgotten about for 1,000 years. A little later, the uninvited guests were devouring the delicious meat at both cheeks and praising the Dark Knight's culinary talents. Time to return to the present. Yuna and Hajin thanked their savior profusely for the delicious dinner. The hero didn't find anything to reply, and he faded his eyes. He was still hiding his face. The girl inquired if he was sad alone and offered to join their team. A weighty argument was transferred to Yuna that he would have a beauty like her by his side. But the hero refused. Yuna was stunned. She complained to Appa that she was turned down in a second despite her incredible beauty. Hajin thought that was what she needed to do. Thoughts arose in Ilhan's mind. Are these two not dating? That's not the reaction I expected from a couple. Appa thanked the hero for saving his teammate and said they should get going. He held out a piece of paper with a phone number on it and asked him to call to get paid for his help. The business card had a phone number and the owner's name, Kang Ha-jin. The young man realized that he had seen a similar business card before. This one was similar to the one he had gotten from Kang Mir. He decided that the three of them were from the same company. Yuna decided it was worth keeping her card as well. The girl said they were only here on business, so as soon as they finished, they would go straight back to Korea. Kajin silenced the girl, asking her not to reveal the secret information. Ilhan glanced at the girl's business card and realized that they were definitely from the same company. The young man continued to reprimand the girl for her chatter, and she excused herself for not saying anything unnecessary. Angel Peta flew after them. The hero told Earthy that he would most likely run into them again in this dungeon. The Celestine asked him not to predict the future, but the young man added that he was going to pursue the couple. He had no other option to find a new scorpion. Angelus thought that was even worse. Meanwhile, Yuna assured her comrade that the Dark Knight would move to their team if she had time to seduce the guy. If he was interested in girls at all, he would give in. Hajin didn't bother to argue with his friend. The pretty girl thought it was hard to work with only two people. She wondered if the hero would help them if they offered him everything from the scorpion except the poison. Khan asked the girl what if it was the poison that the Dark Knight needed. It wouldn't be good if he wondered why we needed poison. You need to watch your own words, Hajin emphasized. Ilhan, who was quite close by, smiled at the boy's words. He thought that was why one should watch their own words as well. The beauty wondered why they had to hide the task from the heavens. Besides, this young man had saved them and fed them. She's sure he's a good man. Kang replied without looking back that he was amazed at Yuna's naivety considering her age. The girl smiled and replied, "It's all because of him and Meyer's tutelage of her." Ilhan shifted his gaze to Erta. He wanted an explanation, for the Celestial had said that they had come to a troll dungeon, and it turned out that scorpions lived there. The one noted that she did not possess this information. The hero thought this was suspicious. He decided that the angel was just mocking him because of the fact that he accurately foresaw what would happen. At that moment, a new scorpion appeared in the clearing behind the men. The Dark Knight only needed one hit to earn 697,000 experience points. Erta was stunned that the hero once again used a skewer made of metal heart instead of his usual weapon. Ilhan noticed that the two didn't even notice the monster because of the hero's stealth skill. The young man didn't understand how they could get into such a situation when they have their own guardian angel. Erta explained that on Earth the angel's power was limited. The Celestials are not allowed to interfere too much in a person's life. He can only share hints and advice. The hero said that guardian angels do not help at all, only bring trouble. These words of his angered the celestial woman. Meanwhile, Yuna looked super giant scorpion. Kang decided to clarify if she was referring to the giant death hunter. Ilhan, of course, heard every word. He was surprised and excited at the same time when he heard the monster's name. Angelica looked no less stunned than her ward. At that moment, Hajin finally noticed the threat behind his back. It seemed to be exactly what the two had come down to the troll dungeon for. It was the giant death hunter they needed to overcome. Yuna was amazed at the size of this monster. Khan exclaimed, addressing the girl that now was not the time to be amazed. The young man told the beauty that they needed a buff right now. The girl didn't hesitate. Activating her magic, she appealed to the higher powers to strengthen Hajin. In the next instant, a magic amulet appeared under the guy's feet. Kang didn't hesitate a moment longer. Holding his shield in front of him, he rushed at the giant scorpion. Ilhan asked Erta in astonishment. "Paladin and healer, I don't need to interfere, do I?" The Celestial agreed with him. They could probably handle it themselves. Nayuna clapped her hands, trying to encourage her friend. The girl was so focused on worrying about Hajin that she didn't notice the huge troll behind her back. Finally, the girl heard some strange sounds behind her back and looked back at the noise. It was at that moment that the monster roared loudly, its eyes burning with red fire. Belle screamed, warning her friend of the danger. In the next instant, right above the troll's head, as if from nowhere, Ilhan appeared. The hero held his superweapon, which hit its target with a stake. It entered the back, piercing the troll through and through. In the same second, the monster fell to the ground. It didn't move. Nayuna screamed loudly, covering her face with her hand. Kang Hajin froze in place. He didn't expect this turn of events at all. The young man landed on the troll's body. He was a bit disappointed by the message from the system. The Mineral Death Strike debuff has a unique class and a 5th level of impact. The option is a 50% increase in hitting power. A 50% increase in piercing power will be destroyed after use. Ilhan said to Erti, "I can only use it once." The Celestial replied, "That's because you didn't pay attention to durability and put everything into punching power. Who makes things like that anyway?" The system told her that the weapon puts everything into one attack. It's unstable and destroyed after one use, but this attack would definitely destroy the target. The hero thought that one had to be very strong to destroy a third-class monster. The young man didn't want undue attention to his own person. Ilhan said, addressing his new acquaintances, that he was done and they could continue. All this time, the giant scorpion didn't move, its attention fixed on killing the troll. Kang Hajin slowly turned his head towards the monster. At the same instant the scorpion struck with its giant claw. The young man barely had time to roll away. He had completely forgotten that a moment before he was fighting a giant scorpion. Nayuna screamed. She saw that Hajin was in danger. Belle realized that her friend couldn't do it alone, so she stopped Ilhan. Belle shouted, "If you help us with killing the scorpion, we will give you everything but the poison." The hero agreed without hesitation, for it was a favorable offer. Hajin was angered by his friend's offer, which she made without consulting him. Nayuna begged Appa to be smarter, for he couldn't do it alone. It was at that moment that the scorpion struck again. Kang barely had time to bounce back, but he couldn't escape the trap. The monster's strong tail grabbed the young man. Ilhan got there just in time. He wondered if Hajin was ready to stop arguing, he would help. One swing of the spear and the scorpion lost its tail and Khan flew to the floor. The hero didn't stop there. He attacked the monster again. Once on the ground, Hajin watched Ilhan's actions in amazement. He was shocked by his skill. Nayuna shouted, "Hajin, you also need to attack!" The boy heeded his friend's advice and rose to his feet, taking his sword in both hands. He used a strengthening strike and attacked the scorpion. Erta explained to Ilhan, "The skill he just used affects the previous attack, causing the next one to become stronger. In other words, he took advantage of your power." The hero was surprised that this skill also required mana. He had thought that Kang was stronger. The Celestial said that not all humans are monsters like Ilhan. The next moment, the young man exclaimed, "Hey, Scorpion, do you know what my specialty is?" The young man repeatedly attacked the monster at the same spot. In the same second, the system reported that he had gained almost 2.5 million experience points. Ilhan had obtained the record of a level 95 giant death hunter. The hero didn't waste any time and immediately set about distributing the scorpion carcass. The master separated all the parts with venom and showed his new acquaintances the poisonous sting and the glands that produced it. Yuna and Hajin were very grateful for the help. At that moment, Erta pounced on Peta, using an angelic overwhelming hold. The enraged Celestial wanted to find out if Peta was the one who brought that scorpion. At this moment, Ilhan pondered whether the scorpion's meat would taste good, but he decided that he should deal with the slain troll first. The hero went to the place where the monster's body lay. He saw a 3rd-rank mana stone. It was a wonderful find. Peta also saw this find. She was amazed by the coma that had happened so quickly. Yuna saw both angels, but she figured it wasn't a confrontation but a friendly embrace. Kang, on the other hand, figured it out. Finally, Erta let go of Peta. She thought the Manaku stone was a wonderful acquisition for her ward. Ilhan was pleased that he would finally be able to complete the task. Hajin said that they were going to return to Korea. He suggested the hero to go with them and join their clan. Yuna said, "Mr. Dark Knight, join our clan. Meyer will also be very happy about it." Ilhan put his hand forward, but coldly refused the offer. Kang tried to persuade the hero. He said that his skills were enviable. If he joined their clan, he could develop further. Peta said, "People become better at working with others. That way they share experience and knowledge." Yuna said that hunting monsters together with a pretty girl like her is a lot of fun. The hero was adamant, he said slowly, syllabically, that he didn't want to. The guy thought that popular people could have fun alone. Then he decided to explain. "I know about how great it is to work in a team, but I don't have that experience because no one noticed me or cared about me before. I always overcame all the obstacles by myself and improved my shortcomings by myself. It will be strange for me to accept such an offer from extroverts like you. Just leave me alone." After the hero's words, Urta realized that the boy's trauma had manifested itself again. The Celestial realized that it was time for her to intervene, so she told everyone present not to be so pushy and to leave. Her words were heard, but as a farewell, Kang asked Yu Ilhan to contact them. The hero hoped that this meeting would never happen again. The guy said that now his stealth skill could return. Urta stunnedly replied that he really only does what he wants to do. The young man held out his hand for the mana stone and said it was time to work with it. The system recorded the hero's trophy: the heart of a second-class sleeping monster 500 and 500, troll blood 500 and 500 liters, good sleep 100 and 100, third-class monster mana stone 1 and 1. Ilhan was pleased with his achievements. He had finally reached the evolution of the rest skill. The master had finally achieved what he had been going for all this time. He had made all these ingredients turn into energy. Because of this, he had gained incredible regeneration. The system reported it. Now his body and mind would quickly recover from injuries and fatigue. At the moment, this skill was at the first level. Even if the young man loses a finger, he will be able to regenerate it in an instant. When activated, he will not be able to regain the skill until sufficient recovery is complete. The other abilities of the skill were not changed. Urta congratulated her mentee for obtaining the expert rank training difficulty skill. Once this skill reached a high level, the hero would be able to revive even if his heart shattered into small pieces. Ilhan wanted to know how long he needed to train to reach that level. The young man thought that he had acquired a great skill. Such an acquisition was worth any training. The Celestial smiled. Her ward continued to surprise her. The hero said that he now needed to kill 100 Class 2 monsters to fulfill the conditions for a novice reaper. Angelica said that was a terrible condition, and Ilhan was the only one who could fulfill it. The young man didn't argue. That was probably the reason he got the assignment. Watching the trolls in the dungeon, it seemed to him that the trolls moved differently. Until now they had been resting near a tree, but now they were constantly moving and not sleeping. The young man assumed that they were going to avenge their leader or something, but they didn't look like they were out for revenge. Urta advised him to hurry up and get it over with. After that, for several days, the hero hunted trolls. Ilhan wandered through the dungeons, defeating the monsters one by one. There was not much left to the goal. He was able to kill 97 monsters. The young man noticed that their number had deteriorated a lot. Back then, there was at least one every 10 minutes. Now he was barely stumbling upon one every hour. The boy couldn't help but notice that the trolls were behaving strangely. The monsters were too lazy to run away, but they were trying to fight for their lives. The hero assumed that these creatures had been taken over by someone. Urta said, "You killed their leader." The Celestial did not believe there was another troll here in a position higher than the leader. The young man concluded that in that case there was another monster. The angelic woman agreed with that. Having finished with their dinner, Ilhan said they should head back. Urta agreed that it wasn't worth the risk and supported the young man. She added that this wasn't the only place with second-class monsters. The young man and his assistant headed towards the exit of the dungeon. The boy noticed almost immediately that the road had changed. He told Urta about it. The Celestial girl closed her eyes, promising to find out. The next moment she opened her eyes, her face looking puzzled. Angelica felt that the way out of this dungeon had disappeared. They were trapped. Urta was desperate. The exit was gone. She couldn't contact the other angels. Nothing like this had ever happened to her before. The hero tried to calm her down, but all words were in vain. At this very moment it came to the guy. Has he been abandoned again? With a question in his eyes, he looked at the angel. She only confirmed his guess. They were in the abandoned world. God rules over many worlds. He helps other living beings when they are in danger. But sometimes monsters become too strong and end up destroying entire species. Monsters that have lost their enemies begin to consume each other. After that, the future of the world fades into oblivion. Heaven refuses to give up on this world. The nimbus that is over the angel's head helps him communicate with other super beings. Urta exclaimed in despair, "I can't communicate with other angels in the abandoned world because all ties to heaven disappear." The hero countered that it was not an abandoned world, but a dungeon on earth. The angeless lowered her gaze. Her words made the young man nervous. Yes, it must be. Urta saw the state of her ward. She expected him to say something. But Ilhan snapped out of his seat without further ado, bringing the angelic girl with him. The next moment they fell to the ground. Thanks to the guy's excellent reaction, they managed to escape. The sharp point of some gigantic weapon went into the ground where Ilhan had been standing a second ago. Some giant creature with something that looked like an axe said, "Found it." The monster's face was hidden behind a hood. It wanted to get a record in the system by killing the hero. Ilhan wanted to understand what it was. Erda replied that the monster in front of them was not a registered monster, a mutation that resulted from monsters eating each other and evolving. The Celestial couldn't predict its behavior, so she advised the guy to be careful. The monster did not wait, and attacked the hero again with his sharp weapon. Ilhan concluded that he was without a doubt stronger than the leader of the plains trolls. But the young man was confident that he could overpower him. Even if he is strong, he is only a third-class monster. The hero realized that it wasn't him that the monster just tried to hit, but Erda. Could it be because of its stealth? Probably the monster's peculiarity is also due to stealth. The Celestine promised him a reward for saving the supreme creature, and if he gets out of this fight alive. Angelica was very worried about the boy. She didn't want him to die. Once again, the young man managed to avoid the attack of a strong opponent. Ilhan had time to notice a red eye glowing in the darkness of the hood. The monster kept talking about the recording. The hero wanted to understand why he needed it. The young man remembered that his debuff was destroyed. Of weapons, he now has only a spear. His armor is practically a strong shield, since I can't ambush him. The monster held out his bony hand to the lad and wheezed, "Quickly give me all of this." Erda cautioned her ward. She sensed that the enemy possessed magic. Ilhan lowered himself to the ground and touched her hand, trying to feel something. The next moment it was covered in sharp spikes. The young man barely had time to leap into the air. From his height, he got a good look at his opponent and noticed the dark mana swirling around him. The hero had time to map out where to strike first. He struck the monster with his spear with all his might. The young man used a critical strike. He managed to wound the strong monster. The boy was dissatisfied with his attack. Erda wasn't surprised, since the level difference between the opponents was almost 100. The fact that you wounded it slightly was a miracle created by your skills and fine weapons, the Celestial said. With two red eyes glowing in her hood now, the monster called the hero a weakling. She wanted the guy's record. The opponents clashed again, their weapons clanking over and over, shooting sparks. The monster was really strong. Ilhan couldn't defeat it. The hero focused on the battle as much as he had never done before. He believed he could destroy the monster. In the next moment, the guy's spear hit the target again. The monster cried out in pain and uttered, "How can you be weak yet strong at the same time? Give me your record. Let me gain knowledge." Ilhan was unwilling to listen to this and ordered the creature to shut up. The creature swung around and tried to attack the hero again, but it was faster and managed to bounce away. In the next moment, a loud explosion sounded at the place where the boy had just stood. The young man tried to catch his breath caught. In his mind, "He's even using my explosion skills. My armor is deteriorating. I won't last long if I lose my equipment." The hero was stunned. Is this really truly mana power? A new spear appeared in the monster's left hand, as if out of nowhere. Swinging, the monster attacked the hero again. This time the young man was saved by his own instincts. The boy rushed forward, promising himself that someday he would master mana. This time he managed to jump close to the monster and hit it with his spear right in the opening of its hood. Ilhan was stunned by what happened in the next instant. Erda looked equally dumbfounded. Sharp spikes emerged from the monster's hood the moment the young man attacked it. The angel-faced man had never seen anything like this before. This mutation was truly unusual. The armor could not withstand it. One of the spikes pierced through the hero's right shoulder. The guy screamed in pain, and Erda was confused because there was nothing she could do to help. She looked at the wound, trying to determine the severity of the injury. What bothered the Celestial was the fact that the red wound had turned black in a matter of seconds. Erda realized that this was a curse, and even the young man's resistance to deadly poisons could not stop it from spreading through his body. The Angelica tried to quickly think of what she could do to help in such a situation. Ilhan saw his assistant fly high into the sky. Erda exclaimed, "You'll have a harder time fighting if he keeps coming after me. I shouldn't stay here." The boy decided not to argue with her decision, and suggested the angelic girl take a walk. Without looking back, the Celestial asked her ward not to perish. Meanwhile, spikes were already rising from the ground in her direction. Ilhan realized that now was the time to use another critical strike. The hero realized that he could barely feel his wounded arm. He realized that the situation now was really dangerous. But the young man was not one to give up so easily. He hid his face behind a mask. The guy couldn't even feel a drop from the tea. He would definitely win. He remembered the prediction that must come true. Meanwhile, Nayuna, who had yet to leave the dungeon, heard strange sounds. Meanwhile, Erda, who was moving away from the dueling site, thought, "If only my power wasn't limited on Earth, things wouldn't be so bad." The image of a reaper with a scythe in his hands appeared in her mind. Everything around her was red. Celestia realized that now was not the time to think about it. She needed to hurry. They wouldn't have to leave this place if it wasn't an abandoned world. She mentally pleaded with her ward to get. Erda had time to grow attached to him. She begged God, hoping he could hear to protect Ilhan. Meanwhile, in the clearing, Hajin couldn't figure out why the exit scroll wasn't working. Yuna asked, "Are you sure it's not broken? The entrance is gone too." Suddenly, Peita and Nayuna heard a strange rustling sound and looked back at the sound. In the next instant, a green beam fell to the ground right under their feet. Peita was surprised by the appearance of her colleague. The green beam was Erda. There was no face on the angelic girl. She was so out of breath she couldn't utter a word. Exhaling slightly, she exclaimed that Peita should return the favor right now. Meanwhile, the mask on Ilhan's face was almost falling apart. The armor was no longer holding up as well. The monster that kept attacking the hero couldn't understand why the guy was still holding on. There were questions in the monster's mind, but no answer. It didn't understand how, with such exhaustion, a person could continue to stay on his feet. The creature said the question out loud, but the hero wasn't going to debate with him. He exclaimed angrily, "It's been 2 months since the humans returned to Earth. You think I lasted 1,000 years just to live for a few months?" The young man only gripped his spear tighter. It was time for action. The hero was not going to die here. This confidence gave him strength, and he rushed into the attack with renewed vigor. After striking the creature again, Yu Ilhan fell down without strength. He felt the curse spread throughout his body. The young man could no longer move even a finger. The monster saw that his opponent had fallen without strength. He said, "You're going to die now." The hero gritted his teeth and thought, "Dream on." The young man remembered the request of the Celestial. She begged that he not die. Now an image of Layuna appeared in the boy's mind, the last time they had seen each other. The next memory was of the hero's parents, and he missed them dearly and did not wish to die here. There were many more things he wanted to do and create. He couldn't die like this. The young man wished he could see Lita at least one more time. Finally, the boy was able to admit to himself that he missed the angelic girl. Yu Ilhan continued to lie face down in the ground. The danger was very close, but he had no strength to resist. The guy couldn't move. Suddenly, an image of Lita appeared in his imagination, calling out to him. Ilhan tried his best to regain his self-control, but the monster's poison was stronger. The next moment, there was an explosion that covered everything around him. When the dust cleared, the monster saw that her weapon had sunk into the ground, and the young man had disappeared somewhere. The monster started looking around, trying to find its victim. When it finally saw the boy, it was amazed at how he had escaped death. Suddenly, Yu Ilhan heard Yuna's voice. The girl wanted to know if they were too late. The beauty put her hands forward, activating all her mana. She was begging God to protect the hero. The young man realized that the prediction had finally come true. The boy felt the curse recede. His body began to heal. Ilhan clenched his fist. Now he felt the strength to continue the fight. The monster attacked again. Doing a somersault, the boy avoided the attack. The monster's eyes burned predatorily from the darkness of the hood. He couldn't understand how the man was able to get rid of his curse. The young man was pleased that he could finally move again. Ilhan realized if the new acquaintances didn't show up in time, he would really die. Kang Hajin couldn't understand where such a monster came from in this dungeon. Nayuna ordered his friend to attack, but he was not so eager. The young man gritted his teeth. He knew he couldn't do otherwise. Ilhan could use some help right now. The beauty continued to help the boys with her mana. Nayuna spoke with her hands outstretched forward. Blessing, spill over Hajin like a waterfall. At this time, Kang had already managed to run up to the monster. He attacked first. The young man didn't realize the force that threw him back. Hajin couldn't tell if it had worked. Peita grabbed her head. How should a guy fight against such a strong opponent? Meanwhile, Erda watched Yuna's actions and thought, who is she? It took Yu Ilhan a lot of effort to inflict at least some damage on the Reaper. When did this girl send him flying with just the power of her blessing? The Celestial rushed to her ward. She wanted to know how the young man was feeling. He replied that he was still alive. The Angelica seemed to have figured out how to help, but she needed a little more time. Ilhan asked Hajin how much longer he could hold out. Kang exclaimed, "What? You want me to face this monster alone?" The hero asked the guy to buy some time for him. The young man looked frightened, and there was a mute question in Yuna's eyes. Finally, Kang said, "If Yuna helps, I can probably last about 30 seconds. Yu Ilhan replied that this time would be quite enough for him. Hajin decided to waste no time and immediately lunged at the monster. Time after time, Kang withstood the monster's attack thanks to his girlfriend's blessing. Peita shouted while addressing her colleague. "At this rate, Nayuna will die. I don't care about Hajin, but I'll hate you forever if my ward dies." Erda recalled Yu Ilhan's words that 30 seconds would be enough. She advised him to trust him. The Celestial hesitated. What if the hero was late? Peita didn't know if the young man had an ace up his sleeve. They waited, but the master kept failing to appear. He urgently needed to find the trolls to restore his own strength as quickly as possible. One of the monsters sensed danger, but it was too late. Trolls are not the kind of creatures that have fast reactions. The hero moved with lightning speed. With one strike, he destroyed all 3 of them. Peita flew to find the guy. She was amazed that he was hunting trolls right now. Erda explained that her ward needed 3 second-class monsters to reach the second profession. The Celestine had faith in Yu Ilhan and understood what would happen when he leveled up. She explained that very soon, the hero would be able to fully recover. The system immediately reported that the guy had fulfilled all the conditions for obtaining a second profession. Now the young man became a novice reaper. He achieved his goal. The effect of stealth increased by 10%. The probability of a critical hit and the strength of the blow when attacking from ambush increased by 30%. The strength of the blow increased by 20%. The conditions for stealth skill evolution were relaxed. The system absorbed all the collected records. Yu Ilhan had reached level 53. The hero was happy as his stamina had fully recovered. He had learned a passive skill, Death Collector. Now he could collect the powers of the creatures he killed. The system reported that the young man could not use mana at the moment, and he could not learn the active skill. But he was presented with the opportunity to choose a subclass. All this time the hero was making a countdown. He knew that there were 10 seconds left, so it was time to rush back. Another blow from the monster hit Kang Hajin, and blood spurted out of the guy's body. The young man realized that his armor and shield were already barely holding on. Kang didn't understand how Ilhan stayed alive, fighting against this monster alone. Yuna was still holding the defense. She was begging the goddess not to let Hajin die. After another blow from the monster, Hajin's shield shattered. The young man fell to the ground. At the same moment, the beauty rushed to him. Peita rushed towards her ward. She was afraid that she would get hurt. The beast was already ready to celebrate victory. But Nayuna did not give up. She stretched forward her hands, begging the goddess to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Not really hoping for help, the girl suddenly saw a light coming from her palm. The girl had enough power to activate the rest of her mana. The beauty's prayers were answered. The next moment there was a powerful explosion. Erda was amazed that a human had managed to do such damage to the Reaper. Nayuna had impressive potential. Peita believed that her ward would save humanity. But the Celestial realized that the creature would not last long in such a state. The beauty tried to agitate Kana. The young man was completely exhausted. He could not move. The monster did not restrain himself. He promised to kill everyone present. Now the friends were really scared. They suddenly believed that they could really die today. At this terrible moment, they heard words that gave them hope. Let's form a team. The system informed Hajin that he had accepted the application to join the team. The number of members equaled 3. The friends were stunned that the third member of their team finally agreed to be Yu Ilhan. Kang was very happy that the hero had returned. Now there really was a possibility of winning now. The master put his finger to his mouth, thus asking everyone present to be silent. At this moment, they heard the monster begin to wake up. Hajin gritted his teeth. The Reaper would soon attack again. Yu Ilhan told his new team that they were holding up just fine. Now the hero had enough strength to finish off this monster. The friends looked stunned, but there was a glow of faith on their faces. Kang Hajin was carefully watching the hero's every move. A thought flashed through the boy's mind. The second I saw his back, I thought, we're saved. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, which startled his girlfriend. Kang said, as if speaking to himself, that he had not realized how weak he was until that day. It made him sad, but he was relieved when Ilhan appeared. Meanwhile, as the hero approached the monster, the young man heard a whisper. New people, new records. The master realized that the monster didn't realize his return because of his anger, and that was to his advantage. It was time to activate his superpowers. Ilhan decided to use his superhuman strength. In that instant, his muscles became as strong as stone. The creature took notice, its eyes glowing even brighter. Ilhan's eyes also glowed, but they shone with a blue glow. The hero said that this was the end. The young man moved with lightning speed. He swiftly attacked the monster, striking it with his spear. The monster received a critical hit. Dust rose up around it. The lad waited until everything around him dawned to see the result of his attack. The young man froze in place. He was stunned by what he saw. From the head of the monster came off the hooded hero saw a maiden's head with long blonde hair. The beauty was wounded. Tears flowed from her green eyes. The girl said a word of gratitude which stunned the young man even more. But Ilkan's hand did not tremble. The monster was finished. In front of the hero's eyes, the energy that was hidden in this body scattered in all directions. At the same instant, the guy received a message from the system. He had gained almost 32 million experience points and reached level 55. His strength score had been increased by 4 units. Dexterity, health, and Taemin's stats had increased by 2. Yu Ilhan asked in surprise, "Did she really break free from the curse? I've never gotten tens of millions of experience." He also obtained a level 157 level Lidakari entry. At the same moment, the Death Collector skill activated. The hero absorbed and stored Lidakari's life force. The friends ran towards the hero. Kang Hajin exclaimed, Thanks to you, we've leveled up and fully recovered. But upon seeing Ilhan's gaze, he fell silent half a word. Nayuna was amazed that the monster was actually a human. Kang said that he had never met something like that in the 10 years he had spent in the other world. Ilhan didn't pay any attention to their conversations. He took out his carcass tools and decided to finish everything as usual. But Erda stopped him. She wanted to know what exactly the young man was going to do. The hero thought that the corpse in front of him was the corpse of a monster and should be dealt with as usual, but the Celestis emphasized that it was a human body. The young man replied that he wasn't going to do anything wrong, only the most important thing. If this girl has strong skin, hard bones, and mana stone, I will only take those. The celestial woman froze in place with her mouth open. She silently watched her ward's actions. Ilhan also froze. What he saw stunned him. Right before their eyes, the girl's body began to disappear. The guy had never seen anything like this before, but he had never encountered a curse before either. Kang Ha-jin told Yuni that the monster's body had turned into ashes. Ilhan was in despair. He didn't think this would actually happen. Suddenly, Erda broke the silence. She uttered a single word. Destroyer, the hero asked in surprise. Destroyer? Another person with a cool name? Am I the only one who doesn't know? An introvert who didn't find the strength to confidently ask? The Celestial explained, those who have eaten mana stones and been consumed by a mana monster are called destroyers. When he dies, his body crumbles into ashes. Ilhan wondered if that Reaper wasn't real then. Erda replied, he may have been an intelligent being like an elf, but he was originally human. The boy needed a few minutes to think it over carefully. He was disappointed that he couldn't process the creature's body. It was a scientific curiosity. But suddenly, upon lifting the monster's cloak, the hero found something. This find improved his mood. As it turned out, there was not only the mana stone left behind. In addition to it, the young man found armor and weapons. Suddenly, the silence was cut through by Peta's shout, "Did you notice? There's a way out of the dungeon again!" The Celestials rejoiced that their abilities had returned. Erta concluded that they had been disappearing because of the mysterious Lita Carrick. Angelica felt sorry that she couldn't hear an explanation from that girl. Ilhan caught a glance and wondered why he was being looked at like that. In the next moment, the young man exclaimed while addressing Erta, "Are you saying it's my fault?" The Celestial replied with a smile that she thought he was cute. The boy relaxed. He smiled and replied that in that case it was no big deal. The angelic girl thought confusedly, the Reaper is defeated, but nothing has been resolved. This mysterious advanced dungeon suppresses the powers of even the highest creatures. Equally strange is the fact that the Destroyer was given a third class, which is impossible to obtain on Earth. The question of the abandoned world was also very interesting to the angelic girl. She looked thoughtfully into the sky. She could not even guess what was happening on Earth now. But in one thing the supreme creature was sure. Her ward, the strongest among humans, Ilhan, had won. Angelica couldn't take her eyes off the young man. She was proud of the hero. His victory was simply masterful. Kang Ha-jin sincerely thanked the hero for saving them. He bowed low in front of Ilhan, which amazed the young man. Suddenly the young man said, "No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. If you hadn't shown up in time, I wouldn't be here anymore." The prediction has come true. Kang emotionally replied that the hero's help couldn't be compared to their help. They definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from this dungeon on their own. After pausing for a moment, Ilhan decided not to argue with him anymore. The victor clutched in his hand the shaft of the weapon obtained from the destroyed monster. The hero decided to ask if his new acquaintances would be okay with him taking all the items he had received. Kang Ha-jin pressed his lips together. He was silent, but his face betrayed real emotion. After calming his feelings a bit, he exhaled deeply. He had no choice but to agree that Ilhan would get the artifacts. Nayuna was fine with that agreement, but wanted something in return. The beauty held out her hand. She wanted the hero's phone number. But the savior stood firm on his own. He denied this request. The young one was amazed that a beauty like her was denied again. Ilhan's mind raced. She does have an angelic appearance, but I refuse extroverts. The young one stood her ground. She wanted some true information about the hero, but the young man wouldn't even give her his real name. The girl folded her hands in supplication, begging for his name. A divine radiance emanated from the beauty. Suddenly, not expecting from himself, the guy called out his name. Nayuna called his name cool. The hero disagreed, but said that he was already used to it. Kang silently watched this scene. In the guy's mind, this is the first time I've seen Yuna so determined around a man. And it was the first time he witnessed a man genuinely pushing her away. Ha-jin thought that the two of them were not the kind of creatures that could be understood by the logic of an ordinary man like him. Finally, a portal back to Earth opened in front of the team. Ilhan looked back at Erta but saw another super being. It was an angeless in shining armor, her face hidden behind a visor. The unfamiliar celestial wanted a report regarding the events in the dungeon. Kang Ha-jin and Nayuna looked dumbfounded. They didn't expect to see an angel in the portal. Erda looked confused, but she wasn't scared. She agreed to report. The angelic woman flew closer to the stocky sky woman, and the two struck up a conversation. The humans were still impressed by their encounter with this huge Eartha leader. In the next moment, the celestial lady addressed Yu Il-han. For saving the Erda angel in an emergency situation, we will discuss your reward and inform you of the decision later, said the angeless. The hero didn't mind the reward. He was willing to receive it after work, but he didn't do it for profit anyway. The celestial added that this incident was very serious, so she would take Erda to the sky for a while to clarify the details. Yu Il-han didn't argue. He was confident that he could handle it without an assistant. The Supreme Angeless said that this dungeon would be temporarily blocked by the power of the heavens. At the same moment, as if from nowhere, 3 more angels appeared and directed their mana to the dungeon portal. A question flashed through the hero's mind. Will such dungeons continue to appear in the future? But suddenly he had the thought that someone is intentionally creating them. But the question remains, why? Il-han remembered the face of the girl before her death, who was under the curse. The young man clenched his fist. He would not find the answer, only worrying about it. One must act. The lad decided that in this case it made sense to get stronger and stronger for his own survival. He would not further improve his own abilities. The system advised him to stay away from the portal. It's really dangerous there. The Erta leader said, among the numerous worlds we are on, Earth is the only one with unpredictable factors. She added that more angels will appear on Earth to control the situation. Suddenly, the Angelica paused and smiled strangely. The next moment she said that Lita asked her to tell her that she missed her. The hero was stunned by these words. The young man was very happy that the angelic girl, to whom he was so attached, missed him. Suddenly, the guy decided that the celestial had not said everything. He wanted to hear what else Lita had asked him to tell him. The celestial lady took to the air. She said she was blessing Yu Il-han's future and promised to bring Erda back as soon as possible. The hero shouted, trying to stop the angelic woman, for she had not answered his question, but she could no longer hear him. One way to make a person suffer is to stop in the middle of a sentence without saying the most important thing. It was time for the travelers to return to Korea, with a plane ride ahead of them. When the plane landed at the airport, Na-yuna and Kang Ha-jin quickly went through passport control and went outside. The girl immediately noticed a black limousine waiting for them. The glass of the car's rear door was slowly lowered. The girl with glasses who sat in the limo congratulated the heroes on their return home. She wanted to get the scorpion poison as soon as possible. Na-yuna was very happy to see Miri. Kang, on the other hand, wasn't happy with the girl's phrase. Was that really all she wanted to say after seeing her friends? In general, they were glad to be back home and to see their friend. Meyer wanted to hear the details of their adventure, and Na-yuna didn't keep him waiting. The black car started moving on the Autobahn, moving away from the airport. Kang Meyer was amazed to hear the story of a Korean man who kills monsters with a spear. Yuna chirped that this guy was incredibly strong, since Ha-jin couldn't do anything. Kang covered his face with his hand. He was very embarrassed. Miri remembered Yu Il-han wearing a mask and carrying a spear. She immediately recognized who it was about. Ha-jin noticed the smile on her face and immediately realized that the girl knew him. But Meyer lied, saying that she had never heard of him. The girl was very grateful to her friends that now she could get a second profession. She offered to have a good drink tonight and promised to pay for everything. Na-yuna got excited at this offer and shouted that she wanted a beer. Meanwhile, Yu Il-han reached his own house. For a while he froze under the door of the apartment. Once home, the hero shouted loudly that he was back. No one responded, and the young man saw a note on the table. Parents were not at home. Mom wrote that she had gone to the yamen for fresh seafood and would be back for dinner. The young man was amazed that she goes to another world for shopping. The hero wanted to wash off the grime of traveling as quickly as possible. Washing under the shower, the young man thought maybe his mom was stronger than he thought. Il-han remembered the scene when his father complained about his weakness, and his mom said that there was a lot of seafood in the yamina. The boy decided his mom was much more talented than his father. After wiping himself well with a towel, the craftsman decided he should go work in his workshop. Once there, he shook out of his super bag the material for work that he had gotten on his business trip. The hero realized if the meat wasn't dealt with urgently, it would spoil quickly, wondering if he could turn to magic to prevent the expiration date for his backpack. Il-han had nowhere to put it all, but the young man didn't want to throw the meat away. Suddenly, the hero froze in place. He felt some kind of presence behind his back. It turned out that it was a living flame. It seemed happy to see the return of the master. The young man understood this reaction. The fire wanted to let him know it was eating meat. Such a turn of events liked the hero. He found a way out. What to do with the meat of the trolls. The guy immediately grabbed a few pieces and threw them into the flames. He decided that he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone while practicing the preparation and consumption of meat. Il-han did not spare the pieces. He threw them into the fire one by one. Meanwhile, high in the sky in paradise, A meeting of angels was taking place. One celestial was standing in the center of the great hall and was reporting on the progress of the investigation. Erta was also present here. It was being revealed that Lita Karich was the elf Daru. The angel was saying that this girl was an incredibly capable child. If she had been born 500 years earlier, Daru is an abandoned world. How could Lita Karich have ended up on Earth? There was a commotion in the auditorium. The angel behind the counter ordered everyone to be quiet. He said that this incident raises two important questions. 1. How did it happen that the abandoned world traveled through space and time and became connected to Earth's underground? 2. Why did it happen in a dungeon that intersected with destructive traps? If Yu Ilhan's man hadn't killed Lita Kari, things could have ended very badly. If the hero hadn't saved them, Erta and Peta would have died. In the worst-case scenario, the Earth could have merged with the abandoned world. Suddenly, someone in the audience hummed, drawing attention to themselves. It's only been 2 months since the great cataclysmic event on Earth, and you say that man has overcome a Class 3 destroyer on his own? Some angel asked with a sneer. Peta could not agree with this statement. She angrily exclaimed that her ward was fighting on par with Yu Ilhan. The daring angel replied with a smile that it was impossible. He added that the man was suspicious and advised him to consider the case that he might have been behind the incident. Suddenly, one hooded angel got to his feet and exclaimed, "What?" The celestial demanded that everyone present stop saying bad things about Ilhan right now. "My ward has put a great deal of effort into becoming incredibly strong," added the angelic girl. This was Lita herself. She wasn't going to tolerate bad words towards Yu Ilhan. All the other angels couldn't take their eyes off the beautiful girl. They were surprised by her reaction. The angel, standing in the center of the audience, said, "The angels who were near him are present here. He is beyond suspicion." Erta now took the floor. She confirmed that the hero had protected her and Peta. She had reported many times earlier that the young man had uncommon abilities. Erta did not notice any evil intentions on his part. The dark-haired angel looked annoyed after the celestial's words in defense of Ilhan. "We won't be able to come to a unified conclusion right now. In addition, we have decided to quadruple the number of angels on Earth. In this way, it will be possible to continue the investigation," added the main speaker of this meeting. To bring balance back to Earth, God decided to reward people who showed high progress. To some people, they will send more guardian angels, like Erta and Peta. Superhuman ordered his subordinates to keep a close eye on Earth. They wouldn't be able to fix anything if the abandoned world and Earth were to rejoin. "I don't want to be associated with an inferior creature. We will connect them to the other worlds to avoid the chaos of having things turn out this way," the angel added. He believed that it was easier to come to the root of the problem if they spent time around a strong person. The chairman of the meeting asked Lita and Erta to stay a little longer. He wanted to talk to his two friends about something. The angelic girls stopped, a mute question in their eyes. Through the windows of the large hall, golden sunlight streamed into the auditorium. They created a slightly magical atmosphere. After a long monologue, the chairman of the meeting thanked Liddy, Earthy, and Patey for listening. He wanted to consult with them on what kind of reward should be given to Ilhan. After all, they are the ones who know him like no one else. Lita was happy for her former ward, and Erta said, "We should give him something that will benefit him." Angel said he understood Lita's feelings. Following God's order, he promised to give the hero the best reward possible with his powers. Lita was pleased with such words from Mr. Muir, while Erta looked dumbfounded. She thought that Mayura always maintains a neutral stance and values impartiality. But why is he making an exception now? Angel said that he is only fulfilling God's wishes. They are only doing this for the sake of bringing balance back to the earth. Mr. Mayura was silent for a moment. He had some strange premonition. It seemed to him that this person, Yu Ilhan, could get close to the root of the problem, unlike the 7 billion people who had returned to Earth from other worlds. Meanwhile on Earth in his workshop, the hero didn't notice how quickly time flew by. He looked at his watch and was amazed that it was already the first hour of the night. Time to go home, wondering if his mom's fresh seafood dinner had waited for him. It was deep night outside, but the hero's workshop was still bustling with work. The young man stood over his work table, enjoying the result of his own labor. Ilhan breathed a sigh of relief. He had managed to reinforce the debuff with a metal heart. The system had assigned a unique class to this weapon and named it a terrible destructive metal heart debuff. The strength of its strike had reached level 4. The debuffer received a 40% increase in penetration and impact strength and became even more durable. It was a ruthless weapon that was created by the best craftsmen on Earth. The hero told himself that he couldn't empty it at level 5 if he wanted to use it more than once. The durability isn't that high yet. A message came from the system. Due to the amount of force and recoil, loading ammunition would require more bravery compared to in a battle with monsters. Now Ilhan felt that he should create a long-range weapon. The pistol and bow were useless since the young man still hadn't mastered the Marn. In the end, it might end with his demise. But this possibility did not upset the hero, but only made him work even more conscientiously. The hero bet on Atlatl, a spear but an unusual one. There is a hook at the tip of such a weapon. It provides more destructive power and range than other weapons. Ilhan remembered, besides, he has a spear skill. In this context, this weapon is just perfect. The lad caught fire with the idea and didn't waste any time. He immediately began to realize his plan, the creation of Atlatl. Suddenly, the young man's gaze was attracted by the remains of the cloak of the cursed elf. There on the table next to the scraps of cloth were her weapons. At the same moment, he received a message from the system. The fallen cloak of a hidden reaper of unique rank, with 2400 defense and 1238's 2430 durability. Just as he thought, the extra option is stealth. If Ilhan gains even more stealth abilities, he might disappear forever. There was another message. In case of an ambush attack, the user's stealth and hitting power would be increased by 20%. The cloak that had been absorbing mana for years now had the power of a reaper. The young man found it much more useful. The reaper's deadly and sharp scythe increases the probability of a critical strike. But in the hero's opinion, this weapon was not perfect. The system explained that this scythe was created by the last master of the destroyed world from an unknown metal. Ilhan made a decision that he would melt this scythe into a spear. The hero grabbed the dead elf's weapon and sent it into the eternal flames. The young man stood motionless near the flames. He was surprised by what he saw. It appeared that this scythe could not be melted, so there were things that even eternal flames could not melt. These words of the hero angered the fire, which was capable of emotions as if it were a living being. Ilhan tried to encourage the eternal flame. He believed that the fire could handle melting the scythe. The boy kept his gaze on the tongues of flame, trying to see something. He felt behind his back the already familiar gaze of the monster from the dungeon. The hero looked back, a furious grimace on his face. Had Lita Karich returned from the other side of the world? The young man didn't understand what the hell was going on here, but he wasn't used to staying out of trouble. Taking the list in his hands, he looked around to face the danger. The boy expected the resurrected monster to attack him, but something strange happened. It was as if the monster's dark energy was attracted to the mana stone. Eventually, the artifact fell to the floor and sucked in all the dark magic. Ilhan stared at that purple stone in amazement. He didn't realize what it was. As soon as the black silhouette disappeared, the scythe began to melt. Could it be that the master's soul was within the weapon? The young man didn't understand what happened, but it worked. At that moment, the angels appeared in the workshop. Erta said that the boy was working with metal. She knew he would start doing it one day when she saw him at work with the Harcanum. Lita exclaimed that he didn't even notice them, so focused was he. Ilhan's first mentor was very proud of him. She was happy to be back on Earth again. The spear turned out to be incredible. The system called it the Spiked Spear of Annihilation and gave it a legendary rank. It has a strike power of 3,700, and the critical damage option has increased by 70%. This masterpiece was incredibly durable. It was created by a majestic Earthmaster from weapons from another world. But the system thought that the spear was not yet complete. Ilhan agreed that it was missing something. He realized that the weapon would not be complete until it went through the mana craft. He should use the mana stone. Thinking about it, the hero saw Lita out of the corner of his eye. He rubbed his eyes, deciding he was too tired and was seeing hallucinations. Opening his eyes again, he froze. It wasn't a trick or the result of fatigue. It was really Lita. There was a joyful expression on her smiling face. The beauty asked, "Are you surprised? I'm back." A silence hung between the two. They looked into each other's eyes and couldn't tear their gaze away. Ilhan still couldn't master his own emotions. He had dreamed of this meeting but wasn't ready for it. The celestial woman couldn't hold back her tears. She was moved by her boyfriend's reaction. She threw herself into the arms of the hero. The guy asked how long it had been since they had seen each other. 2 months. The angelic girl replied that it was like it had been over 100 years for her. Erta folded her arms on her chest. She was uncomfortable to watch this meeting of two lovers. The celestial had also managed to get involved with Ilhan, and now she was feeling jealous. But the young man caught up in time and told his second mentor that he was happy to see her. The boy smiled and said that she had done a wonderful job. Erta felt something pleasant on her heart. She smiled faintly and replied that she was back. A little later, all three of them sat at the table in the workshop and sipped coffee, discussing the recent events. The young man said with a smile that he was now carrying a double burden. Lita was infuriated by the comparison of her to a burden. Is that really what Ilhan calls her after the separation? Erta said, Heaven has decided to send as many angels to Earth as necessary to find the source of the anomalies. The hero was surprised that not even God knew what had happened here. Celestia confirmed his assumption and added that there was a high chance of something like this happening again. The young man felt that the heavens could do nothing. They don't know the cause and also can't prevent the recurrence of this unpleasant incident. Meanwhile, Lita could barely contain her irritation after all. She had worked so conscientiously for the heavens and they are already talking about work. Erta agreed with her ward's thoughts. He was surprised by this fact. Previously, the Angelica would have reacted with an angry tirade. "How dare you speak like that about the higher creatures?" Erta calmly replied, "You are a helper of the heavens. I don't need to protect them anymore." To make matters worse, the angel remembered that the hero had saved her life. At that moment, the relationship between him and heaven changed significantly. Ilhan realized that the celestial was right. He remembered that heaven owed him a reward. "You said I would get a reward. Can you make the things in my backpack not spoil?" the hero inquired. Seeing Eartha's strange reaction, he figured she couldn't do that. But the Angelica was rather surprised that it was enough for him to receive such a small thing as a reward for saving the Earth. Ilhan and Lita looked at Eartha in surprise. The hero couldn't understand why Erta had suddenly become so kind, and Lita continued to be angry that she wasn't being paid attention to. The Celestial said that the guy's deed was praiseworthy. She applied her mana to his bag. She now had these options: space expansion, weight control, decay prevention, and weight transfer. A little while later, the Angelica watched the joy Ilhan felt after getting what she wanted. She felt that the young man deserved more. Erta said, "That's not all," which caused the hero to be surprised. The Celestial looked at Lita and said that it was her turn now. The hero's face turned red. He didn't seem to expect such gratitude from heaven. Lita also blushed. She twirled a strand of hair with her fingers and looked at the object of her affection. Lita moved closer. Now it was her turn to reward Ilhan. The hero couldn't stand such tension. It was hard for him to hold back when the beauty was so close. He couldn't figure out what kind of reward the beautiful Lita would give him. The boy's thoughts began to muddle, the uncomfortable pause lingering. The Angelica asked in a seductive tone if Ilhan was ready to receive the reward. The hero's face was still red. He eagerly exclaimed that he was ready. The beauty exclaimed, "Then open the subclass window." There was no way the young man had expected such a turn of events. He had fantasized about another reward. Erta enjoyed his reaction. She asked sweetly, "Ilhan, is something wrong?" The young man understood without further ado. The guy activated the system and saw the inscription, "Partner of an Angel." The hero did not understand what it meant. Erta decided it was time to explain. "Heaven has awarded you this subclass to help you as much as they can, so that even with the limitation of angel power, we can give you some of that power. You'll be able to use the powers of a supreme creature in case a similar situation that happened in the ruined world happens again." Lita exclaimed that in fact, they would now be together forever. Her counterpart reminded her that she would also be with them. The hero didn't look like a happy person. He said that he didn't really need it. This reaction of the man stunned the Sky Girls. They were expecting something completely different. The angels wanted to know why he didn't like it. The young man said, "I doubt you will be of much use during the battle." Tears came to Lita's eyes. It hurt her to hear that she was useless to Ilhan. Erta exclaimed, "I admit that I was only a nuisance during your last battle with the Reaper, but I was useful in every situation except that one." The hero remained silent. He didn't think he could offend the angelic woman with his words. But his next reaction just crushed Lita. The guy laughed out loud. Finally, he decided to explain his reaction. It was just a joke. Of course he was happy about such a reward. It was a provocation to see how the angels would react. Lita could no longer contain her own emotions. She called the boy a brute. When the emotions were quenched, the young man pressed the button labeled Angel Partner. At the same instant, the system reported that the hero had become an angel partner. He could now create a partnership bond with two angels at the same time. All stats were increased by 30% during the battle with destroyers and undead. The young man received a passive skill, Angel's Blessing. The chances of getting critical hits are reduced by 30%, but the resistance to curses on the contrary is increased by 30%. All rewards for tasks will increase by 30%. This skill has no levels. The hero must fulfill the necessary requirements for its development. Now in the arsenal of the young man has an active skill, Angel Support. Ilhan will be able to borrow the power of the angel depending on the possession of the skill in the battle in the abandoned world. The more time the young man spends around angels, the stronger this skill will become. Right now his partners are the angels Lita and Erta, and the more contact the hero has with them, the stronger he will become. The young man decided that now it resembles a team. Here he can see the statuses of the angelic girls. The hero silently studies the messages from the systems to memorize all the benefits of the new skill. His stop was at the suggestions. All stats will be increased by 30% while fighting destroyers and undead. This raised a number of questions he had for his mentors and partners. The next moment, Ilhan rushed to hug the girls. He apologized to them for his bad joke and added that they were actually very helpful. Lita was pleased with the change in his mood. A smile appeared on the pretty girl's face. Eartha's face turned red. She wasn't used to such displays of affection. The guy wanted to know if he could train the active skill angel support. The blonde replied in the affirmative. She explained, "The deeper the interaction with angels, the faster this skill develops." The young man looked startled after the celestial Lita's clarification. The hero's mind flashed. What? Why did I get the feeling that she was going to eat me whole? Is this really my misunderstanding? Erta heard his thoughts and remained silent. The celestial coughed and said that there were no more rewards at the moment. Erta couldn't wait to continue working with Ilhan. Lita exclaimed happily that it had been so long since they had seen each other and suggested they play a game. The boy happily seconded the suggestion. He told the angels that as soon as he was done with crafting the spiked spear mana, creating a harpoon, and perfecting the troll blood. Lita looked upset that the young man only had work on his mind. She wanted to know what was more important to the boy, her or work. Erta advised her not to make a drama. But the celestial girl didn't stop. She kept saying abusive words at Ilhan, but he didn't even hear her. The young man was so absorbed in perfecting his spear that he didn't pay attention to anything around him. Now it was time to use the craft mana. The hero muttered to himself, "As soon as you wish, unleash all the skills of a reaper." Lita was shocked by what she saw. The young man had become much stronger since they parted ways 2 months ago. "Our Ilhan has become capable of super complex mana crafting," exclaimed the beauty. Erta explained that he had gotten the assignment from heaven, so he had learned quickly. As the guy held his spear in his hands, red mana enveloped him. It resembled real magic. A heavy energy appeared around it. The system called this weapon the spiked spear of the extinct Dark Reaper dragon. Its refinement was complete. Class legendary. Strike power 4,000. Durability 3,200. It seems the young man was himself dumbfounded by his new creation. The chances of critical strike, damage, and hitting power would be increased by 30% in the case of a surprise attack. All characteristics of the Reaper's skills will be increased by 30%. Critical strike and damage chances will be increased by 150% in case of a battle with dragons. The following message from the system. The spear has been reborn in the hands of a master with a fierce hatred and a bright desire for revenge. The tip of the spear of vengeance will always wait for the opportune moment to pierce the dragon's throat. The young man's imagination painted a giant dragon. He couldn't understand why his weapon had such an option. Lita looked at the spear with interest. She said the first option wasn't like that. A little thought, she decided that the hero had gotten too deep into recording the weapon. The Celestine added, "It seems the world of Lita Kari was destroyed precisely because of the dragons. These options are present in the system due to the fact that her last wish was to kill the dragons and protect her own world." The hero concluded the reason is because he reached right into the potential power of his weapon. Erta said that his mana crafting was too successful. Lita said she wished she could be useful, but dragons are at least third-class monsters. She advised the young man to run away if he had to face them. Suddenly the boy said that the Skywalkers had missed the most important thing. He looked around and shouted that the angelic girls had missed the predictions. Erta finally realized what was the point. Ilhan would have to fight dragons soon. Lita didn't understand how the two came to that conclusion. She looked confused. The young man exclaimed in despair, "Do I really have to face the dragons when I'm so weak? It's utter hopelessness." Erta tried to cheer up her ward. She said that she was sure the man would be able to get through somehow. During this time, Lita decided that she should defuse the situation. Belle asked why they were worrying about it ahead of time. After all, there was still plenty of time ahead before they could meet the dragons. The hero replied that he had his reasons.